Chapter 89. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. The humans were utterly insane, and the Necrons? Those murderous machines were more dangerous than the stories Rohan had heard. He knew this mission would be dangerous, and it might risk the very souls of all Eldari under his command. All his expectations fell much shorter than reality, unfortunately. In this place, the walls separating reality from the Sea of Souls were particularly thin. Thin enough that any Eldari with meaningful psychic gift would be keenly aware of all the demons clawing at those thin barriers. The twisted servants of She Who Thirsts were present, both on the surface of Kronus and in the Sea of Souls in great numbers, and all they wanted was Eldari souls to devour and torture for eternity. A less desperate commander would have ordered a retreat, leaving the humans and their allies to fight alone. Rohan didn't dare even think much about such a possibility. He didn't want to know what kind of alliance might be forged from such a cataclysm, much less see it unleashed upon his people. The Ranger had to re-evaluate the magnitude of the disaster his sister unleashed on Kronus. He wanted to believe this was a one-off, an outlier that couldn't happen again. Either the humans or Necrons would surely see to it. Yet, the alliance didn't fall apart. On the contrary, it was working rather well, all things considered. Too well in fact, and now the situation deteriorated further. A veil of golden power fell upon the whole planet. Almost every Eldari could recognize that it was the same kind of power that illuminated a large part of the galaxy for the past 10,000 years, the human emperor. Kronus had his attention. The Alliance had his attention, and Rohan didn't dare think it might have held disapproval. He silently cursed Taldir for causing this, and then Eldred for good measure, for sending him here. At that point, a horde of demonides crawled out of the smoke, followed by noise marines flying on crude contraptions. Enemy forces in range. Weapons free. Rohan bitterly ordered, rueing the need to spend good Eldari lives and endanger souls. He aimed with his sniper rifle and gently caressed the trigger. A demonite's head snapped up, its back missing from the shot. Grav tanks unleashed their fury, blowing large craters within the volcanic hell. The Necron drones found targets and descended, ramming demonides and corrupted humans alike. At the same time, the main enemy host began its attack upon the combined human and Necron forces, who soon played their tricks, shaking every Eldari in range to the bone. The thin walls between reality and the Sea of Souls suddenly strengthened, which was good, great even. The acute appearance of pristine, clean, and peaceful patches within the Sea of Souls, which remained untouched by the Neverborn, was like a serene song. Whatever the insane humans and their allies did, stunned him. For the first time since he could recall, the monstrous and malign presence of She Who Thirsts was nothing more than a distant whisper he could barely perceive. For a moment, Rohan could almost imagine that the Eldari's greatest folly couldn't touch him. A lance of coherent light ravaged the hill he hid on, rattling him out of the daze. Rohan slapped the side of his helmet and shook his head in an attempt to clear his mind. Looking around, he could see his soldiers were affected as well. Most had ceased firing, including many Grav tanks, which merely floated listlessly. Only the walkers appeared unaffected, and they kept shooting at the advancing Neverborn. Eldari! Rohan screamed. Fight! Fight for Ulthwi! Fight for your families! Fight for your souls! Don't let those wretches claim you! More and more Guardians shook off their stupor and rejoined the battle. One after another, the tank crews found their senses and unleashed their fury upon the advanced demons. Rohan kept firing in a frenzy, hating those who brought the fall of the Eldari Empire and caused the birth of Who She Thirsts more than he could put into words. For the first time in his life, he had a taste of what his people lost in the fall, and it was staggering beyond belief. There were demons everywhere. Thanks to the Emperor they were only bloodletters and other lesser abominations. Otherwise, Captain Thule and his blood ravens would have been dead already. It was a very close call anyway. All he could do was fight. Parry, slash and tear with his lightning claws, then jump up to avoid being swarmed, before landing into another group of the monsters. The demons were weaker than they should have been. While their hellblades were as dangerous as ever, almost all bloodletters duly engaged moved slower than they should have. There was less strength behind their strength than it should have, their unnatural flesh split easier than experience told him it should. The Inquisitor's latest scheme was working, better than expected. Perhaps disastrously so. The Skulltaker was on the field. Weakened or not, there were too many demons between that monster and Captain Thule. He had to trust the Inquisitor, Antaeus, and the Xeno, because disengaging in order to seek that particular abomination would be disastrous. This battle might very well decide the whole campaign. If they could establish and hold a foothold in the region, without suffering crippling losses, then they could win. A catastrophic setback here might doom them all. All the captain could do was fight with desperate fury and pray. He tore apart countless demons, yet for every single abomination he banished, at least one more came to take its place. The line was breaking, his allies couldn't halt the Skull Taker, and he was stuck dealing with this chaff. Blood ravens. To me. Thule roared as he decapitated a screeching demon. Hold the line. The captain jumped again and had to twist in mid-air to avoid dozens of descending Necron drones. The suicidal machines rammed demons and detonated, throwing away mangled bodies, which soon got back up, wounded, but still dangerous. He saw the line break, saw the Inquisitor's retinue charge at the Skull Taker in the distance. Invigorated demons surged forth, ensuring no help would reach the beleaguered defenders. The Blood Raven slammed into a bloodletter, pulping it under his bulk, and tore its skull in two with a swipe of his right claws while catching a sword aimed at his neck with the other. A riposte eviscerated a demon, then two more red abominations were on him. Those two were much faster and stronger than the bloodletters he has faced so far. They pushed him back, and the captain found himself fighting among a cluster of Necron warriors who stubbornly held their ground against overwhelming numbers. Thule parried two hellblades trying to gut him and caught a glimpse of a black sword passing above his head to cave in the slobbering face of a demon. He used the opportunity to cut the other bloodletter in two, and only then it registered that a Xeno just saved his life. For a few endless minutes, Captain Thule had to fight back-to-back with a shrinking group of Necrons while demons did their best to overrun them. His world shrunk to his lighting claws and tearing apart any abomination coming close. A huge emerald flash shattered the spell, rattling the Blood Raven to the bone. He blinked off after images and saw a Necron monolith towering above the battlefield a few kilometers away. Demons fell left and right, bursting into white or silver flames. Those who survived whatever just happened stumbled and began moving much slower than before. The monolith lashed in all directions, heavy exotic weaponry laying waste upon anything it touched. Push them back. Attack. Captain Thule roared and threw himself back into the fray. All units on this net, priority Alpha target Skull Taker has been neutralized. Antia's tired voice came over the battlenet. We need immediate apothecary or medici assistance on my position. Multiple critical wounded. Thule sliced through one last bloodletter, and suddenly there were no more demons facing him. He could see traitor armor in the distance exchanging fire with the monolith before all kinds of Necron drones swarmed all over the vehicles. A moment later, numerous explosions lit up the horizon. It was time to take stock of the casualties and figure out the situation. Chapter 90. It would take time for the Imperium at large to take notice of the momentous events that unfolded on Kronus. The first confirmed reports of the planet's new status as a shrine world would come from astropaths part of Task Force Nemesis, dispatched to answer a request for aid by General Lucas Alexander. To this day, those pious and sensitive enough could feel the God Emperor's touch upon Kronus. To those blessed enough to witness the events firsthand, it was, and I quote, "This is his divinity made manifest. A veil of light is shielding the whole world." The Emperor's direct intervention was more than enough to bless Kronus to the end of time. The events unfolding on the surface and which might have warranted the attention of him on Holly Terra were no less memorable than his intervention. An inquisitional task force, Imperial Guard elements under the overall command of General Lucas Alexander, and members of the Blood Ravens Adeptus Astartes faced a terrible traitor incursion and slew the heretic champion Skull Taker, Reaver of Armageddon and Slayer of Astartes. A Pilgrim's Guide to Shrine World Kronus. 3rd edition, Victory Bay Publishing House. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. Lieutenant Martin Vuff was in his element. He was operating on a poor bastard, trying to stitch his guts back inside where they belonged, when a commotion rang alarm bells in his head. The last time, Tau war beasts tried to eat him and his patients. What was this time? Demons? LT, a bunch of Astartes just arrived with high-priority casualties. Your expertise is needed right now. I'm busy. Martin snapped. The Inquisitor requires your attention, Medici. An impossibly deep voice rumbled just outside the operation theater. What did he do to himself this time? The surgeon exclaimed. I was barely able to put him back together the last time. We had a close encounter with a powerful demon. The Astartes, because who else would have such a voice, blithely explained. Did you at least banish the fucker, so he won't come here to eat my patients? I'll be taking over, LT, go see the Inquisitor. The captain in charge of the field hospital announced. I'll be there in a moment. I can't do anything more for this poor bastard. Martin glanced to the left and winced. The captain has been working in the open head of a guardswoman, who might have been kind of pretty before something smashed through her face. She's brain dead. May the Emperor have mercy on you, child. The old Medici made the sign of the Aquila over his patient and went to clean himself up. Give me the Inquisitor's status. I'll be there shortly. Right arm, lost at the shoulder, 2nd and 3rd degree burns in the area, however, the wound wasn't cauterized. Severe blood loss, a medici is providing transfusion as we speak. The wound was delivered by a demonic hellblade. What about taint? Martin grimaced. We have countermeasures. We'll need to see if they're effective. The captain sent Martin away, and he hurried up to see the Inquisitor. The man waited on a stretcher outside, under heavy guard. Several worse-to-wear blood ravens and guardsmen stood around the Inquisitor, ready to tear the head of anyone who looked at him the wrong way. Vale looked like the death warmed over. He was deadly pale, courtesy of a crude tourniquet and bandage on his right shoulder. His neck was exposed, and a medici had stuck in 4 there attached to a blood bank. Right, the damn fool already got his other arm mangled and replaced with bionics. Martin got himself clean gloves and carefully removed the crude bandage to look at the wound, and grimaced. Prepare him for operation. I'll need to cut off some flesh around the wound at a minimum, then stitch him up until it's clear there's no taint. Celine comes with him. Prepare her to enter. A large Astartes ordered. His right arm was gone as well. Martin was sure he didn't want to know what they faced. Do you want me to keep him alive or not? He snapped when he saw an unnerving small armored figure hiding behind the blood raven. She's the countermeasure against taint. She'll be present alongside guards. You'll deal with it, medici. The Astartes growled dangerously and Vuff rapidly nodded. That crazy Inquisitor was going to be the death of him. Elipha's armored units had to quickly pull back behind the now dubious protection of the arcane defenses. His plan had been sound, he was sure of it. It came close to working too, only for those soulless machines to ruin it in the last possible moment. If it wasn't for their anti-warp tech, he might have pressed the counterattack anyway. However, taking out a number of those damnable pylons, not to mention summoning that many demons, took a toll upon his available sorcerers. They were running painfully low on sacrifices too. That was bad enough. The Skulltaker taking the field had been unnerving. His appearance implied Elipha's patrons were less than happy with the current turn of events. Uzhul failing his mission was unheard of. The corpse worshippers somehow managed to murder the favored herald of Khorne himself, and several lesser demons for good measure too, that rattled Eliphas. Now, despite what most people believed, demons weren't immortal, not really. A number of artifacts could kill them. They often died in the warp, usually when defeated and consumed by something stronger. It was the way the corpse worshippers and the machines did it that would prove problematic. This wasn't some one-off event, the deed of a very powerful and rare artifact, not to mention purchased at a great price. What they did was something that could be replicated with relative ease, and that was going to be problematic. This disaster changed Elipha's calculations. He could no longer rely on a sufficient number of reinforcements. Any demons he threw at the enemy might be lost for good, which wasn't necessarily a problem as far as the endless hordes of lesser demons were concerned. There would always be more from where those spawned. The loss of the Skulltaker was going to sting. He could feel Khorne's fury. The potential loss of the greater demon imprisoned on Kronus would be another great blow. One Eliphas couldn't allow. Gather all my sorcerers and remaining sacrifices. Make sure that those allotted for the special ritual remain untouched. Eliphas snarled at his minions. The Dark Apostle looked at the tactical map and glowered. The Necrons were busy gathering in ever-increasing numbers, and it wouldn't be long before they attempted to neutralize the arcane defenses. With those breached, the corpse worshippers would be free to attack as well. Then there were the Eldar. Their small but potent force was largely intact, and Slaanesh didn't get to enjoy a single soul from their numbers. The 2 guard regiments in the region fared worse, predictably, however, there would be more where those came from. It wasn't like the Imperium would run out of cannon fodder. Eliphas left the command center. It was time to get his primary objective done and depart while he still could. Turning Kronus into a demon world would have to wait. Chapter 91. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. Colonel Fahid Roval found himself commanding the remaining guard armored units on Kronus from the deck of a restored Baneblade. Usually, such magnificent machines didn't make good command vehicles. They had to be in the thick of battle if you used them right. A commander would lack sufficient awareness of the battlefield at large, and might be unable to effectively communicate and command. In this particular case, many crews politely refused to volunteer to serve on board the Baneblade due to the way it was restored. It was operational only due to the help of the Necron Xenos. They not only repaired the machine but supplied various upgrades. Better armor, stronger drivetrain, more accurate weapons, and the Emperor only knew what nasty surprises they left behind. Initially, Colonel Roval was considering leaving the venerable machine behind. That way, the tech priests could properly study and restore it using good old-fashioned and reliable Imperial technology. Now he knew better. After he saw how they acted around the Xeno artifacts, Fahid left in a hurry, hugely disturbed by the experience. Going to General Alexander didn't help. The Lord Inquisitor was backing the unusual alliance with the Xenos to the hilt. Besides, they needed all the firepower they could get to face the traitors. After spending the last day within the Baneblade, Colonel Roval wasn't sure if he had been too paranoid or not paranoid enough. The machine ran like a charm. It obeyed every command with unnatural grace, shot with incredible precision, and its armor was unreal even for a vehicle of its class. There had to be a catch, a terrible surprise waiting to go off at the worst possible moment, right? Any such traps failed to materialize, and Colonel Roval had no more time to doubt himself or the Baneblade. The final assault upon the traitor positions was already beginning, and he would soon have to lead the Imperial armor into the breach. Multiple monitors showed crystal-clear Auspex feeds from the nearby front, where 3 huge Necron monoliths slowly advanced surrounded by infantry squares and floating destroyers. The sky was dark with Necron drones, offering intelligence data, sweeping for heretical flyers, and ready to attack ground targets on command. It was an unnerving sight. After the battle against the Eldar and their Tau minions, Colonel Roval knew the Imperial Guard on Kronus scarcely had enough assets left to face such an onslaught, much less to fight traitors and heretics at the same time. He could see the Inquisitor had been right, that without the alliance, they all would be doomed. Yet, at the same time, a lifetime's experience cried to expect Xeno treachery. His heart rebelled at the thought of working with the alien. All the while, he was grateful that this alliance kept many of the people under his command alive. These were strange days to live in. The Necrons opened fire simultaneously. Lighting and emerald beams slammed into wicked sorceress defenses. Multiple regiments worth of artillery opened fire, and explosions blossomed, slamming into an invisible wall. Whatever the heretics did lasted for a whole minute before the sorcery shattered like glass and the Xeno firepower struck true. Twisted profane monuments disintegrated. Precise shots and drones intercepted heretic counter-battery efforts. The Necrons advanced with the bloody-minded determination and lack of fear that only machines could display. They were cold, methodical, and unrelenting. Drones descended in their thousands, and the horizon burned. Sword actual to all sword elements. We will advance now. Keep your wits and check your fire. We'll be explaining any friendly fire incidents to the Inquisition. Good hunting and the Emperor bless you all. The Baneblade's engine purred to life. It was a far cry compared to the usual angry roar. The super-heavy tank accelerated faster and smoother than it had any right to be. For half an hour, the Imperial armor and the mechanized infantry accompanying it drove behind the Xenos, who crushed any and all resistance without slowing down. It was only when the crushed enemy defense lines were 15 kilometers behind them that they met stiff enough resistance to slow them down. Dug in traitor Astartes, demon-infested vehicles, and traitor guard regiments chose a low row of hills to make their stand. Far behind them, Auspexes could barely make up the mountain in the far end of the peninsula. The warp gate was over there, and to reach it, they had to crush the traitors in front of them. That was all right with Fahid. The Necron forces split in 3 groups, each formed around a single monolith. The Imperial formations drove into the available space and opened fire as soon as they were in range. It soon became clear why the Necrons slowed down. They dedicated a significant amount of their firepower to intercept incoming ordnance. That lowered their casualties significantly, yet slowed down the rate at which they could neutralize the enemy resistance. On the bright side, the proximity with the Xenos had 2 beneficial effects. First, the enemy focused their attention on the Necrons. Second, most welcome and unexpected, the aliens kept shooting shells and missiles heading the Imperial way. Colonel Roval didn't know what to think about that. It didn't make any bloody sense. He muttered a prayer to the Emperor and decided he didn't want to think about what passed for Xeno thought processes. Instead, he concentrated his attention on the battle. The Baneblade spat its fury, and with every shot, a traitor position went up in flame. A Lascanon glanced off the front glacis, heating it, but not penetrating. Secondary weapons peppered the heretics with explosive death, and secondary detonation marked their end. Insect-like demon engines crawled up the hills, bristling with spikes and weapons. Artillery and emerald beams lashed at them, tanks unleashed their fury, and several abominations blew up. The rest shot back, only for the Necrons to intercept almost all their corrupted shells. Even more, explosions lit up the shrinking space between the 3 armies, and the Baneblade rumbled, its battle cannon dismembering a heretic abomination with a direct hit. Eliphaz stood in front of the last eager sacrifices he had left. In front of him, 7 sorcerers cut through the last prisoners and slaves he had access to. Their death screams and blood might just save his hide. The enemy had begun their final assault, and the only saving grace was that it had their attention focused at the wrong place. The Dark Apostle had his best troops holding the line, with the rabble ready to spend itself in one last counterattack. Their sole purpose would be to buy him time. Each sorcerer chanted in a different language, and each murdered a sacrifice differently. Blood flowed freely into the symbol of chaos undivided carved into the soil. As soon as it was full, the blood ignited, and the space in the center of the symbol shimmered. Reality rippled and tore, forming a small warp portal. Move. Do not slow down, do not listen to anyone or anything. Eliphaz ordered and jumped into the portal. For a brief moment that lasted an eternity, he was in the warp, surrounded by demons writhing in agony. They clawed at a veil of searing light, and its very touch burned Eliphaz's very soul. For a single double heartbeat, he could almost sense the corpse emperor, feel his contempt and boundless rage. Then he was through, and landed hard, falling face first into scorching sand. A few Astartes he could trust stumbled out next, followed by half the sacrifices and 2 sorcerers. Well, 3, but the last one came out engulfed by white flames, which quickly consumed him. Eliphaz looked around. They were almost in position, and even if he had to sacrifice an Astartes or 2, he would have just enough sacrifices to get the job done. He felt a profound sense of relief and began barking orders to the sorcerers. There was no time to waste. Chapter 92. Erie's Badlands. Kronus. Eliphaz froze when a movement in the distance caught his eye. A group of corpse worshippers trudged up a sand dune and calmly looked around. A Necron drone buzzed overhead, and he felt despair. It couldn't end like this. He couldn't get back to the Basilica of Pain. The machine carried on, flying out of sight. The guardsmen kept walking, none the wiser. The Dark Apostle stared at them, staying frozen until one of the sorcerers let out a burst of choked laughter and pointed at something behind his back. Eliphaz glowered at the witch, though still glanced over his shoulder. A weathered stone pillar rose from the sand. Only its top was visible. However, that was enough. Runes of protection and concealment glowed red with power and anger. An adherent of the primordial truth had been here before, sometime after Khorne's demon ended up imprisoned. While they were unable to free it, they had hidden the place from the unbelievers. Eliphaz laughed as well. It wasn't over. He could still succeed. Get working. He demanded. We need to find the entrance to the prison. One sorcerer said and pointed at the sand below their feet. We have to dig. Was there no end to the indignities he had to suffer? Eliphaz wanted to scream, to rip and tear to pieces the offending sorcerer. However, he needed the bastard. He needed the worst to wear sacrifices alive as well. Don't just stand there. He snapped at the remaining Astartes. Get digging. And so, he began to dig as well. Field Hospital. Victory Bay. Kronus. It was warm and comfortable. It felt like home, I couldn't even remember what or where that was. There was only war and duty. I cracked my eyes open, and they felt like stuffed with cotton. All my senses felt like I was stuck up in a cocoon. What did I do to myself this time? I charged a demon, didn't I? Didn't I promise to myself not to do something this dumb again? Inquisitor, you're awake. A familiar and comforting voice rumbled. Turning my head to the right was harder than it should have been. Slower too. I blinked owlishly at Antaeus. He sat near my bed in an oversized chair that somehow managed to support his bulk. His right arm was gone. Seeing him that way sent a pang of pain in my shoulder, and I glanced down. There were a lot of snow-white bandages I could see. Did I get my arm cut off too? I croaked. You charged the skull-taker like an emperor-damned fool. Antaeus rumbled. He glared briefly at me until something warm stirred at my side, and he relented. I turned my head to the left, and a few blinks later I could recognize a mop of dark hair sticking out of a cocoon standard-issue blanket. I stared at the kid sleeping at my side and looked questionably at Antaeus. If the Emperor's merciful, she's taking care of any warp taint we picked up when that thing dismembered us. Your commissar friend is recovering in the next room and should be under Celine's effect as well. I presume that we won. We did more than that. Antaeus cracked a rare smile. We faced the skull-taker himself and either banished it or killed it for good. We're unsure which yet. He sat straighter and all but shone with pride as he told me this. Skull-taker. Don't ring a bell. I couldn't recall hearing about this particular monster before. Herald of Khorne, a nasty piece of work. Murdered several Grey Knights during the First War of Armageddon. Even just banishing it back to the warp that spawned it won you many favors, Inquisitor. If we managed to kill the beast for good, Antaeus' smile became wistful. That was the point of the exercise. I pointed out. Indeed. In related news, as we speak, our forces are clearing up the primary defense lines leading to the warp portal. They'll need time to replenish supplies, conduct repairs and strengthen anti-warp wards, however by this time tomorrow, we should begin our final assault. He looked pointedly at me. Neither of us will participate. At best, we might observe from the safety of the General's command center here in Victory Bay. I nodded lightly. I could live with that. Spas Invadar. Kill cruiser. A mech boy screamed in agony, while Captain Bloodfong the Bloody smashed his power claw into his back. He did so repeatedly and with great vigor. Captain Bloodfong wasn't a happy orc. And when Captain Bloodfong wasn't happy, he made sure his boys knew it as it was Propar. The captain hasn't been happy for weeks now. He missed the WAC on the planet below. He missed slamming his cruiser into Hummy ships and hearing them break. Most of all, he missed having almost enough DACA at his beck and call. Bloodfong missed having working engines too, because without engines you couldn't invade. Everyone knew that. That's why, Bloodfong had his crew paint the cruiser red, and if the remaining mech boys couldn't fix the engines, he would have them out pushing. He wanted WAC, damn it. Captain. It's the boss. The comms boy hollered from the comms console, where the mech boys had him stuck after he got his legs cut. Boss. Bloodfong bit off the ear of the unfortunate mech boy and hollered with a bloody smile. Bloodfong, you spawn of a squig. Gorgets roared back. Get your scrap piles movin'. We're attacking the Hummies. Ram their city. Invade them. Whack. Whack. Bloodfong roared back. He would let the slight go this time. He wasn't the spawn of a squig, damn it. His spores came from a squiggoth that got stuck on a kill cruiser. It was a really tasty squiggoth too. Driver. Drive us into the Hummies. Com boy. Call the fleet. We're move in. Ramming speed. We're invading. Walk. Walk. Bridge. Armageddon. Blood Raven strike cruiser. The crew on watch observed the battle on the surface with great trepidation. While occasionally Imperium forces had to ally with Xenos to achieve their objectives and combat greater threats, this alliance of convenience was particularly onerous. First, there was the treacherous Eldar, who not a week earlier fought against the blessed forces of the Imperium. Then, there were the Necrons, damned machines who until now had brought only death to every world they touched. As if that wasn't bad enough, there was a massive chaos infestation down there, one the fleet might have to purge with orbital fire when it became feasible. Captain Stephen Ignatius couldn't wait for that blessed moment. Captain, thermal blooms. The orcs are on the move. An Auspex operator reported. Verify that. Battle stations. Ignatius barked and coaxed the machine spirit to feed live data into his implants. Sure enough, the shattered remains of the orc fleet were on the move. Data feed on the Imperial fleet in orbit, satellites, and ground stations soon gave him a comprehensive picture of what the beasts were doing. Captain, the kill cruiser's engines remain crippled. The beasts have a rocket strapped to its back, the Auspex operator trailed off. Are they pushing it? It's the orcs. Such insanity works for them. Have the auxiliary vessels maneuver behind us. 37th Destroyer Squadron will remain on station protecting them along with the cruiser Swift Retribution. Hopefully, that would be enough to keep the Tau Squadron honest, have Vengeance form up on our starboard side. Launch small craft. Ignatius had to keep that side covered. It suffered heavy damage during the engagement with the Eldar, then even more while they reduced the Tau fleet. Enemy vessels are maneuvering. The captain cursed. Even before the tactical hololith could update itself, his implants told him what the beasts intended. Full military power to engines. Weapons, the kill cruiser is the primary target. We can't let them get through. The orcs weren't moving to engage his command or even flee. They shifted to a lower orbit and if not stopped would crash into Victory Bay, causing untold devastation. Chapter 93. Kronus. A flight of torpedoes raced to meet the approaching orcs. At this range, their purpose was little more to force the Greenskins' ships to break formation and make their attempt to hit Victory Bay that much harder. The orcs being orcs, they refused to break what passed for the formation and instead opened fire at the incoming ordnance. Most of it went wide, however, a handful of warheads detonated prematurely due to sheer bloody luck. A few more were missed due to the extreme range. The remaining torpedoes hit, and scattered explosions illuminated the orc battle group. The kill cruiser tanked 3 warheads. Its void shields mostly held, yet despite that, it began venting atmosphere and debris. A destroyer broke in 2, spilling its screaming crew into the void, while Melta warheads incinerated a second one. The orcs kept going, while the Imperial task force raced to intercept them. Meanwhile, on the surface, powerful Necron sensors noticed the drama unfolding in space and relayed the newest development to the Necron Lord. He spent a few moments calculating possible outcomes before issuing orders. A pair of immense structures within the heart of the Necron stronghold slowly came to life and powerful targeting sensors bathed everything above the hemisphere. At that point, the Tau battle group stirred as well, after detecting the power emanations and ghostly backslash for the Necron sensors. The anti-orbital Gauss weapons greedily drank all the energy they could from capacitors and fields of power generators, before firing. Thick bolts of emerald lighting tore the atmosphere asunder and laid waste to anything unprotected by necrodermis in the vicinity of the Necron stronghold. A shockwave scattered the clouds above the region. Mortals heard and felt the aftershocks of the firing across the continent. An Orc destroyer vanished, engulfed by a Gauss bolt larger than it was wide. When the shot dissipated, there wasn't even a trace of the escort vessel. The kill cruiser was marginally more fortunate. Due to distance and its erratic descent, not to mention more formidable if primitive defenses, it survived. The Necron weapon scored a glancing hit that stripped off its void shields, blew up their generator from sheer feedback, then roughly disintegrated the rear third of the vessel. The kill cruiser entered uncontrolled spin shortly before hitting the atmosphere and igniting. While not destroyed, its trajectory would lead it far away from Victory Bay, which was more than enough for the Necrons. The Imperial task force led by the Armageddon kept their emergency burn and continued to target the smaller Orc ships. Spaz Invadar. Kill cruiser. Captain Bloodfang picked himself from the deck and spat a broken fang. This was not good. His trusty ship spun, which was kind of fun. It burned, which was less so. It was falling apart too, which was plain bad. Real bad. The Orc grabbed a nearby console with his power claw and gingerly got up spitting teeth. Lads, we're abandoning ship, Bloodfang grumbled. We're invading from up air, now. It was certainly better than burning, besides the comms boy would be going down with the ship to preserve Orcish honor. Wagf. The cry from the nearby crew was less than enthusiastic. It had something to do with most of them rolling around and hitting all kinds of stuff. It was their fault for not having Propar power claws. To the assault pods. Bloodfang roared in irritation. He punched, kicked, and dragged his boys to the pod so they could invade in Propar Orky way. Soon, the falling to pieces and burning kill cruiser began eagerly spilling even more scrap piles. Some of them even had working rocket engines that propelled them towards prospective targets. Higher up in orbit, the remaining Orc ships followed suit. Some died, under Imperial guns. A few others managed to enter the atmosphere and survive long enough for their crews to aim them at large settlements and jump before precise lance strikes began breaking them up. Orcs raiding parties and burning debris rained from the Janus Savannah all the way to Victory Bay. The kill cruiser spun wildly off course and headed in the rough direction of the Tau capital of Ores Tashan, prompting an immediate response by the Tau warships. While Tau plasma and railgun slugs soon forced the ship to largely disintegrate, most of its mass continued on its fiery path. Even though the Tau managed to break up all larger chunks, their capital still suffered the equivalent of light and dispersed orbital strike, complete with dozens of small Orc parties landing all over the place. In contrast, the Imperial ships had a longer window of opportunity to break up the Orcs' suicidal charge. Debris still struck Victory Bay, however, there was nothing big enough to cause more than cosmetic damage. A number of assault pods were the exception, surviving long enough to crash into the city against all odds. Field Hospital. Victory Bay. Kronus. Finally, having a brief period of rest and relaxation felt nice, even if I had to spend it under close observation in the hospital. Apparently, I still had a bit of luck to burn, because no one could find chaos corruption in what was left of my shoulder, just a really nasty wound and even nastier burns. Those didn't bother me thanks to a lot of good drugs. I was either catching up on sleep or trying to coax Celine into talking, which was kind of relaxing. I waved a steaming cup of sweet goodness with my bionic hand in front of the kid. Seloini, I repeated slowly. I know you can say it, sweetie. A pair of huge eyes kept tracking the local variety of cocoa with the precision of an emperor's blessed hydra. It turned out that the beverage was a local specialty usually reserved for the high and mighty. With said traitorous bastards either very dead, waiting to be killed in the Deimos Peninsula or cowering behind the robes of their Tau masters, a lot of their assets came into the possession of the proper authorities, which meant the Imperial Guard, Mechanicus, and yours truly. While most of us were busy fighting the Emperor's enemies, a contingent of arbiters with proper supervision had been going over everything confiscated with all available equipment and commendable zeal. In turn, everything considered safe or in need of a further review changed official ownership. I was pretty sure that all the cocoa and other bits and ends that ended up on my name were a not too subtle attempt to keep me distracted and on the locals' good side. The logical conclusion was the bastards had a lot to hide. They had to be investigated when the time permitted. Thankfully, that wouldn't be my problem, or it would be, which might be better. In the meantime, I had a few hundred kilos of the best honey-flavored cocoa available. Needless to say, Celine approved, and so did my diminished retinue. Say it, and you'll get another cup. I tried to entice her with a warm beverage. Celine made grabby hands at it but still refused to utter a single word. I raised the cup higher and looked pointedly at her. The kid pouted and kept looking up at the cocoa. Her expression turned heartbroken, and I sighed, wondering what in the Emperor's name was I doing. She lit up like the Astronomicon when I gave her the cup and proceeded to drain it in one go as if afraid someone would take it away. That was something that had happened to her a lot in the past, I guessed. After finishing the drink, Celine curled around the cup as if it was precious and went to sleep. It was a stark reminder that her childhood had been a horror story. I grimaced at that thought and went back to rest. The respite didn't last. Invasion and air raid sirens brought me out of a pleasant nap. I got up on instinct, nearly spilling Celine off the bed to her silent indignation. The room's door slammed open, and a wide-eyed Santo stumbled inside. "Sir, we need to get you to safety," my chief bodyguard exclaimed. "Help me up and give me a weapon," I grumbled and tried to untangle myself from the sheets, and medical equipment stuck all over me. "What's the situation?" "The Orc fleet's on the move. They're heading straight for us. The Navy is moving in to intercept. Emperor, damned greenskin bastards." Despite the danger, it took significant time to get cleared to leave the hospital. Despite my rank, the danger of chaos corruption was no joke. It took getting Celine outside under Santo's supervision so one of General Alexander's mindfuckers could examine us. I don't know if it was the Munchkin, the Necron tech, or both. However, the three of us, yours truly, Anthias and Charles, got the all-clear for the time being. I knew there would be a regular examination in the future, and we would be lucky to get away with just that. The only silver lining was that Sergeant Braun was alive, somehow intact, and turned up loaded with weapons and gear. The Ogren beamed when he saw us up and about and began babbling something about smashing orcs. Weber wasted no time and grabbed a belt with a chainsword, then faltered, wondering how to quickly put it on with one arm. "Help us get a damn armor on," I admonished my security detail. "Santos, the status of the orcs." "The Necrons took out their cruiser. It's breaking up and heading for the Tau capital. Several destroyers are still on the way here, and the Navy is shooting at them. They're unlikely to stop them all from making planetfall. We're getting to a bunker. Once the immediate threat of bombardment is over, we'll figure out what to do," I decided. Chapter 94. Victory Bay. Kronus. By the time we could get away from the hospital, all hell had broken loose above Victory Bay. The sky burned with falling stars, and each one of them was a deadly piece of orcish scrap. That or orcs coming in to kill as many people as they could. The shattered remnants of the Aeronautica Imperialis raised to meet them just a handful of barely airworthy fighters. Missile contrails flew upwards followed by a long burst of flak from hydras. Sonic booms thundered like artillery, and the first scattered debris reached the city, damaging buildings and scything through unlucky bastards. "And thus, the attack of the mushrooms begins," I muttered, quoting something barely remembered that dashed through my mind. "We aren't making it to a proper bunker," Lieutenant Picos exclaimed. Somehow, she was still alive, mostly intact, and back in Victory Bay as a part of my security detail. From what little I could glean, most of her unit didn't make it. There were a lot of new and young faces among the troopers surrounding us. Most of them had expressions of disbelief, complete with widened eyes staring at the spectacle above us. "We need a hard cover, now." Anthia's voice boomed. It sliced through the roar of deorbiting debris and shook us all. "The grumpy librarian is right. Find cover first, watch fireworks second, kill orcs third," I added, putting as much authority in my voice as I could. To my dying breath, I will deny croaking a suggestion instead of giving an order in the best inquisitorial fashion. "What the Inquisitor said," Charles rasped. He had the chainsword hanging off a belt slung over his shoulder and a Las pistol in hand. In that regard, he was similar to Anthias. My blood-raven buddy got a bolt pistol from the Ogren, along with a belt with a dagger that would pass muster as a short sword if you were a normal-sized fellow. I had to make do with an ill-fitted carapace chestplate and yet another chainsword. All things considered, it was a good thing we had at least a guard platoon, complete with vehicles. Even if some of them were likely greener than the orcs coming to kill us all. I wasn't going to look at this particular gift too closely. It was most certainly not good that said vehicles were rather useless as far as getting us to relative safety. The streets were chock full with screaming people running to safety, while groups of more level-headed citizens tried to cling together while doing the same. Not a small group of citizens fell to their knees when they saw us and began praying for salvation. As if any of us could simply wave a hand and make the debris go away. The Emperor's light shines upon us. Salvation is at hand. A bare-chested priest screamed in rapture. His eyes burned with fanaticism, and he gleefully waved a brand of incense around. Ave Emperor. His followers chorused. Inquisitor, your talk with the priests have been very effective, I see. I could barely hear Charles's dry voice over the chanting, screaming, and explosions. Make us away, good people of the Imperium. I tried to bullshit our way through the gathering crowd. With every passing moment, more and more people joined it, instead of doing the sensible thing and running away to a shelter. Instead of scattering and dispersing, the crowd swelled, and soon all that kept me, Antias, and Charles away from being swamped was a very thin line of guardsmen and a pair of Necrons. I looked around for Celine and saw her on the shoulders of one of her alien guards, waving at the crowd. Some people recoiled from the sight, and for a moment, I was sure we would have a fanaticism-fueled riot on our hands. We might get torn to pieces by our damn people too, and wouldn't that be an inglorious end? This is a test from the Emperor. The priest screeched. Damn, that bastard had a drill instructor's lungs on him. Trust your faith, not what you feel. He raved. Here stands blessed Demon's Bane and his cohort. Demon's Bane. Ave Emperor. Ave Inquisitor. Fuck my life. At least your fan club is going strong. Charles exclaimed. That was rich coming from my chief fanboy. Weber, I swear to the Emperor, if you had anything to do with this, I hissed back while giving the crowd my best reassuring smile. Inquisitor, look. Antias roared and pointed at something above us. His voice managed to cut through the chanting of the mob, if barely. Many shining eyes looked at where he was pointing and a stir went through the crowd. Several crude drop pods fell towards the city. In the distance, fiery lances pierced the heavens from orbit and picked up larger pieces of debris. The only reason we could see that much in the first place was the location of the field hospital in one of the many open-air parks in Victory Bay. AA emplacements shifted their fire, and a pair of lighting interceptors vectored their way. Instead of running, the crowd surrounding us went wild at the spectacle. A missile hit one pod, tearing a large chunk of it and sending it spinning out of control. Flak bracketed multiple pods. Heaped shells a bit into their armor and soon tore open a few of the pods. Screaming orcs tumbled all over the city. The interceptors made a good pass using Las cannons, and 2 pods turned into burning slag raining upon the city. Yet, there has more been coming. Instead of slowing down, the damn things accelerated. Some opened, and orcs began jumping out. A few of them even had crude rocket packs strapped to their backs. 3 pods in particular concerned me. They flew towards us low and fast. One didn't make it. The pod clipped a tall building, spun, and then plowed through another at a steep angle. The crash was deafening, and the resulting collapse covered a whole district in dust and shattered glass. An interceptor flew perilously low, and shortly before the pods reached us, shot one, neatly spearing it. The bright laser bolt passed harmlessly over our heads, and with a bit of luck, it wouldn't hit anything important. The last pod kept on flying. Rockets activated at its front, slowing it down just before it passes above us. A couple of dozen orcs or so jumped out, brandishing all kinds of weapons. Whack! Explosions, rocket roar, and orcish war cries momentarily silenced the crowd, while we were helpless to anything but watch. At them. For the Emperor. For the Inquisitor. The crazy priest roared right back at the orcs while they landed into the crowd with predictably gruesome results. Let's go save those fools. For the Emperor. I pulled out my sword and revved it up. And someone get Celine out of here. Chapter 95. Victory Bay. Kronus. Metric fuck tons of orcs landing in the middle of a fired-up crowd. Only one way this could end. The only thing I found particularly concerning among the unfolding insanity was how banal it all was. The fountains of blood and gore erupting with every impact produced by landing orcs were just there, little more than window dressing. The screams, the coppery stench of fresh blood and shit, those were marginally more effective in affecting me. They all paled in comparison at the sheer fury I felt at the fools running to their death, the same fools countless good men and women died to keep safe. Move, damn you. I screamed as loud as I could, which wasn't very. While I wasn't exactly as weak as a kitten, I had no business getting stuck right into this mess. Yet, this was my fucking job. It was my emperor-given duty to stand between the regular citizens of the Imperium and all the horrors who would gleefully butcher them or worse. Like that huge, laughing enthusiast who managed to cover himself with guts and wore them like demon bait. The fucker was coming straight at me, and I was painfully aware I had a tiny chainsword to meet him. I had a bionic arm too, which helped because I was sure otherwise my fingers would be trembling. The orc roared at me, the sheer power of the sound forcing me to stumble a step back. Then he looked down, where a bunch of crazed fanatics had a go at him, mostly unarmed. A quick swipe with a crude axe turned the poor bastards in mincemeat. As if that wasn't a fuck up enough, a little kid stumbled out of the crowd, crying. Right in the way of the orc, because someone up there hated me. I could vaguely make Pitco's cursing her people and kicking them into gear. "Hey, ugly!" I screamed at the brute, whose tiny eyes focused on me. "Charles, get the kid." And Tia's another roar came from the right, then a missile flew above the crowd and slammed at something behind us. The explosion was close enough to rattle my bones and ensure all I could hear was a dull screech. At least Santos was on the ball and coherent light lanced at the orc, barely phasing it. A hand grabbed at me, succeeding in holding me back. I saw Weber sprint towards the kid, all the while shooting at the orc. The damn thing barely slowed down, and at that rate, there could be only one result. I cursed whoever pulled me back to the depth of the warp, and speaking of it, it was like veil lifting. Suddenly, I could feel the immaterium, and the golden cage cast over Kronus. "Thank you, Emperor." I muttered a prayer, and heedless for the dangers, drank deeply from the power waiting for me. It flowed into me like a river, and with the warp came the screams of countless frenzied demons baying for my soul. There were large things moving over there, just beyond the barrier, and every single one of them had their attention on me. I could swear I heard hounds howling for my blood and immediately knew that I should close myself to the immaterium. Instead, I channeled the power bubbling within me into an ethereal lighting bolt and sent it at the greenskin ponderously charging at Charles. I saw in slow motion how the commissar dropped his pistol and skid to a painful stop beside the kid. He grabbed the child with his hand and slowly, oh so slowly, began to turn around. He wasn't going to make it. Thankfully, my warp attack changed the equation. The lightning bolt struck the orc into the chest, burning through its scrap armor. It stumbled, nearly tumbling down, yet kept standing. Lost bolts kept taking chunks off it, yet the damned mushroom refused to die. Right, vital spots could be anywhere in the body. The guard finally did something useful. A multi-laser spoke and caught the brute in the leg, vaporizing most of it. The orc finally fell, and instead of dying, it began crawling our way. The world sped up. The pressure into my head increased, and I was about to let go of the warp when a second, even larger and better armored orc exploded from the frenzied mob. The screaming upper torso of the priest flew past me and struck someone right behind me, showering me with blood. I caught a glimpse of another missile, which flew true. A multi-laser burst cut short struck the crowd behind the charging orc, adding to the butchery. The damned mushroom saw Charles and for some reason decided that the commissar would make a good chew toy. Or perhaps it was in a battle frenzy, focusing on everything in its path. It didn't matter. It ran at Weber, and the scattered shots hitting it nearly blasted away pieces of armor. I didn't think, just ran, pulling as much power as I could. It was right there, the cleansing light, and I grabbed at it. Demons roared, I could feel them clawing at my soul even as they burned. Suddenly, I was in front of Charles, standing before his retreating form. The orc slashed at me with a sword better fit for Terminator, and I somehow managed to get my chainsword up just in time. Parrying the strike was a bad idea. It brought me to my knees and wrenched the weapon from my bionic grip. The orc roared at me in fury and I roared right back. My world was fire. It was light and pain. There was an ugly Xeno in front of me, and I wanted it to go away. I didn't think, I couldn't. I could smell my blood boiling, a huge form roaring in triumph as its clawed fingers closed around my very soul. Someone, looked at me from very far away. For the second time in my life, I beheld divinity. Korava. Aurelia. Those words burned themselves into my soul. For a moment they were everything, the only thing keeping my mind from shattering when an impossibly powerful, familiar, and comforting presence overwhelmed everything I was. Those words, they were a price I had to repay. A demon screamed at being denied and countless others chorused in an infernal cacophony. I burned and died, only to burn again and reform. All my world was golden fire. It burned down and rebuilt my soul. Once again, I felt a fraction of the agony the Emperor experienced every single moment for the past 10,000 years. The agony and understanding of what he on Holy Terra sacrificed and continued to sacrifice for every single one of us were humbling. It was eye-opening, a lesson and a pledge engraved upon my soul. I held a sword of golden fire, crafted of the Emperor's own power. Plunging the blade into the orc standing frozen above me was the most reasonable and natural thing in the world. Golden fire engulfed the Xeno and purged it from the surface of Kronus. I stared blankly at the ghostly, transparent arm holding the blade. I blinked and it began fading away, along with the fiery sword. The next thing I knew, I was surrounded by countless moths of fire, which flew up to become a part of the radiance surrounding Kronus. Some of them slowly changed direction and headed my way, becoming tiny silver strings connecting me to the people around. It was faith. Pure, unthinking, faith. It was power. I could taste it. The refined hopes and dreams of humanity itself. Its fear and rage, its pain and cry for salvation. I knew I wasn't worthy of it, not when it was aimed my way. I could do nothing less but answer those cries even as I basked into the faith of those crying for salvation. What happened next was a sheer instinct. I gathered the power filling me and unleashed it, answering the cries of those nearby. Pure golden energy cascaded from my form, touching everything around me. The crowd staggered. In a single act, I vindicated their belief and proved it true. The wisps of faith feeding the Emperor, the same tiny strings now attached to my very soul, thickened a bit, becoming firmer, almost tangible. For a moment, it was a two-way street. I poured more power into the connection. Wounds healed, shattered bones mended. And the remaining orcs? They fell upon a tide of humanity surrounded by divine radiance. Whatever I just did, took almost everything I had to give. I fell on my hands and knees, staring at the blood-soaked ground. The power surging through me was too much, and I had no idea how to control it. Worse, or perhaps it was for the best, the distant beacon that was the Emperor kept looking at me. For a split second, I served as a beacon too, and a tide of his divinity clashed into the immaterium surrounding Kronus. Demons beyond numbers had a mere moment to see the annihilation coming at them, and then they burned. I was a mere pawn in a greater war. That much I knew. A war I unwittingly escalated with my presence, and now it was time to pay the piper. The Emperor's attention waned, and I crashed hard. The shower of divine power dried out. The last thing I saw was Selene, holding a single snow-white feather. She looked straight at me, with her soulful gold-specked eyes and smiled. My eyes closed, and I fell into an uneasy slumber. Chapter 96. Gorgut's Stronghold. The Green Coast. Kronus. The great rocket, the pride and joy of the surviving mech boys, rose high up in the sky. It was a pile of scrap leaking fuel. Gorguts gave it one look and shook his head. At least the boys painted it properly in red, to be fasta, and purple, to be sneaky-like. The warboss sniffed the air and the acrid stench of rocket fuel filled his lungs. Good work. Now get on and make sure it works. He rumbled, wondering how to climb up himself. It took a few piles of scarp, a few hours of mech boys hammering on it, and 5 squigs, to punch together an ugly crane. Gorguts looked suspiciously at the contraption and prayed to Gork and Mork that he would die in glorious combat, instead of mech boys' mistake. It took 30 boys working the crane to lift him enough that he could get into the cockpit. That day, Gorguts learned he didn't have a taste for swinging on a chain like a squig ready to be roasted. It was hard to get through a too small of an opening, but Gorguts was a crafty warboss and managed if barely. A pilot, a survivor from a shot-down ship, waited for him, puffing on a pipe made of green pipes. The much smaller boy grinned at him and put on red-rimmed aviator glasses, made sure his hat was properly on his head, and pointed at an almost large enough throne at the back. Predictably, the mech boys had wielded it together from scrap. It was all pokey and uncomfortable looking. We're lifting, right now. Pleasure to fly with orcish rockets. The pilot mumbled around his pipe and began pressing buttons. The cockpit closed, and Gorguts hurried to secure himself. 3. The pilot said aloud. Gorguts cursed the diseased spores the pilot spawned from and sat heavily into the throne. It groaned under his bulk and all scrap poked him in all the uncomfortable places. Something below them began to rumble ominously to make the day even better. 2. The pilot flipped a large red cover from an even larger red button. Gorguts held for dear life, cursing all the mech boys across the galaxy. 1. The world exploded and kicked Gorguts in the ass, then sat on his chest and tried to squash him like that Greek chin he stepped on before coming on board. The pressure made sure to poke scrap even deeper into his hide. And we fly. The pilot waved a fist in the air, then continued to press colorful buttons. This was going to be a long and unpleasant flight, more than long enough for Gorguts EAD Hunter to swear vengeance upon everyone responsible for the rocket ride from hell. Erie's Badlands. Kronus. Digging in the dirt like slaves. That was what Eliphaz and his Astartes had to do, while the sorcerers chanted, giggled, and screamed. One of the vital bastards fell to his knees and clawed out his eyes, babbling nonsense in tongues. It burns. The light burns. He's watching us. That was all the Black Apostle could understand. After the earlier experience with the portal, it was more than enough. That rotting corpse on the golden casket still had some fight in him. That wasn't good, like at all. Hurry, damn your souls. Eliphas spat and redoubled his own efforts. Eventually, they hit black rock and excavated a massive slab of it covering what had to be the entrance. It took all the Astartes' might, that of the sorcerers too, even the babbling imbecile, to move it. It was a slow and hard process, but they managed it, all the while venomously cursing their lot in life. With the chamber opened, the saner sorcerer led the way, checking for nasty surprises. There were a few wards to break, and in that regard, the crazy one proved invaluable. He opened himself to the warp and began burning in silver flames. Nevertheless, the true believer lasted long enough to overpower the first two defensive enchantments. The third required ritual self-mutilation to crack. It was only his altered physiology that allowed the remaining sorcerer to live long enough to get the job done. They finally managed to pass the short corridor leading into a small circular chamber made of the same black heavy stone as the slab outside. The last sorcerer croaked orders, spreading the willing sacrifices, including one of the Astartes, so they could form the necessary arcane symbol. Then he began to chant and opened his wounds. The sacrificed followed suit, and fresh blood, freely offered, pooled in the ground, which drank it greedily. The sorcerer's voice changed, he choked and began to burn. The chamber shook, all light went out, and something powerful manifested inside. Inhuman fury clashed upon Eliphas, and only his experiences in the Basilica of Pain allowed him to retain a semblance of sanity. The remaining Astartes weren't so fortunate, and they fell upon each other with murderous intent. The screaming and chanting ceased. All save for Eliphas fell to the ground dead, and not a drop of blood remained in their bodies. "It's you." Something spoke through the sorcerer's throat. Burning embers stared at Eliphas from the scorched and otherwise empty eye sockets of the possessed corpse. The body was shifting and mutating in front of his eyes. Bones shattered and transformed, limbs stretched, the skin darkened until it was blacker than the chamber walls. Khorne wants the Inquisitor dead. The demon rumbled in eager anticipation. A monstrous maw leered at Eliphas from where the sorcerer's face used to be. But not today. A huge clawed paw closed around the Black Apostle, and reality shattered around them. They fell into the immaterium and slammed straight into a barrier of light. The demon roared at its searing touch, and Eliphas chorused its screams when the cleansing light bathed his tainted soul. Bridge. Rogue trader vessel Lucre Fodis. The warp en route to Kronus. The Lucre Fodis tore itself from the warp in a surprisingly easy fashion. Too easy really. Amberly held a weapon in death grip while staring at the navigator's alcoves. The senior navigator knelt in front of her, crying tears of joy from the corners of his eyes. Whatever happened a few minutes ago, seared them shut, and stunned everyone daring to glimpse at the immaterium. Despite the crippling injuries, the sanctified mutant was happier than Vale had ever seen one of their kind. He was in rapture. Nearby, Rachel was a little better. She had her trembling hands frozen in the sign of the Aquila and muttering prayers. Every few verses, she would smile happily and mumble something about beautiful divinity. The alcoves hissed open, and the replacement navigator stumbled out. A few were little more than drooling, laughing wrecks. Most had at least one eye sealed shut. The most coherent among the group turned to look at the gathered armed party pointing weapons at them. "The Emperor's light, it's beautiful," the woman declared. It was like the sun bursting forth from Kronus, illuminating the darkness and searing away all the demons. Rejoice, it was a miracle. We beheld divinity, stared straight in the Emperor's light, and it was too much to bear. The navigator collapsed and fell into a peaceful slumber. The content smile never left her face. "I'm open for suggestions, Inquisitor." Captain Aurelius asked in a subdued manner that was nothing like his usual bearing. "Put them under quarantine and observation. At the first hint of trouble or taint, give them the Emperor's mercy." Amberly kept watching the navigators like a hungry bird of prey. "Contact Kronus and request status update. We need to know what in the Emperor's name happened over there." Chapter 97. Bridge. Rogue trader vessel Lucre Fodis. The warp en route to Kronus. News from Kronus arrived slowly due to lightspeed lag. The faster options were out of the question. The locals lacked the necessary equipment, and the less said about the state of the astropathic choir, the better. Until very recently, the local warp had been chock full of so many demons that anyone listening would risk their sanity and soul for no good reason. Now, the warp apparently echoed with the dying screams of countless demons, which might have been music for the souls of those who could hear it. It was also a danger to the sanity of those psychers, but of no use as far as receiving timely information went. Nevertheless, what the happy astropath reported lined up with the claims of every other psyker on the ship. Amberly Vale was a particular chipper and upbeat woman, for an Inquisitor. She was an optimist, a rare thing indeed, especially among those in her line of work. Her first reaction upon hearing the reports was logical chaos, sorcery and deception. Probably caused by Slaaneshi demons. If the source was servants of the other three entities, their effect upon the psykers would have been different. It would have been much bloodier too. Time passed. No one suddenly mutated and tried to kill them all. Or seduce and copulate with everything in sight. There was no mysterious sickness reported by the crew, no mutations. While people did die when something shook the warp, the cause was very obvious and blunt. That didn't stop Amberly from investigating and keeping her trusted people at critical locations, just in case. Yet, whatever treachery might be at work failed to manifest a result. They did arrive intact, and as far as anyone on board could determine, the psykers haven't been tainted despite the very obvious injuries some of them suffered. We all are going to be in for a Malleus or Hereticus investigation on general principle. The Inquisitor whispered quietly enough that only the captain could hear her. Aurelius was back on his command throne, so he could properly link up with the ship's systems and hear her machine spirit. He gave her a tiny nod. No anomalies. The transition to real space was the smoothest we have on record. Then we owe your navigators a case of their favorite drinks. If they don't end up shot just in case, Amberly didn't add. We're receiving data bursts from ships in orbit around Kronus. IFF matches known Blood Raven units and Navy elements presumed to have reached the system before the warp disturbances began. Aurelius spoke mechanically, while his eyes moved, seeing what the ship showed him. Update threat status. A Tau battle group is present in the system. Local forces believe several Eldar vessels are hiding in the outer system. Bealtan affiliation, threat rating extreme. The captain's face tightened. He turned his head sharply and looked at Amberly. Necron forces confirmed on the ground. Necron ground-to-orbit weapon emplacements confirmed to be operational on the surface. All Orc space assets have been recently terminated. Amberly blanched at that news. Then and there, she didn't bother keeping a blank expression on her face. Then how are our naval elements still alive? Vale blurted out. She knew the Necrons, faced them in combat, barely got out alive. They were among the greatest threats in the known galaxy. Aurelius stared back at her. His expression mirrored her own shock. Warning to approaching rogue trade vessel. He spoke, citing something. Be advised, you're entering an active combat theater. Under the authority of His Majesty's Inquisition, Ordo Xenos, the Imperial forces on Kronus are in an active military alliance with the following Xeno groups. Aurelius paused, to give Amberly a meaningful look before he continued whispering the contents of the message. Necron forces, under the command of the Necron Lord of Kronus. Eldar Expeditionary Force, under the command of Ranger Rohan, affiliation Craft World Ulthwi. Do not fire upon allied Xeno forces without being engaged first. The captain stopped there, giving the Inquisitor a bit of time to digest the news. An alliance with Eldar, especially from Ulthwi. It was more common than the Imperium would like to admit, even though there were elements on both sides who would like to pretend such things never happened. It was a sad state of affairs, that only Imperial authorities might shoot you or worse for such an alliance. To the best of Amberly's knowledge, an Eldar working with humans might get some sneers and curses behind their back, at worst. And she was rambling because her mind was refusing to accept the idea that the Necrons of all species might consider a military alliance with the Imperium, no matter how fleeting. They were murderous machines with hard-to-fathom goals, responsible for the death of whole planetary populations. They never talked, much less wanted a peaceful resolution in any recorded encounter. What in the Emperor's name happened down there? There are active Imperial Guard, Naval, and Commissariat codes. There is attached authorization by an Inquisitor Delcatar Vale, Ordo Xenos, using codes assigned to Lord Inquisitor Requista, Ordo Xenos. Aurelius added. I've met Requista briefly. He should have been on Kronus. Amberly frowned. They might be dealing with treason, an impostor, or a member of the Inquisitor's retinue doing their best after Requista have been killed. It might be all of the above. Some traitors genuinely believed they knew best, even without being compromised by outside forces. We're receiving data burst, properly logged reports on events that happened before our arrival. I'll make them available as soon as the data is scrubbed for unpleasant surprises. The captain continued. Amberly smiled briefly. This level of proper paranoia was one of the reasons why she had this ship, and more importantly, her captain, chartered as her usual transport. Have the reports sent to my quarters. I'll review them there, Captain. I'll appreciate it if we don't reach the planet before either powerful reinforcements can catch up and we know what we're walking into. Please inquire if the local forces need immediate assistance and about the situation on the ground. I already did, Inquisitor. I sent the request along with your identification package. And we're receiving another transmission. It's a message from the Blood Raven cruiser Armageddon. Amberly waited for cogitators and tech priests to scrub the data. Soon, an image of an ageless man with visible augmentations appeared above the primary hololith. This is Captain Stephen Ignatius, shipmaster of the Blood Raven strike cruiser Armageddon. Your codes check, Lucar Photius. We've already apprised you of the situation in space. Biel-Tan forces are lurking around, and we're still considering them a threat. We have rough parity with the Tau battle group in orbit, and we're holding a defensive posture in order to protect our assets on the ground. A brief pause followed while the captain looked away from the camera. Good. Send a copy of the report to the Lucar Photius when it's ready. Ignatius looked back at them. The situation on the ground is complicated. About a week ago, Guard and Blood Raven forces engaged a massive orc horde heading towards Victory Bay. We annihilated the orcs with the help of orbital strikes. As soon as we broke the greenskins, the Tau launched attacks upon our ground forces, while their naval vessels ensured we were in no position to offer support. Our ground assets managed to retreat in good order and reach secondary defense lines. Captain Ignatius grimaced. At that point, the situation got complicated. A Necron representative, the naval officer twitched when saying that, contacted us. Inquisitor Vale convinced General Alexander and Captain Thule that if nothing else, listening to the Xeno would buy us a bit of precious time. Long story short, the Inquisitor managed to broker an alliance with the Necrons after learning the Eldar Biel-Tan elements on the ground have ensnared the Tau and planned a joint attack upon Victory Bay. As he spoke, Ignatius' face became a curious shade of grey. Amberly could swear he hadn't approved of the alliance. Emperor be good, her first reaction was to conclude the leadership of the local forces had been suborned, so she couldn't blame the man. She wondered how much the presence of the Necron ground-to-space weaponry changed the man's opinion of the affair. The attack the Necrons warned us of happening did occur. We were able to detect the Tau movements from space and track the Eldar thanks to sensor feeds provided by the aliens. The Tau battle group ensured we were unable to intercept the approaching forces from orbit. Doing so risked leaving our ground assets exposed to the still present orcish naval presence and the surviving elements of the Eldar fleet we engaged earlier in the campaign. This was becoming more interesting by the minute. More surreal too. Amberly was sure she was missing a lot of context and details. She hoped to find some of them among the properly filled reports. Our ground forces engaged and destroyed the Tau and Biel-Tan mobile units sent against Victory Bay. At the same time, Inquisitor Vale's retinue acted as bait for the Eldar Farser, who led an assassination attempt against Imperial leadership on the ground. I'm unclear on the details, however, the Eldars were deceived and suckered into an ambush, where an overwhelming number of Guard and Necron forces engaged and destroyed them. Sadly, the Eldar Farser managed to escape. Captain Ignatius sighed. Contrary to my belief and expectation, the alliance with the Necrons persisted. Our combined forces turned their attention upon Chaos' foothold in the Deimos Peninsula. As we speak, ground forces are preparing to launch a final assault to annihilate the traitors and neutralize an active warp gate, which provided the enemy with a constant stream of reinforcements. By this point, Amberly wasn't sure what to think. What she knew was everyone on the ground was suspected to be subverted by Chaos, the Necrons, or the Eldar. She also knew that any reports from the surface were now suspect at best, outright fabrications at worst. One thing was certain, there was no way they would get into orbit without heavy reinforcements, and not just because of the Necrons. During the initial assault upon the Deimos Peninsula, the enemy launched a counterattack spearheaded by a demon host. Thanks to the Necrons deploying anti-warp countermeasures, and the intervention of Inquisitor Vale's retinue, the demons were banished, and traitor armored counterattacks smashed. We have reports from our ground assets that a demon entity, codenamed Skulltaker, manifested on the battlefield. It attempted the destruction of the Necron Lord we're currently allied with and the murder of Lord Inquisitor Vale. What we can confirm is that Blood Raven elements, the Inquisitor and his retinue, and the Necrons engaged the entity and banished it. We also have unconfirmed reports that a joint operation between the Inquisition and the Necrons testing experimental xenotechnology was underway. Its purpose was the attempt of the permanent destruction of codenamed Skulltaker. We do have supporting evidence that this might be the case. And Amberly wasn't listening anymore. She was staring at the hollow image of the Blood Raven captain, while her mind spun in circles. She needed Malleus and Hereticus assets in the system, yesterday. A lot of them, and the reliable kind. She refused to believe that the local forces managed to kill something like that for good, even if they worked with the Necrons. This whole story sounded insane, and the fact that Captain Ignatius played along rang all kinds of alarm bells in Amberly's head. Captain Aurelius, keep us on a very slow approach towards Kronus. If someone asks, tell them we suffered damage due to warp disturbances, and currently, we can't safely accelerate any faster. Inform me about the moment our reinforcements arrive in the system and apprise them of the situation. All local forces are potentially compromised. If they make any threatening moves our way, we'll consider them a clear and present danger to the Imperium. Chapter 98. Inquisitor Vale's Quarters. Rogue trader vessel Lucre Fodis. The warp en route to Kronus. Amberly lounged on her bed, nursed one drink too many, and prayed to the Emperor that the universe would begin to make sense again. Thank you very much. Nearby, good old Caractacus sat on the edge of a comfortable wooden armchair, a gift from a minor noble who still held the delusion she might marry him. The savant muttered to himself, and the still flesh and blood parts of his face twitched constantly. The cause was obvious, he watched a certain infernal recording again and again. It had to be fake, Amberly told herself. All of this had to be some grand deception. She tried to reassure herself. Otherwise, the galaxy had gone even more insane than she thought possible. The official reports over the events from the past couple of weeks were bad enough. The Inquisitor didn't even have to read between the lines. Doing so was a critical skill when dealing with a large section of the imperial bureaucracy. The reports were painfully blunt, and the picture they painted, ugly. The Blood Ravens and the Imperial Guard under the command of General Lucas Alexander were on the brink of open warfare. The Astartes had shot up one too many guard unit for the general to hold back and take the abuse. Inquisitor Requista and his retinue had gone missing investigating rumors of heresy and treason in a region known as the Deimos Peninsula. That was the same place where Necrons, Eldar, and assorted Imperial forces were supposedly busy securing right now. They were just launching a final assault to destroy a Chaos Warp Gate. That was what the reports claimed. Reading that message nearly made Amberly giggle at the beginning of a bad, heretical joke. Nevertheless, it was supposed to be true. At least she now knew who this Inquisitor Delcatar Vale was supposed to be, a green behind-the-ears acolyte supposed to join Requista's retinue as a sanctioned psyker. That much was reasonable. All the paperwork copies and codes Vale received from the Armageddon appeared genuine. However, what the man did next painted a very different picture. He managed to get the Blood Ravens and Imperial Guard to step back from the brink of utter foolishness and treason. After that, he convinced them to give him assets to go find Requista so the Inquisitor could officially order them not to kill each other. The sheer insanity of that statement was galling. It also lined up with the cry for help sent by General Alexander and the request for updated orders from the Blood Raven commander, a Captain Thule. If that was all, Vale's actions would be commendable and enough for a lot of Inquisitors to snag him into their retinues. Common sense was a rare and dangerous commodity these days. If you were able to make use of it, that was even rarer and better. Amberly giggled and drank some more amasec. Anything not to think about how the insanity, tragicomedy, and sheer madness on Kronus ended. Because thinking about it made her head hurt, and she wanted to scream in frustration at the practical joke the Emperor had to play on everyone if it was true. Nope, not thinking about that right now. The blonde woman stared at the ceiling, which wasn't spinning yet. She wasn't drunk enough, yet. Obviously. What did Vale do next? He stumbled upon a massacred settlement. Then he found a bunch of traitors and Inquisitor Requista, who had been tortured to the brink of death and left to rot in the cells of the local Arbiter's HQ. If she didn't know any better, Amberly would think that Vale had worse luck than dear Cephas. Where was Cain when you needed him and his regiment anyway? The Inquisitor frowned in a moment of clear thought. Requista had been a good man. He didn't deserve what the traitors did to him. He was also a tough bastard to survive the torture and still cling to life when rescue came. Amberly could recall the recording from the Astartes helmet cameras, from multiple sources too. Requista's brutalized form, his desperate last actions, and Vale's field promotion. That could have been either a genuine stroke of luck, a blessing from the Emperor himself, that Requista lived just enough, that Vale could get to him in time. Or it could have been too neat a coincidence. A stranger just stumbled into inquisitorial post. He then proceeded to wield the power his new position granted him in ways that many in the Imperium would gleefully call outright treasonous and heretical. This all could be a long and twisted plot by Chaos. It sounded just like something a certain entity would be very happy to engineer. But there was that last recording Amberly didn't want to think about. There was a lot of supporting evidence too. However, that evidence might be mighty Chaos effort or the Emperor making a very blunt statement in the hope that it might sink into the thick skulls of his servants. It was days like this when Amberly hated her life. Thinking of the source of her problems, she could recall watching Vale's more infamous exploits. Riding a chimera to charge an orc warboss, after volunteering to lead his hastily gathered retinue as a kill team. It was the proper idea from an Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, even if the execution lacked. She saw Vale's stunt, going up at the orc, even as blood ravens in Terminator armor swarmed it. The brute, unfortunately, survived teleporting away. Multiple recordings confirmed orbital strikes decimating the orc horde. Even more, evidence collaborated the Tau attack on the weakened Imperial lines, complete with Mechanicus-sourced video of a wounded and incoherent Vale engaging Krut raiding party while Medicus attempted to evacuate him from a field hospital. Amberly had the nagging suspicion that she was going to have to decide if these events were of a legend in the making or a grand deception with an unknown aim, and that either choice on her part would earn her far more complaints than praise. The Necrons came next, and Vale couldn't help but be both excited and terrified. No matter the reason, those recordings were treasure troves for her Ordos. They had to survive and spread, even if people had to watch them with a few buckets of salt. This was the first time Amberly knew of Necrons deigning to speak with humans. Perhaps, the first time they were capable of. She carefully studied everyone's faces and studied their reactions. Almost no one was happy at the alliance Vale wagered on. But the price of it, what the Necrons had and were willing to offer, that was simply too good to be true. It was an ideal bait, one that called to her like a siren's song. That was a great trap. She had to admit that much. Anyone in their right mind suspecting the presence of such technology on Kronus would be snared by it. It wasn't just the devices, but the schematics needed to build them that made it so enticing. She would risk a great deal to secure them. Any Inquisitor worth their rank would. Those pylons could be a game-changer. Vale saw that some of the Mechanicus contingent on screen agreed, while others were particularly troublesome traditionalists. In light of this revelation, Amberly merely skipped through the reports covering the clash with the combined Tau Eldar force. It was a neat trap, one that was feasible to have happened due to the pylons. If they worked as advertised, she could see how a farcer might stumble in their divination and let things go astray that much. Amberly drained her cup and discussed the merits of getting up to refill it. She glanced at a half-empty bottle in disgust and thought better of it. She had drunk enough, no matter if she wanted to be insensate soon or not. The next group of reports made the situation seem like a tangled ball of yarn. A different group of Eldars appeared then. They warned the local Imperial forces of a greater demon imprisoned on the planet, likely the heretic's primary objective. Vale allied with them too. Amberly couldn't decide if he showed commendable foresight, or disturbing willingness to work with Xenos. That was saying something, considering her Ordo and how often she had to do precisely that. Contrary to what anyone sane would expect, humans, Necron, and Eldar failed to backstab each other and fought together against the traitors pushing them back. And it was then, that sheer pure insanity reigned. It made Amberly wonder if she managed to get either poisoned with something exotic or perhaps someone clobbered her upside the head with a power weapon. Either that or one of the servitors running around the ship dropped a large box on top of her. Inquisitor Vale watched chosen footage from the battle against Chaos, the demon charge, an Emperor-damned Herald of Khorne, the most infamous one too, making an appearance. She watched the Necron Lord fight it to a near standstill, yet losing, Inquisitor Vale's countercharge that followed. It was the stuff of legends. Acts like this one made people sector-wide famous champions of the Imperium. Usually, they were very dead heroes too. This would have been the case with Vale too. He faced against the demons with a small group of guardsmen, Oghren, and a child of all things. What the madman thought, Amberly wouldn't know until she met him. And she would have to meet with all survivors and interrogate them. Carefully at that. She watched Vale and his Commissar Aide face against the Skulltaker, and the demon began dismembering them, its preferred method of spreading terror before delivering a killing blow. Blood Ravens intervened, but only their librarian managed to reach the Skulltaker and engage him. He was losing too, and then the Necron played their card. They teleported a monolith behind the demon horde, and Amberly was sure it contained more of their anti-warp tech. As soon as the tremendous lightning bolt that heralded its arrival dissipated, many demons fell, some bursting into fire. The Skulltaker faltered and slowed down. It still refused to die, yet it was now on the back foot. Amberly watched the next section multiple times, had it examined by tech priests again and again for traces of forgery. There were none, just the usual filtering meant to keep people safe when viewing such things. She saw a child cripple a Herald of Khorne, saw the wounded Inquisitor deliver a mortal blow to the demon banishing it. She also read the critical report outlining the point of that suicidal attack. It was a field test of the Necron anti-warp tech. The test wasn't just about weakening demons and psykers, it was an attempt to kill the warp spawn outright. The state of the child as a blank was a part of it, Vale was certain of it. That explained her presence there. It took Amberly reading carefully through the lines to reach that explanation. At that point, she set aside her wine glass, opened her emergency Amasec cache, and began drinking in earnest. The first time Amberly went over the reports, she was ready to believe that this was it. Little did she know, that there would be yet another strike against her sanity. Amberly glared at Mott. The man was fascinated by Vale's last stunt. Right now, he watched the recording from the Inquisitor's Kezarkan bodyguards for the 10th time. At least he kept counting all the feathers on screen and was convinced there was a divine message to be found in their numbers. Feathers. Amberly blanched at the thought. She had the privilege of meeting an Imperial saint once. She would never forget their golden radiance, their beautiful feathered wings. She shook her head and winced as it caused a stab of pain. If there was even a hint of truth to those recordings, Vale at the very least received divine blessing from the Emperor. At worst, an Imperial saint on Kronus meant that the Emperor approved of the madness that bastard wrought. Now Amberly couldn't even proclaim everyone on the surface heretics and traitors, even if it turned out it would be for the best. That was supposed to be a good thing, but in this case, how could she explain all those reports and records without appearing compromised? That bastard had to grow a pair of huge glowing wings, didn't he? What was this, a ruin Amberly's day marathon? The Inquisitor closed her eyes, praying fervently that in the morning the world would begin to make a vague amount of sense. Amberly would awake too early, with a headache from hell and news that reinforcements just entered the system. Necron Reinforcements. Chapter 99. Bridge. Necron Battlecruiser Reaper. En route to Kronus. Amarkin the Gatherer, Necron Lord of Fyria, Nemaster of Nephra dynasty, found himself in a rare position. Farron Kefrek the Unbroken, the supreme leader of the Nephra dynasty, was still asleep. There was nothing in the directives left behind that required his premature awakening. Thus, Amarkin found himself with a rare degree of freedom. He also had an advisor, who helpfully reminded him of the less than stellar record Kefrek had back in the day. The dry words of Cryptek Za of tomorrow were almost prophetic. Za did warn that the planned long sleep had been too hastily implemented. That there were too many things that could go wrong in a mere million year, much less the 60 they spent in hibernation. He wasn't alone in issuing those warnings, yet the Necron leaders ignored all such naysayers. The Nemaster's old advisor, and one-time friend, had been more than right. In the days since Amarkin's awakening, the queries he sent to check the status of Nephra dynasty tomb worlds brought mixed results. Too many of those were unpleasant. Theory 1, the preferred one, was that their dynasty had been particularly unfortunate and hit harder than others by the ravages of time and rising primitives. Theory 2, the one Amarkin didn't want to ponder upon, postulated that they were among the lucky ones. If that was the case, the Necrons across the galaxy would be a crippled shadow of their former might. Such a development might require a novel approach if, for no other reason, they would lack the numbers to deal with old and emergent threats. That was one of the reasons why the Nemaster decided to answer the cry for help in person. He needed to see the status of other tomb worlds. He also had to find out why no one else confirmed answering the distress call. Surely, the Nephra dynasty couldn't be the only one in a position to receive the call, much less answer it. Nemaster and Cryptek spent days talking about their past, and the uncertain future they faced. Amarkin might not have been his former self, however, he could notice the direction his one-time friend was trying to push him at. Some statement was borderline treason, even if not quite. Yet, how has he been to interpret it otherwise, when Za used every opportunity to point the Pharaoh's faults in judgment and planning? When during discussions of past campaigns, he kept hinting that alternative options might be better, options favored by the Nemaster. Was this a test, and if so, of what nature? Was Za Kefreka's creature now? Or did he genuinely want to see a change in leadership, one that would lead to his own ascension from Cryptek to Nemaster and possibly, planetary lord? Many questions were plaguing Amarkin. What they discovered during their journey to Kronus, raised more. The Necron Gate network was in disrepair. Automated systems that should have kept it fully operational and hidden had malfunctioned more often than not. While this time the Nemaster was fortunate and he could use a gate close to the system in distress, that might not be the case if he wanted to reach other parts of the galaxy. That alone was a grave portent and perhaps explained why no one else answered. They might be unable to get to Kronus in anything resembling a timely fashion. Amarkin refused to entertain the possibility that his dynasty and the Necrons on Kronus might be among the few of their kind left in the galaxy. He refused to accept the possibility of such a grand failure. The Necron fleet emerged from the gate into an unremarkable system lacking anything useful to draw interested eyes. The galaxy was chock full of such places, giving ample opportunity to hide valuable infrastructure where it would be hard to find. The first thing Amarkin did after the jump had been to ping all sensor platforms in range and require threat assessment of the nearby systems. They were supposed to be full of useless rocks and dead worlds. That state of affairs hadn't changed during the long sleep. What did change was that only half of the platforms answered. Time had taken its toll upon them because no recorded burst transmissions were indicating hostile action. The Nemaster patiently waited for the fleet to form up. At the same time, the ships updated their databases with the current state of the local galactic sector, accounting for stellar drift and other phenomena recorded by the platforms. What do you plan to do, Nemister? I ask yet again, and once again, you refuse to offer a clear answer. Za of Tomorrow kept prodding him. Amarkin shifted perspective from the Necron network to his eyes and turned his head to look at the cryptek standing beside his command throne. I gave you many answers. The Nemister pointed out. And each one was different from the one before. Za peered at Amarkin over his staff. We lack information on the state of the galaxy. Present threats, the state of the Eldari, the abominations, who are what is the dominant species of this day and age, and if they are a threat, Amarkin deadpanned. This venture will give us answers. And if those answers require a less than typical response? Za prodded in his typical dry manner. There were brief moments when Amarkin was convinced that if he shut down his eyes when he switched them on, he would see his old friend in the flesh. That he would no longer behold the pale imitation of the real thing both of them had become. He shied away from that way of thinking. Nothing good came from it, ever. We'll gather intelligence first. Amarkin's tone left no room for more arguments of that nature. He pushed his awareness back into the network and issued orders. Power built up, the warship's weight shifted until it became a negative number. Their engines came to life, accelerating them to high relativistic speeds, thus cheating the mundane laws of physics. On the way to Kronus, Amarkin kept pinging his local counterpart for intelligence summary and tactical assessment of the situation. While the distress signal kept its song, no updates came, no answers to the inquiries. However, while the fleet approached their destination, its sensors lit up with a warning. The insane dimension that gave the old enemy their powers and did the same for the Eldari was in turmoil. While on the approach, the fleet could detect merely ghosts of the powers involved, there was no mistaking it. The abominations were involved. They still existed in the far future, and that boded ill. The primary reason behind the long sleep was to outlast them. Cryptek, I want a beacon network set up in our wake. If we run into more than we can handle, I want the dynasty warned of what we will face. Amarkin ordered. This time, Za offered no dry quips in response. The cryptek merely acknowledged the order through the network and went to oversee its execution personally. A few days later, after detecting the echoes for tremendous disturbances, the Necron fleet finally reached the outskirts of the system. They could detect several active sensor platforms that initially didn't acknowledge their presence. Amarkin rearranged his forces in a defensive formation and waited for the passive sensor to gather a rough picture when he finally received a transmission from Kronus. It was through short-range backup equipment, which might explain the silence. The Nemister answered the inquiry and once again repeated his request for information. This time, he got his wish. He still waited for defensive programs to go over the large data package and give the all-clear, before devouring it. By the time he was done and sent it to his principal commanders to familiarize himself with the situation, Amarkin had stood at crossroads. He spent the short time Za needed to familiarize himself with the catastrophe engulfing the galaxy, and put it to good use. He calculated options, simulated stratagems, and formulated plans. There was one inescapable conclusion. In hindsight, the long sleep had been a grave mistake, if only because the decadent Eldar outdid themselves, perhaps put the old enemy's greatest folly to shame too. Your thoughts, Cryptek Za, Amarkin demanded. Amarkin, I hope for all our sakes that you consider my hints. We both know the Pharaoh. He was inflexible and stuck in the past. We know what he'll order when he awakens. Za of Tomorrow spoke the hard truths bluntly. If what we are facing here isn't an aberration, but a picture of the average state of the galaxy, we won't have the numbers to act as in the old days. The human Imperium might be decaying and dying, yet it is supposedly vast. They might have the numbers to cripple us if we try purging them. Their very existence might account for no one answering. You believe that Tomb Worlds awoke, tried to exterminate the primitives, and failed? Za didn't sound surprised by such a conclusion. They might have succeeded in neutralizing the local human presence, only to be swarmed afterward. It matters little in the end. An Eldari remnant is still active and undoubtedly they're to blame for some tombs remaining silent forever. The abominations appear to be even a greater threat now. They saw the battle with that unnatural thing through the eyes of their fellow Necron. Superior technology and cunning won the day. But only with the aid of the humans, it had to be said. The mere fact that a single one of those things could outclass a Necron lord in single combat was more than concerning. It brought memories from the worst days during the war in heaven. What now, Nemister? The cryptek inquired. Remind me, cryptek, do we have a standard procedure for negotiating with useful primitives who hate aliens on general principle? I don't recall anything like that being necessary. I don't either. We will lower the shrouds and make a slow approach towards Kronus. We will use the time gained to consult with the local Necron Lord on how best to talk with the humans. Your foresight and grace are formidable, Nemister. Za, you were never particularly good in imitating useless courtiers. Your dry wit ruins it. Just don't. Chapter 100. Bridge. Rogue trader vessel Lucre Photis. The warp en route to Kronus. She took a pill of stimulants, downed a glass of water, and polished it with a fast walk to the bridge. Those three factors ensured that when Amberly arrived, she almost felt refreshed enough to be of use. The bridge was much calmer than she was, and the Inquisitor soon understood why. The main hololith displayed a crisp image of the system. Kronus was in the lower right. The other stellar bodies hung around in the darkness, intercepted by ghostly lines showing their orbits. 7 pulsing red symbols hung in the upper corner of the hologram. A ring of early warning satellites deployed by the Navy some time ago detected their approach. We can identify 4 of the new arrivals thanks to the database you provided us with, my lady. Aurelius didn't bother with a greeting. 2 Dirge-class raiders and 2 jackhulls. They're light escort equivalents that can fend off cruisers. The other 3 are unknown configuration. Auspex extrapolation leads us to believe the 2 larger vessels are built in the same general crescent configuration. A tech priest elaborated. They were nearly fused to the Auspex station, something Amberly could never get used to. The last vessel is much larger, an equivalent to one of our battleships or battlecruisers. Aurelius glanced at the Inquisitor. We have to assume the larger classes possess the same combat capability the escorts demonstrated according to the data you provided. That task force likely possesses the offensive and defensive capabilities to secure the system against everything we have locally and the closest reinforcements we're aware of. Those were a cruiser squadron, with its lighter escorts protecting the bulk of the relief force heading for Kronus. Best case, they were at least a day from reaching the system. Even if they were here, augmenting the ships already present, Amberly doubted they would be able to stop the Necrons. Inquisitor, my recommendation is to either turn away and run, or make the best speed to Kronus, evacuate anything you deem of value, and then execute a tactical retreat. The captain advised. How long until they reach Kronus? Amberly asked while thinking about a way of this mess. Was this system cursed? They're under low acceleration, and will arrive a few hours after us. Aurelius gave her a patient look. Everything you've revealed about their capabilities tells us that they should be able of much higher sustained acceleration. If we go to Kronus, we might be unable to get away. No one mentioned that with the state their navigators were, a safe jump anytime soon was out of the question. Go for the planet, best possible speed. Vale decided, hoping she wasn't condemning them all to death. We still need to figure out what in the Emperor's name is happening down there. By your command. Helm, flank speed. Comms, advise the naval forces in orbit of Kronus that will be making an emergency burn-in attempt to reach them before the Xenos. Captain, the tech priest froze and began to quickly chant in binary. We're receiving a transmission. Can't locate the origin point. The cyborg froze for even longer and Amberly discreetly put a hand on her weapon. They're requesting to speak with whoever is in charge, while Inquisitor Vale is indisposed. Amberly opened her mouth, then closed it with an audible click that sounded deafeningly loud on the suddenly silent bridge. Even after going over all available records and seeing the camera feeds captured during those events, she didn't see something like this coming. She was still half convinced that she was being ensnared into a fiendish plot. Anything else would be too good and too insane to be the truth, all evidence to the contrary notwithstanding. Shall we respond? The tech priest eventually broke the oppressive silence. Amberly took a few moments to compose herself and bring her Inquisitor persona to the front of her mind. She schooled her face into a blank mask, straightened up, and nodded. Answer and send the following. This is Inquisitor Amberly Vale, Ordo Xenos. I am in charge. I am willing to talk. Bridge. Necron battlecruiser Reaper. En route to Kronus. The more they learned of the state of the galaxy, the less Amarkin liked it. A particular highlight was a short conversation he had with the planetary lord. The fellow had suffered much. He had lost portions of his memories during the long sleep, a fate that might have been theirs as well. While there was nothing in the databases at the Nemzer's disposal to identify his local counterpart for sure, there were traces in the transmissions from the planet, artifacts and security measures in the code, which pointed at this place being sworn to the Silent King's own dynasty. Possibly one of the many distant research outposts studying whatever took the Supreme Overlord's fancy at any given time. The lack of memories and directives might have been no mere incident or oversight. Instead, it could be a security measure in case of awakening without explicit summons from the Silent King himself. Or it could be entropy, wear, and tear, caused by the countless years that separated this era from their own. More importantly, the locals appeared to be sane. At least by the dubious standards of the times. At least the Necrons. They were even willing to exchange technology and resources for aid. That did point at the place being a research outpost and the lost memory actual damage instead of design. We will discuss restitution, later. Amarkin had decided to appear benevolent. He would still hold the orbitals if he needed to be less, how to put it, nice, in the future. What can you tell me about the humans and other aliens you've made contact with? The answer had been enlightening and startling in equal measure. The primitives were insane, there was no other logical explanation. It was just that, there was a great deal of them, and some were insane in a potentially useful fashion. Amarkin found it darkly amusing that in their disposition, many human unwittingly emulated his own people when they still had flesh and blood instead of necrodermis. It was an attitude that would earn them the fury of many a Necron overlord and lady. Amarkin chose to consider it amusement and carry on with his plans. The more he knew, the more his strategic predictions firmed up. They didn't paint a pretty picture. Certainly not one his late wife would have enjoyed. He paused at that odd stray thought, wondering why it occurred to him, before refocusing on the subject at hand. Most humans are extremely xenophobic. Conclusion: after observing the local variety, the reason is a combination of extensive propaganda, indoctrination, and the presence of multiple hostile alien races assaulting the human realm. Proof: a large number of humans on Kronus aligned with alien species classified Tau. Secondary proof: Inquisitor Delcatar Vale willing to work with us. Tertiary proof: Inquisitor Delcatar Vale willing to work with Eldari subfaction based on Craftworld O3 shortly after engaging in combat with Eldari subfaction from Craftworld Bieltan. Conclusion: higher-placed elements within the human hierarchy might be more open to the ideas of negotiations, and working towards mutually beneficial goals. Counter-argument: any such deals might be subject to change depending on internal political pressures and blind fanaticism. We need additional data to reach a better conclusion. After examining all available data, Amarkin and Za decided that their best option to open negotiations would be to contact the humans. It would be best to seek more members of the faction Inquisitor Vale belonged to. If they shared similar goals and worldview, the Necrons might be able to deal with them in a less wasteful manner. I am Inquisitor Amberly Vale, Ordo Xenos. I am willing to talk. The Nemzer looked at a human female in a body-hugging black suit. She had a mop of yellow fur on her head, which had to be very uncomfortable. Aliens. I am Amarkin the Gatherer, Necron Lord of Fyria, Nemzer of the Nefer dynasty. He proclaimed proudly, using the Necron name for the planet he ruled over. There was no need to give the humans any more information than needed, especially at this stage. The primitive stared at him, basking in his dubious magnificence. It was like she was seeing a Necron able to speak for the first time. Are you malfunctioning, Inquisitor Amberly Vale? Amarkin inquired. It wouldn't do for the human to break down at such an inappropriate time. I am undamaged, Nemzer Amarkin. Is that the right mode of address? The female shook herself and quickly answered. Most definitely not. Za shot at him through the network in mock offense. She should be groveling at your magnificence. All things considered, there were many benefits to necrodermis bodies. Like the impossibility to display unfitting facial expressions during negotiations, when someone like Za of Tomorrow provided his inimitable brand of commentary. It is, Inquisitor Vale. Amarkin graciously offered. Are you ready to negotiate? If the data gathered by the locals was correct, the human appeared surprised, if not stunned by his words. Yes, Nemzer Amarkin. We would definitely like to negotiate. The human confirmed. That was a good start, right? Amarkin wondered and asked his old friend for advice. That's one way to put it. Za agreed. Something told the Nemzer that the cryptech might have been a tad sarcastic in his response. It was the long-suffered experience. He was sure of it. First, the current relationship. Does the military alliance negotiated by Inquisitor Delcatar Vale still stands? That had to be a good starting point, surely. It has worked so far. Despite how unlikely it was. Za voiced his agreement. To the best of my knowledge, there have been no altercations between Imperial and Necron forces since Inquisitor Vale was incapacitated. The human female carefully responded. Was she trying to evade responsibility, or perhaps she had less control over the situation than she wanted them to believe? I see. In that case, we will consider it a gesture of good faith, if Inquisitor Vale could join us in the negotiations as soon as he is able. He has been one human who has proven we can trust his word. I would like to hear his input on any terms we might agree upon. Making use of a known factor was better than blindly dealing with one unknown. That would remain true during negotiations with aliens as well, wouldn't it? Your insight is astounding, Nemzer. Za sent at him. Did he let his thoughts leak into the network? That was sloppy security. Amarkin ran a diagnostic program and returned his primary focus to the human. I will see what we can do about this request. I won't be able to tell for sure until I reach Kronus and meet Inquisitor Vale in person. Understandable. The humans were still a primitive species with all kinds of limitations the Necrons could easily ignore at a whim. That was something to pity them over, he guessed. Chapter 101. Deimos Peninsula. Kronus. The final assault upon the traitors and heretics was finally underway, and the enemy resistance was underwhelming. Small groups of berserkers eager for bloody death, demon engines and the occasional profane dreadnought made a stand. They tried to slow down the sword of righteous justice that was a long time coming for them. It wasn't enough. Any strongpoint turned into a magnet for artillery and the personal attention of Necron monolith. Green lighting lashed at enemy positions, reducing weapons and fortifications to a smoking ruin. Screaming cultists fell where they stood as little more than charred skeletons. Here and there, individual units went on suicidal charges to be gunned down by the marching Necron forces, blown away by agile destroyers, or singled out by Imperial armor. It was a pleasant change to see such an assault where Imperial infantry didn't have to purchase victory with mountains of bodies and rivers of blood. This time, only veteran forces were on the battlefield, outfitted with the best available equipment. Their only job was to keep enemy anti-tank teams away from the vehicles. There was no need for expensive assaults upon fortified positions. An ever-increasing swarm of Necron drones provided an unprecedented level of battlefield intelligence that almost made Captain Thule envious. Smaller, insect-like swarms braved the warp-infused top of the plateau, shredding enemy light infantry and acting as spotters for long-range bombardment. There was only one last lightly defended position, and they would reach the top. Then the target would be both in sight and range. A shroud of darkness enveloped the last traitor bastion. A couple of seconds later, it dispersed as like mist blown away by the wind to reveal the Necron lord surrounded by a large retinue of heavy infantry right behind the enemy position. Gauss weaponry aimed with machine precision and cut through the defenders while they were still trying to figure out what was happening. At the same time, over 100 destroyers charged up the slope, firing all the way. Up and at them. Victory is at sight. Thule roared. He wouldn't let the Necrons claim they won the day alone. Imperial armor rumbled and ponderously charged at the heretics. Tactical squads advanced at a brisk pace, without letting it influence their accuracy. They used missile launchers and plasma guns to good effect. The final defense line lasted 3 minutes under the onslaught before crumbling. It survived that long, only because it contained a number of demons hiding in order to spring one last surprise. Large clumps of diseased flesh covered by pustules and open sores rose from trenches. They ran out of burning bunkers or even dug themselves out of the ground to attack the Necrons. Captain Thule grimaced at the thought of facing those things in close combat. Any breach in the armor would mean a long and unpleasant recovery for an Astartes, and no guarantee they would make it. A normal human exposed to those things. The Emperor's mercy might be the only option if their armor was compromised. The Necrons didn't care. They blasted the diseased demons to pieces. A handful almost reached the Necron Lord and the small group of guards surrounding him, only to splatter all over them one shot. The Necron Lord looked at the smoking viscera covering him, and lighting arced all over his group. When it dissipated, he stood a few meters away from his previous position, still surrounded by the deadly honor guard. There was no trace of the disease-ridden viscera to be seen on any of them. That, Captain Thule, did envy. He didn't want to think about how long any human participating in the assault would spend under quarantine. He wanted to think even less about the fate of too many good men and women. When the Inquisition arrived in force to deal with this madness, it might be inclined to purge many of those who survived assaulting this chaos-infested wasteland. The demons achieved one thing: they slowed the advance of the Imperial forces until the place where they died could be liberally doused in a blessed fire. The Necrons didn't care. They either marched through the fires, ignoring them, or simply teleported to the top. Assault Marines, with me. We're ending this. Captain Thule ordered. When he received confirmation from his jump pack-equipped brothers, he activated his pack and rocketed over the battlefield. The top was barely in range from his position, but he made it with a safe margin to spare. No defense fire came to meet him. There were no enemies to fight. All surviving enemy forces were clustered near the portal at the far end of the plateau, fighting to get through. Necron drones swarmed them, and constant explosions ravaged the traitors. More and more Necron infantry appeared in flashes of green, corralling the enemy and slaughtering them with practiced precision. A wave of destroyers rose above the last traitor bastion, followed by a handful of Eldar Grav tanks. Rohan the Ranger rode on top of the leading machine, which soon took a position for long-range bombardment and unleashed its exotic weaponry. It was all over but the screaming. Even the warp-infused structure of the warp gate couldn't survive the onslaught for long. Whatever unnatural sorcery kept it open and protected it had a limit. Slowly but surely, its spiky surface began to crack or melt, before imploding. The rippling vortex of madness at its heart spluttered, cutting in half the last group that managed to fight its way to dubious salvation. The portal to insanity closed, leaving behind about 10,000 or so traitors, heretics, and mutants. Spread among their mass, Thule could see the odd traitor Astartes. Those tried fighting their way out of the mob, probably seeking death in combat. It was not to be. Earthshaker rounds smashed into the crowd, pulping it. The Baneblade climbed on the plateau, appearing like a demon for a moment. Blessed fires covered the tank, which turned its massive turret at the enemy, and the battle cannon roared once, sealing the end of the unclean. The end was brutal and efficient, leaving the Imperial forces as little more than spectators. That allowed Captain Thule to observe their allies, count their numbers, and reach a predictable conclusion. The Necron had enough operational forces in the Deimos Peninsula alone to make combat with them unfeasible. He knew that they were still busy awakening more of their kind. He hoped Imperial reinforcements would arrive soon. Very heavy reinforcements at that, protected by strong Navy element, because otherwise, they might not bother. Truth be told, the Blood Raven was expecting an inevitable stab in the back by the Necrons. They no longer needed Imperial assistance. And perhaps it was time for it. Another flash of green and the Necron Lord was nearby, walking towards them followed by 8 large guards. This was it, wasn't it? All units on this frequency, prepare for fall. I say again, prepare for fall contingency. The captain announced for what little good it would do. He tightened his grip on his weapons and prepared to pounce. Rejoice, human. The Necron announced. Because being ready to slaughter us should make us happy. Thule sneered under his helmet. Our respective reinforcements are in the system. The Necron announced, momentarily taking aback the captain. In their infinite wisdom, they have decided to talk. Thule expected everything to go straight to hell as soon as reinforcement arrived. He certainly didn't expect them to do something as outlandish as to try to negotiate with the Xenos. That was just Inquisitor Vale being odd, inexperienced, and kind of crazy, right? We won't be shooting at each other today. There was no mistaking it. The Necron was enjoying himself. What say you, Ranger Rohan, of the Eldari? What treachery are you plotting now? Rarely, Rohan has been more grateful for the full face covering helmet typical to his station. He was relieved and almost happy that the humans and Necrons couldn't see his expression. He screamed in the privacy of his mind. Were the humans insane? More insane than usual anyway. What about the Necrons? What did those murdering machines have to gain from this? Was the Necron Lord lying? Affirmative. The Blood Raven captain nodded. I just got word from Captain Ignatius. An inquisitorial ship is in the system, and the Inquisitor on board is currently negotiating with the commander of a Necron naval battle group approaching Kronus. The human said aloud and relaxed a fraction. At that, everyone turned to look at the Eldari. Rohan was keenly aware of how outnumbered his small contingent was. If it was just the humans, and he felt particularly foolish, engaging them might have been an option. Hit-and-run tactics to dismantle them from range and avoid facing their might directly. Waging war against the Necron juggernaut awakened on Kronus with what he had available was out of the question. Our work here is almost done. Before leaving, I would want to witness the disposal of the demon bound within the Erie's Badlands. Rohan was proud of how calm and composed his voice sounded. It reflected nothing of what he felt inside. That might be acceptable. The Space Marine allowed warily. Another test is in order. The Necron agreed, while its soulless eyes stared at Rohan. What about this region? It's corrupted. Another test: we're building multiple pylons. It would be educational to observe their effect upon the area once deployed at full power. Rohan wanted to be as far from this cursed peninsula as possible when that happened. Chapter 102. Victory Bay. Kronus. I awoke suddenly, lying on my face and feeling that something was amiss. There was an echo of something in the back of my head, and whatever it was, I clearly felt its absence. Another odd thing was that my mind was clear and aware. There was no trace of drowsiness. In fact, I felt rather well, much better than the last few times I awoke after nearly getting myself killed. Something small and warm shifted at my side, sending odd sensations all over my back. I turned around, and my whole back moved, shifting and twitching in unfamiliar ways. When did Celine get herself a blanket covered by feathers? My back shuddered, and the blanket moved by its own accord folding behind me. I twisted my neck and stared at the feathery appendage sticking out of my back. There were 2 of them. Those must be some excellent drugs. That, or the Eldar got me with poison, I concluded. The wings on my back twitched, and I could feel them. It was a very strange, yet somehow familiar sensation. Those must be really good drugs. I'm seeing the wings too. Charles' familiar voice came from behind my back. I shifted to look at him, and my wings hit the wall, sending a dull sensation of pressure running up my spine. You got your arm chopped off as well. You should be on the good drugs too. I reasonably pointed out. I didn't get wings in the bargain. Weber shrugged. I got a better look at him. He still missed an arm, however, his remaining hand spouted many brand new, gleaming even, bionic fingers. He wore his commissar uniform and was armed to a pistol and chainsword hung from his belt. Do we expect even more trouble? I inquired. Now that you mention it, Charles began affably. There's a huge crowd of your fans outside. We've got 2 infantry regiments struggling to keep them out of the hospital. On another positive note, the Deimos Peninsula is now secure, and your new friends are busy building their pylons all over the place. We might not have to burn the whole region down to the bedrock just in case. That's good. Securing the peninsula, I mean. What do you mean I have fans outside? My mind helpfully supplied a recollection of the mob that surrounded us when we tried evacuating during the orcs' ill-fated assault. My wings reflexively twitched at the memory, and I glared at them. The local priesthood is singing your praises, Inquisitor. Charles, the bastard, didn't even try to conceal his mirth. I even heard something about canonizing you. With the wings and all. Those are really real. I blurted out. My wings twitched at that as if personally offended. They're real, feathers and all. People are praying to a couple of them. We missed those when we dragged you away for treatment. The way I hear it, there has been a constant stream of pilgrims to see your feathers in the churches that won the honor to display them. What did I do to deserve this? The implications alone. Now people would want to shoot me for the grand heresy of impersonating an imperial saint or something, as if everything else wasn't enough. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I prodded Weber when he paused. On the bright side, when someone finally got around to shoot me, I wouldn't have to deal with the Emperor botherers. On the downside, I might not get shot but instead, burned on a stake. Not a good way to go that. Well, there's the mixed pack. Reinforcements are in the system. Charles continued with an odd gleam in his eyes. Both ours and the Necrons. Someone decided to be sensible, and there are negotiations underway. What? Seriously, what? My mind came to a screeching halt, forgetting anything else. My expression must have been something else because Charles cracked a smile. I'm serious, Inquisitor. The Alliance, he said that with a straight face and in an almost normal tone, which was probably an improvement, still holds. We have reliable units, and a swarm of Necrons scouring the Erie's Badlands for the demon contained there. Most of the Eldar forces are moving to whatever gate allowed them to get here. We're observing them from orbit, hoping to pinpoint the exact location or at least the general area. Charles, my friend, those are kind of good news. I'm waiting for the bad. I was being reasonable, wasn't I? An Ordo Xenos Inquisitor will be on the way to meet you as soon as her ship reaches orbit. She should be here within the next 10 hours or so. What I got from the grapevine is that the Necrons trust your word and requested your presence for the negotiations. Ah. That made sense. This way, the Inquisition would have an adamantium-clad case allowing them to deal with me as they saw fit. It was probably because whoever got first was a stickler for protocol. He was likely from the Ordo's primary dealing with the hell on earth that was the administratum. I need to get myself a bath and try to be presentable then. I looked at the wings. The damn things decided that now was the best time to unfurl, showing exactly how large they were. The room struggled to contain them. More curiously, hitting the walls and ceiling didn't hurt at all, there was just some pressure. Even odder, the wings somehow failed to smash all the things they brushed against, including a lot of medical equipment. At least Celine kept sleeping through everything. Probably a good sign. It's all taken care of. Your friend Scipio had a few of his people modify a few sets of clothes for you. Your armor as well, however for the time being the back will be exposed, and it couldn't be sealed. Charles explained. Did you draw a short straw or something? Everyone else is busy filling up after-action reports, keeping the faithful at bay, or preparing for the Inquisitor's visit. I'm currently on very light duty, besides someone has to look after you, Inquisitor. You keep getting yourself in these situations. Charles waved at my wings. I glared at them, and they furled back behind me, no longer trying to fill up the whole room. Taking a shower, when you have a pair of wings stuck to your back larger than the small bathroom you had available, was an experience I don't recommend. At least, the damn things appeared pristine. I didn't want to think who had the duty of cleaning them up after I passed out. At that point, it hit me that I should be freaking out because of the damnable things. In fact, Charles and everyone else should be in a similar state as well. What the hell was happening? Charles, I shouted from the bathroom. You don't seem particularly bothered by those, I trailed off as if saying wings aloud would somehow make them more real. All things considered, they're very nice wings, Inquisitor. They are also rather low on the list, just the most obvious. Weber deadpanned. There's a list. Of course, there is a list. There are all kinds of lists in the Imperium. It runs on bureaucracy. Which list? Elaborate. The list that qualifies you to be considered a living saint, Inquisitor. I choked at that. What in the Emperor's name did I do this time? An hour later, I sat in a far corner of the hospital's mess hall. My wings stretched behind my back, hugging the wall and ceiling. Almost everyone present, patients and medici alike out for a bite to eat, stared at me with reverence and hope. I couldn't blame them either. We left Celine napping on my hospital bed, watched by her Necron bodyguards and a guard squad who wanted to be anywhere but there. The mess hall was far enough from her range that I could easily touch the warp on the way there. The consequences were profound. Everyone moved out of our way, making the sign of the Aquila at us and muttering prayers. That only got worse, when soft golden light glowed from behind me. A glance told me that now my bloody wings acted like damn street lamps, painting a great, "Please shoot here," sign. I could constantly feel the barest trickle of divine power flowing my way from far away. Thin strands coming from the faithful praying in my name supplemented it. And almost all that power burned away, keeping demons at bay and calming the warp in my vicinity. I would have to test it. However, I was pretty sure I didn't have access to much more raw power now compared to before. When we got in line to receive food, it struck me again that things weren't returning to normal anytime soon. Before, unless I abused my dubious rank as an Inquisitor, which I avoided like Nurgle's gifts, no one batted an eye in similar circumstances. Acting as one of the troops helped my standing. Now, despite my protest, everyone fell over themselves to get us to the front of the waiting line. The line transformed into one of the wounded troopers and medici standing straight, heads bowed over the sign of the Aquila and praying fervently. All the while, most of them stared at me in a very disturbing manner. It took a lot of coaxing to get them to try and act as we weren't a freak show to gawk at. People still gawked, but tried to hide and ate a bite or two between, watching me almost starstruck. I'm making an educated guess. It is going to be much worse when we go outside. I whispered to Charles. He sat with his back turned to the rest of the mess hall and smirked at me. Orders from General Alexander. We're to warn him before you show your feathery ass to the raving masses, so he can scramble heavy reinforcements. That was commendable. Some of those looks were similar to what I imagined a gang of Slaaneshi cultists might give a blushing virgin. Not a good thought that. You promised a recording explaining, well, this. I nodded at my wings. They flexed again, sending pulses of soothing radiance all over the place. Yes, that. Corporal Santos, the data slate please. Weber requested. It's right here, Commissar, sir. The stormtrooper acted. And sounded all professional. A cursory glance his way, and I could feel his awe and devotion. That was one man who followed me to hell and back. Now he was ready to do it again. He might, in fact, be gleeful for a repeat performance. If anything, the rest of my stormtrooper detachment was even worse. I grabbed the data slate, got my credentials recognized by its systems, and ran the video file dubbed, "Play Me." What I watched was straight out of a bad patriarchal holovid made by people who had drunk all the Kool-Aid to the point the propaganda department might call them to tone it down a notch or 10. The golden radiance surrounding the mob was a particularly nice touch, I thought. Then the survivors tearing the orcs to pieces in a short-lived orgy of violence were something else. Please tell me that this is some sick joke, I whispered. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, sir, Weber answered deadly seriously. I felt the Emperor's touch when he on Holy Terra blessed you, and so did everyone present. This, he waved at the data slate, is the real deal. Charles looked intently at me. You're the real deal, sir, and if I may say so, it is richly deserved. I nodded, dumbly. I had the nagging suspicion that the Inquisition and other assorted imperial authorities might have something less than flattering to say about this. Chapter 103. Victory Bay. Kronus. It says a lot about my state of mind, that 4 hours it didn't properly register that I needed a second bionic arm. I did have some time to get to grips with the fact that I lost both arms and more in about a week or so since my first, and perhaps last, deployment began. A single arm and the wings made showering awkward. However, as it turned out, I hadn't gotten to grips with my status. I was in denial, and my new powers helped with that. I noticed this while eating lunch, trying very hard to ignore the stares. Who knew, everyone had more reasons to stare at me beside the bloody obvious wings. That simple fact dawned on me suddenly. It finally registered, after I stabbed some kind of unfamiliar green vegetable and raised it towards my mouth. I held the fork with my missing arm. Well, not exactly. There was a faint golden-tinted outline of an arm where I expected it to be. That's interesting, I concluded and kept eating. Did you notice it just now? Charles exclaimed. I didn't know I was doing it. I stretched the ghostly arm, and I could almost feel my muscles flexing. I need to get myself a new one before things get awkward. Like if Celine turns up while I'm not really holding anything of value. I'm sure your Mechanicus friends would oblige you, Inquisitor. Maybe. I shrugged. After lunch it was time for a proper medical examination, while General Alexander mustered more infantry. If I strained to hear, I could almost perceive distant chants coming from outside. The troopers would have a lot of time to set up because I spent the next few hours being probed, prodded, examined, measured, and scanned. One of the General's psychers turned up as well. It was Gordon, the man in charge of the colorful group of mindfuckers. The prematurely aged man stared at me with bright eyes and a smile that was the next best thing to disturbing. It wasn't quite there yet, but not for lack of trying. The Emperor's light is beautiful. The smile became less strained and almost peaceful. Gordon kept staring at me with a far-off gaze. I've never felt the immaterium so peaceful outside divinely blessed sights. The older psyker shook himself and skipped, suddenly bursting with energy. The Inquisitor is free of taint. The Emperor's light would have burned off any that might have tried to take hold. With those relieving words, Gordon turned his attention upon Weber, who squirmed under the intense gaze. The Commissar is still clean as well, he eventually declared. Gordon suddenly blanched. I could feel the distant connection between me and the burning torch that had to be the Astronomicon, and the Emperor, dim and choke until there was merely an echo left. My glowing wings darkened, and the golden radiance quickly dissipated. A few cries of surprise and distress came from outside the examination room before the door opened, and a small guided missile unerringly headed for me. Celine clamped into my side and began sniffing. I'll have an explanation, I asked, trying to be reasonable. If someone decided to fuck with my kid again, there would be hell to pay. The bloody brat has been impossible. Someone proclaimed from the dubious safety of the corridor. At the same time, Gordon choked on air and did his best to push his back through the farthest wall. Charles, see that this imbecile is as far away from my security detail as possible. His unit too if they share the sentiment. I ordered while rubbing Celine's head in a hopefully soothing manner. Someone bring Gordon a drink. He needs it. If that's all, Medicae. I turned my attention to the people who gleefully tortured me under the guise of medical examination. You're free to go, sir. The man stammered out. We'll get the paperwork to your security ASAP. He shooed me towards the door, and I wondered if I could use Celine to fend off more Emperor botherers. That's good to hear. Weber perked up. His smile was all Commissar on a mission. Corporal, leave someone to pick up our paperwork. He ordered Santos. We're leaving. And Sergeant Bright, do report to my office tonight. We'll be having words. Damn you, Jack. Someone exclaimed outside. We headed for the exit, with Celine clinging to my side like a limpet. Her Necron bodyguards fell in line behind us, and for once, Santos and company didn't bat an eye. We noted your need of a spare arm, Inquisitor Vale. Our Lord inquires if gifting you one would be appropriate. One of the Necrons asked. That's a new one, Charles said with a straight face. I can't possibly refuse such a gift. I tried being diplomatic. If I wasted such an opportunity, the Mechanicus would never forgive me. That said, I wasn't going to stick such a Trojan horse in my shoulder. Our Lord will be happy to provide. The other Necron stated. Now, how do I meet an Inquisitor with those two around? Alliance or not, trying to pull off something like that might get me shot then and there. Perhaps it would be for the best if they were scarce, and Celine was safely out of sight as well. On that note, I might try to get Charles out of the firing line as well. However, first, we had to survive the mob. It turned out that the hospital had good sound insulation because all we could hear from outside was a hum. If I didn't know better I would have thought it was from the engines of multiple vehicles. While we approached the entrance, more and more fully kitted out guardsmen fell in step around us. There were a few familiar faces around and soon Lieutenant Picos walked beside me. She looked particularly harried today. Inquisitor, I feel compelled to apologize about our failure to keep the orcs away from you. I shushed her with a gesture. You did what you could with what you had, Lieutenant. I'm confident you'll do better next time. What's happening outside? The streets are packed with people wanting to see you, sir. The building is protected by 2 infantry regiments. A third, motorized infantry one barely made its way here to receive you. Getting away by ground would be problematic. However, the general fears the citizenry's reaction if they don't see you soon. I see. I wasn't sure if Alexander acted with foresight or was simply throwing me to the wolves. The doors opened as we approached, and a wall of sound hit us straight on. Commissar, I'm not taking Celine into that. Stay behind with her and get her to a safer and quieter location. That might do it, right? I gently pried her hands from my side and looked at the kid. I hadn't imagined it. Her large eyes did contain specks of gold now. Celine, you have to go with Charles. It's not safe outside. I'm sure he'll get you a cup of cocoa or 2 if you want. I'll see you soon. I roughed her head and handed her to Charles, who bore the burden stoically. I'll keep her safe, Inquisitor. I simply nodded in acknowledgement and walked outside, surrounded by a ring of security. The farther back Celine remained, the firmer my connection with the Emperor became. Now, the prayers of tens of thousands bolstered it. While it was a drop in the bucket, it was still noticeable. I put forth my best smile, thus dubbed number 1, and waved at the crowd. My wings stretched to their full span, somehow failing to slam into anyone's face in the process. I could feel the Emperor's pure power, the condensed prayers of humanity, radiating from my wings until the soft glow covered me whole. The crowd went wild and strained against the guardsmen trying to keep them out of the hospital grounds. I rose my right hand high and drew on my newfound power. I wasn't sure how exactly to use it. Fortunately, some things came naturally. Citizens of the Imperium. My fellow humans. I spoke aloud, and my voice thundered above the mob, silencing it. Your devotion to the Emperor is heartening. You should be proud of your faith and never falter in your belief. You have many reasons to rejoice. I kept speaking, and they hung up on my every word. Having this amount of influence was sobering. A single mistake could prove disastrous. As I spoke, I could feel their faith strengthening, becoming more focused, more tangible. A week ago, countless green brutes descended upon us all. They knew nothing but barbarity and destruction. If not vanquished by the valiant members of the Emperor's Imperial Guard, his sons, the Blood Ravens, and the ever-vigilant Imperial Navy, those beasts would have brought ruin to this fine city. They would have slaughtered everyone here for fun. I had them now. The Emperor protects. He guided us to victory against the orcs, against the treacherous Eldar from Biltan, against the insidious Tau. Under his light, we defeated traitors and heretics, who would have brought us a fate worse than death. Now, we need to rebuild. We need to prepare for future threats. And we must be ready to aid our fellow Imperial citizens in need across the galaxy. Go forth and celebrate tonight. Pray to the Emperor, thanking him for our salvation. Pray for the good men and women who fell to protect you. Then go forth, go to your jobs and do your best to make Kronus prosper. The following cheers shook Victory Bay to its foundations. We barely made it to the local starport to meet the Lady Inquisitor. Chapter 104. Victory Bay. Kronus. On the way down from orbit, Amberly had a great view of the field where the orc horde died. It bore visible scars from precise orbital strikes. When her flight got lower, she could see a ravaged landscape, working parties still pilling up orc corpses in mass graves before incinerating them, and more. During the final approach, the Inquisitor could notice multiple Mechanicus parties salvaging damaged vehicles, mostly Tau. Whatever else, this was a reassuring confirmation that the reports she went over were true at least in part. Even such a little thing had an impact on her now. Amberly was still trying to process her short negotiations with the Necrons. The aliens were polite, almost reserved, nothing like what she imagined them to be. It was a stark contrast with the silent killers she was familiar with. Most startling was the fact that the Alliance still held. There were no reported incidents of xeno-aggression from Kronus. The Eldar were retreating, and indeed, they have been present. Her ship's sensors could prove that much, observing the tail end of a grav tank column as it vanished into the mountains. Even now, many auspexes and other instruments were focused on 25 walkers heading the same way. That was disturbing and unusual enough, even if offered precious opportunity to gain intelligence. It was all the Necrons operating openly that greatly concerned Amberly. There were many of their drones flying above Victory Bay and several bordering provinces. With the warp event above the Deimos Peninsula dissipating quickly, orbital observation revealed the Xenos busy at work building more of their pylons. If those worked as advertised, she knew many Inquisitors who would gleefully commit mass murder to get their hands on them. She wouldn't be able to blame them either. The ship's auspexes couldn't observe the Necron stronghold. The whole mountain range showed only a green haze when someone tried to scan it. If that wasn't ominous, Amberly wouldn't know what would be. Her transport finally landed, surrounded by its escorts, and her party disembarked. Amberly patted her pilot on the shoulder in appreciation and disengaged herself from the back seat of the modified interceptor she rode down. She put the helmet on the seat and got out, then quickly disentangled her hair. It didn't like helmets very much. Vale's retinue quickly formed around her, with Mott gently guiding their psyker. Rakel could barely stand and cried tears of joy. I can see his light. It shines true. The psyker babbled. Perhaps bringing her down here was a mistake, Amberly mused. It's time to find the truth. She muttered quietly and headed towards the far end of the landing pad. There a platoon of the guard waited for them at attention. They were half the way there, when the armored doors separating the landing pads from the rest of the facility slowly began to open, revealing a golden glow. It comes forth. Rakel exclaimed. Rejoice, my friends. Behold divinity. Not a good sign that. Amberly saw Mott's right hand vanish in his robes to grasp the hilt of a blade, ready to deliver the Emperor's mercy. Simeon and Zemelda fell a step back, readying weapons as well. Good, the acolyte was learning and the former commissar was at his efficient best. Vale left Rakel in their care and looked forth at what awaited them. A well-outfitted guard unit briskly marched forth, spreading out. A tightly knit cluster of stormtroopers followed, backed by a man with the distinctive uniform of a commissar. Amberly barely noticed any of them. It was the man who they guarded that caught her attention and made her breath hitch. Those wings were real, and they blazed with a golden aura. This was the moment of truth. They were either in the presence of the Emperor's chosen, in which case, Amberly's life would become tremendously more complicated. Or they would be fighting for their lives and souls against a demon host. The soldiers standing at attention shifted, making the sound of the Aquila at the passing group. The winged man waved at them with a smile and focused his attention on Amberly's retinue. His eyes studied each one of them in turn while the two groups closed the distance. As they grew closer, one thing became clear, the potential saint was tired. It was obvious if you could look him in the eyes and go past their shimmering glow. Inquisitor Vale. Inquisitor Delcatar Vale, former acolyte of Lord Inquisitor Requista. The man introduced himself. It's good to receive some sorely needed support at last. We need to talk. That we do, Inquisitor Vale. Do you have a place in mind? General Alexander's HQ is nearby. I'm sure he can spare a secure room for our discussion. He looked at Rakel and shook his head in what might have been exasperation. It would be safer to hold discussions on my ship. More private too. Amberly offered a sultry smile, wondering how he would react. I'll have to decline, though I'll appreciate a tour at a later date if the situation permits it. Vale grimaced, keeping an eye on Rakel. I'll recommend getting her in range of our test pylon. Being in an area where the barriers against the Immaterium are much stronger might do some good to your psyker. You know what's wrong with her? Amberly inquired. Of course, he knew, he was the source of it. The only question was if it was a benevolent incident or a malevolent one. Vale's wings twitched in what might have been an annoyance. A moment later, his voice confirmed it. People around me have funny reactions to the Emperor's power flowing through me. That and the fact that it calms and cleanses the warp in a small area around me. Apparently, it is an experience that takes some time to get used to after having to deal with its usual miasma. That almost sounded plausible. It was also insane and probably impossible. The odds of things turning out all right declined by the moment. Inquisitor. Someone shouted, creating a commotion at the spaceport's entrance. This was it, Amberly decided and prepared to act. Around the Inquisitor, her retinue picked up the clues and was ready for action. This had to be a brave soul risking life and limb to get a warning out. Amberly was ready to give the word, cursing herself for entertaining the thought that this wasn't a worst-case scenario. Scipio, what's now? Vale's long-suffered voice gave her pause. Don't you have enough things to study and fix? A tech priest appeared. His red robes billowed from the speed he moved at and soon, the Mechanicus agent stood beside Vale. You can help. You must. It's the crowd. They're keeping us from the relic. That was both an unhelpful and ominous explanation. Scipio, row 11. Vale barked and his wings fluffed out in a threatening display. Compose yourself and act with the grace expected of one who represents blessed Mars. Vale paused. Get yourself together. You're embarrassing the Adeptus Mechanicus in front of 2 Inquisitors. For the first time, Scipio, Row 11 turned his hood their way. He stared at Amberly's retinue for a moment, then looked back at Vale. We've been scanning the site where the Omnicia blessed you as it is proper. By the motive force, it was even more of a blessing we believed. We detected a large object buried right where you arose to smite the orcs. We're sure it is a thrice-blessed part of the divine engine, the Aquila Ignis. That's good. Vale said. Confusion radiated from his whole figure. It's the crowd. It's back. There are even more people praying there, and they're ready to fight. They won't let us dig up the blessed artifact. You must come, Inquisitor. You must speak with them now. The first clear sign that Vale might not be a demon host was the incredulous expression he displayed for all to see. Can we skip all the trivia, so someone could shoot me already and put me out of my misery? The potential saint groaned loud enough that everyone around could hear him. This had to be one of the oddest saints or demons in the galaxy, Amberly decided. Why would anyone want to shoot you, Inquisitor Vale? She asked, faking naivety. Amberly earned herself a despondent deadpan look. Even the wings dropped, though their radiance didn't diminish. Truth be told, under the glow, Amberly had a hard time believing this could be a demon possessing some poor bastard. Naturally, that only made her feel more suspicious. Where do I start? Let's go stop the locals and the Martians from killing each other. I'll answer your questions on the way. Then you can shoot me, so all of this could be yours to deal with. Vale declared. That certainly wasn't demon-like behavior. Lead the way, Inquisitor Vale. Start from the beginning. You really want the long version? The man gave her an incredulous look. Of course, she did. I insist. Amberly pouted. As you wish. Well, it was about 60 million years ago when the Necrother. Vale began speaking of things that were either beyond classified, or no living being had a right to know in the first place. Sometimes both and more. All Amberly could do was listen with sick fascination, while the insane man ignored her choked demands to shut the hell up. Chapter 105. Bridge. Necron Battlecruiser Scythe. En route to Kronus. The negotiations with the humans went better than anticipated, Amarkin concluded. They weren't shooting at each other. The humans and their Imperium might yet prove useful. They could be a shield against some of the new threats rising in this age, or a sword aimed at old problems like rival dynasties. Or Eldari, devolved Quark infestations, and more. Amarkin, Za, and a Necron Lord of Kronus, now calling himself Herald of Victory, a bit pretentious true, but well, everyone had to have their delusions. The three of them spent a long time discussing tactical and strategic options, all the while, the Nemzer did his absolute best to wrangle the best possible price for his assistance. He was careful though, because alienating the Herald might not be the best choice. With the principal enemies on Kronus defeated and posing no immediate threat, it allowed the allocation of even more resources on intelligence gathering. Most of the local human systems were relatively easy to penetrate, even though many did require physical access. Getting to the data wasn't the hard part. It was doing so without being noticed and leaving no trace of intrusion. There was no reason to rile up the poor primitives any more than they already were. Doing so might be counterproductive after all. Those efforts did offer a lot of priceless data about the state of the galaxy, even if not all of it could be trusted. The humans loved to drape religious dogma over everything and take things of faith that had nothing to do with such a fleeting concept. Said data painted an even grimmer if a fragmented picture, which was the topic of endless discussions. During one such brainstorming session, various assets on Kronus informed their overlords about important events unfolding on the planet. Inquisitor Vale was awake. He had grown a pair of wings, which was now confirmed to be a permanent and very unusual state of affairs. The Inquisitor had to deal with a crowd of the more foolish of his kind, something Amarkin could commiserate over. Then things got interesting. First, it appeared that offering a gift or two might be to ensure future good faith negotiations. The humans didn't have to offer something, not after the Inquisitor risked life and limb to protect the planetary lord. There were, of course, similar but superior concepts among the Necrons when negotiations between dynasties took place. It was almost nice to see the primitives did show the occasional glimmer of proper civilization. It was either that, or they were giving the humans too much credit. Still, generally, it was better to overestimate something rather than underestimate it. Especially if it was a third party. The Inquisitor lost an arm saving you, Lord Herald of Victory. Za dispensed wise advice. Perhaps we should craft him a proper replacement. From the data we have, while the humans could craft adequate replacements, they're little better than mere flesh. Really, what was the use of replacing a missing limb if you didn't do so with something much better? That's good advice. Amarkin agreed. Herald. I already have my cryptex design and build several prototypes to serve as replacements. Honor alone demands it. Amarkin slowly nodded. Honor did matter when kept within reason. Without it, the Necrons would be a little better than the few more enlightened Eldari, or primitives like the humans. The Inquisitor lost his other arm earlier after engagement with devolved Krork and the Tau primitives. Perhaps we should offer a better replacement each. Za again proved the foresight that gained him the title of Tomorrow. Perhaps an old-fashioned shield, so he won't be misplacing other parts in battle. He is running out of appendages. The Herald of Victory suggested. Cryptech, have designs drawn, and examples build. We'll examine them and decide on proper gifts. Amarkin declared magnanimously. According to some human records, awing the primitives with exemplary gifts could go a long way. Those same records plainly said that such tactics worked on the humans themselves. They went back to strategic-level discussions until it came time to observe the meeting between the Inquisitors. That would undoubtedly provide a lot of vital insight for the negotiations. The Necrons watched and got more than they bargained for. How does he know this much? Did you tell him? Za of Tomorrow left proper manners behind and all but accused the Herald. I did no such thing. The planetary lord stood his ground and denied everything. Besides, his story is incomplete. Just said so. Get assets closer. We will fill in some blanks with our story. Amarkin decided. Do watch Inquisitor Vale. The analysis concludes she mistrusts Inquisitor Vale. Such a state of the affair might harm our negotiating position. I'm working on it. Herald of Victory declared. Victory Bay. Kronus. Amberly felt a profound sense of relief when they got into the back of a chimera. Thanks to Vale's wings, only a handful of people could get inside with him. She chose Mott, who was busy recording everything the madman said. The commissar who arrived with Vale prepared to climb in as well when dreadfully familiar green lighting caught Vale off guards. Her instincts kicked in, and she dove for the ground. Her retinue was slower on the uptake because they were already on board nearby transport. Necron treachery. That was Amberly's first thought. However, there were no screams of dying people, while their bodies disintegrated. No sounds of combat assaulted her ears. Just a few snorts and nervous laughter that died fast. Did you have to startle the good Inquisitor? Vale demanded, just as a wave of something wrong and foul hit Amberly. Was there a demon of Nurgle here? She rolled to her knees and looked wildly around. A pair of rather thin Necrons stood beside the boarding ramp of the Chimera, and no one else bats an eye at their appearance. The only other difference was a small girl hugging Vale's chest and the fact that he no longer glowed. His feathers were just snow-white now. Amberly's mind raced to figure out what in the Emperor's name just happened. Our Lord, Herald of Victory, deemed it fitting that we joined you to fill up missing parts of your story. Mott, bless his scholar soul, nearly jumped in glee even if he looked a bit ill. We couldn't leave our charge behind. The other Necron conversationally pointed at the child hugging Vale. Everyone, this is Selene, the greatest pariah in the sector, honored kneecaper, the bane of demons. Finally, Amberly's mind kicked in high gear. Out of the armor, the girl looked much smaller and thinner, however, her status explained Vale's reaction. It most certainly didn't explain why Vale wasn't screaming in pain. Why he wasn't wailing like Rakel, that a black hole was eating the Emperor's light. That said, her presence was firm proof that Vale wasn't a demon host. Amberly keenly remembered what happened to one when they got too close to Jurgen, Keifa's aide. It wasn't pretty. A lot of screaming and viscera got involved long before anyone did their best to put that thing out of everyone's misery. Zemelda, subdue Rakel before she does something foolish. Amberly snapped. Damn it, her temper and self-control were fraying already. Pile in. Charles, you're either riding on top or getting another transport. I'm sure Inquisitor Vale will behave. As you wish, sir. The commissar saluted and climbed on top of the Chimera. Meanwhile, the two Necrons squeezed inside, a feat made easier by their slim bodies, much slimmer than the Necrons Amberly fought before. She gathered her courage, muttered a prayer to the Emperor, and climbed inside, staying as far away from the pariah and the Xeno as she could, for all the good it did her. Where were we? Vale had the sheer gall to ask when the transport began to move. At the point where you stopped spilling classified information where anyone could hear it. Are you out of your mind? Amberly raged for a moment before catching herself. So much for keeping control and upholding the lofty standards of the Inquisition. Did I say anything you didn't know? Vale infuriatingly ignored her and asked the Xenos. Nothing of consequence. Our Lord does wonder how you know of our origins. I'm not sure myself. When a topic arises, I seem to recall such trivia. I would love to hear more. Mott pipped up. Damn his scholar soul. Can you two make up your mind? Vale looked between Amberly and her old friend with exasperation written all over his face. Amberly knew she should demand the man shut up for good. However, if he actually knew what he was talking about, if the Necrons for some insane reason were ready to corroborate the information and fill up holes in it, then it would be Amberly's duty to gain as much intelligence as possible, then ensure it got to the Inquisition at large. This had to be a stalling tactic, a distraction. And it was working, damn that man. Chapter 106. Victory Bay. Kronus. In the end, Amberly let Vale speak. She was too curious for her own good. The information the Inquisitor might gain could be too useful. Just as useful as finding out how Vale knew it. Well, Celine, it's story time. Vale began, and somehow, his wings curled protectively around the child in his arm. Even if they shouldn't have properly fit in the chimera in the first place. It dawned to Amberly that even when holding a pariah, Vale might still retain a bit of his connection to the immaterium, which was more than disturbing, yet would explain much. A long time ago, in an age that is now little more than myth and legend, a species called the Necronter arose. They evolved on a planet too close to its star, one ravaged by radiation. They were clever creatures, curious and creative. Amberly fought not to snort at the blatant buttering of the Necrons. It was just that, it apparently worked at least on the two physically present. Somehow, the machines stood straighter and perhaps, prouder. The pariah child relaxed and looked up at Vale. Yet, despite all they would achieve over centuries and millennia, even conquering the stars, they couldn't escape the ill legacy of their origins. Even on colonies far away from their homeworld, their bodies still bore the scars and wounds of the radiation that ravaged them for countless generations. Despite the extreme effort and resource allocation, our ancestors couldn't meaningfully extend our lifespan or cure for good the malignant tumors our flesh and blood bodies developed even among those whose immediate ancestors never went near our homeworld. The closer Necron added with a hint of regret. The short and painful nature of their existence shaped the Necronter civilization. Lives were short, fleeting things full of agony, loss, and regret. Countless dynasties rose and fell built upon the anticipation of death. The living, life itself was seen as a temporary state of affairs until you died and joined your countless honored ancestors. The greatest monuments the Necronter built were to honor their dead. That didn't change when they spread across the stars, built an empire of their own, and kept searching for salvation, yet it was all in vain. Vale continued in a lower voice. Until one day, an expeditionary fleet met odd, frog-like creatures. Those were the old ones, perhaps the first sentient life to arise in our galaxy. They were immortal, their bodies suffered no disease, no tumors ever ravaged them. They were also the undisputed masters of the warp, and powerful beyond belief. To us, they were the old enemy. There was no mistaking the hatred in the Necron's voice. Nor was the emphasis they put on were. The Necrons won the inevitable war. They were still here, weren't they? We lost everything because of them and our old leader's folly. At first, the Necronter rejoiced at their find. They saw in the old ones a way to escape the ills plaguing their flesh. And they asked for help. Vale grimaced. They were denied and ignored. For what use did the old ones have for such wretched creatures? He said bitterly, and the Necrons nodded in unison. That couldn't have gone down well, Caractacus pipped in, demonstrating that he wasn't so engulfed in recording everything that he couldn't even offer the odd comment. Knowing him, soon he would be in his own world, happy as one could be. It did not. The Necrons chorused again. No, it didn't. Vale continued. At last, the Necronter had salvation in sight. They could no longer suffer the protracted death of loved ones. No longer they burn out so quickly and fade away. Their leadership assembled a battle fleet and sent it to the closest known Old One world. They once again requested help, and when ignored, they demanded it. Vale glanced at the Necrons. We aren't sure what exactly happened then. One surprisingly admitted. Who shot first or why? What we know is we lost that fleet with all hands. A brutal war followed one we could not even hope to win. The Old Ones tore every single our colonist from their homes, packed them in our remaining ships, and transported them to our home system. Anyone who attempted to leave was destroyed. They condemned our civilization to a slow, agonizing death. Unmistakable fury dripped from every word, it was really impressive coming from a Necron. And then, the star gods came, the Tan. Vale continued the story. One legend says that the best remaining Necronter scientists lured them to their system in an act of desperation. Another claims that one of the Tan went there through their own devices. He paused. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What was Tan? They were as ancient as the old ones. They might have been even older, who knows? Initially, they were vast beings who would spread over the surfaces of stars to absorb solar energy to feed themselves. Eventually, they learned to create and use wings to travel to other feeding grounds. Make no mistake. The Tan were parasites, feeding on the stars themselves. They came in our lowest moment and offered the salvation that the old enemy denied us. Both Necrons spoke as one, using a different voice. In their desperation, our leaders made a terrible bargain. Inquisitor, there is one thing we know for sure, for we were there at the end. It took millennia of imprisonment, of our technology failing due to lack of resources, of our people dying preventable deaths, for the last of the Silent Kings to act out in utter desperation. He struck a bargain with the Tan, saving and condemning us. We don't remember how we first met them. It could have been an accident or deliberate act. We've been studying the stars long before we could reach them in futile attempts to protect ourselves. I can believe we first learned of the Tan long before making contact with them, long before that fateful bargain. In the end, a bargain was struck. Vale nodded. Biotransference was the price for new bodies, technology to match the old ones, who the remaining Necronter then hated with unparalleled passion. The Tan were the power of the stars made manifest with them on our side. We could reclaim our empire. We could wreak vengeance upon the old ones. And thus, our leaders struck the bargain. They offered a body crafted by our best cryptex to a Tan. It was a splendid construct of living metal, the then current generation of necrodermis. The Tan compressed their inconceivable power and minds into the bodies we provided. It was then, that one of the reforged Tan asked for an audience with our last king. The deceiver received it. At that point, the Necrons trembled in fury. Little did the silent King Zarek know what he faced. He fell to the lies of the deceiver. Little do we know of the lies spoken, less about how much of them might have been true. The deceiver's words swayed Zarek. The bargain was struck. It took a year of debates and deals, yet we took the poison pill as you people say. The Tan were masters of the physical universe. No law of it was a secret to them. In a blink of an eye, they helped the Necronter upgrade their technology, and abate the chronic thirst of resource the remnant of an empire suffered. They rebuilt, armed with state-of-the-art weapons and ships. Suddenly, they were peers of the old ones, ready to exact vengeance. It had been in the twilight days before the war in heaven began, that the Tan offered one last gift to the Necronter. Biotransference. Our salvation, our doom, our origin. This had to be the Necron Lord speaking through his minions. They offered to replace our ravaged bodies with the living metal that made their own. We would discard weak flesh, stand strong in our new forms and be free to pursue vengeance without constraints. The Mechanicus would gleefully approve, Amberly noted in a daze, then a terrible revelation struck her. Right here, before her stood the pinnacle of evolution as far as the tech priests were concerned. A whole species that had managed to discard their flesh and replace it with machines. And it was a bargain that had a mixed reception at best. The bargain was sealed. We gleefully walked to our doom, rejoicing at the prospect. The Necrons thundered. The great biotransference process began. They added in a sober, subdued tone. Our own cryptex built the colossal biofurnaces that would reshape us. Countless people eagerly toiled and died for the salvation of all the others. And when it was all ready, when everything was in place, we walked inside those abominations by our own free will. We were stripped of flesh and soul, gaining these bodies in the bargain. Only a handful of us retained a shadow of our who we were. And the only thing left to unite us was the burning fury we had for the old enemy. We couldn't even conceive of turning upon our new gods, on those who betrayed us. The Necronter died, becoming merely a memory. The price of physical immortality was steep. The Tan feasted on the souls of the Necronter and had an army of soulless servants to throw at the old ones. The star gods hungered for more souls and unleashed their new army to bring them slaves to consume. Thus, begun the war in heaven had. Covering just the highlights would have us stay here long after you are dead of old age and dust, humans. It was a long war. A war we won. It was a war where the old enemy created the Eldari and Krork as expendable troops to face us. It was the war in which the old ones crafted those you now know as Khorne, Nurgle, and Tsench as a weapon of desperation. It was a war we won, yet left us as pale shadows of what we were, but that is a story for another time. We've arrived. Amberly stared speechless at the Necrons, busy re-evaluating everything she knew about galactic history. If this was true, if the Necrons really fought the ancient Eldari Empire, orcs, and those who might have created them, her mind spun, jumping to conclusions based on everything she learned as of late. Then, perhaps everything in the reports was true. Perhaps, the Necrons held the key to bring true death to demons and calm down the warp. And if that was the truth, there was scarcely a price the Imperium wouldn't be willing to pay to gain those secrets. Yet, it might just prove to be a price the Imperium in its current state couldn't afford to pay without grave consequences. Chapter 107. Victory Bay. Kronus. There was a method to my madness, I thought. The more I examined my situation, the more certain I became that my days were numbered. Even the Emperor's blessing wouldn't help much in that regard. After all, one of the few better things than a living saint causing waves was a dead martyr. In that regard, the best thing I could think of that might stave off my impending execution was to give Inquisitor Vale enough information as to tempt her not to shoot me out of hand. Hopefully, while doing that, I might recall something that would be useful to humanity in the long run. After that, all I could do would be to hope that the Inquisition wouldn't fuck up by the numbers. Unfortunately, I couldn't exactly get useful information on demand. I still wasn't sure if whoever mind-fucked me on Terra had been sloppy or a genius. For now, an abridged history of the Necrons had to do. It was true, as far as I could recall, which wasn't saying much at all. I merely made our current allies look a bit better for various obvious reasons. What they added was a nice touch. For all I knew, it might be the honest truth. Or complete grok shit. Fortunately, dealing with that wouldn't be my problem for much longer. Inquisitor Vale reluctantly disembarked the Chimera. She looked at her minion with exasperation. Mott, was still busy scribbling down the story. She had to drag the poor bastard away. Dealing with odd minions was a general curse upon all Inquisitors, not just something special I had to deal with. That revelation didn't make me feel any better. Sweetie, you're staying here, where is safer? I'm sure that if you're a good girl, we'll be able to find out some hot cocoa for you. Celine frowned at me, then brightened and nodded rapidly. Getting out of the transport was a bit of a chore, with wings and all, but I managed. Weber jumped off the Chimera to be at my side and wavered a bit. With only one arm, his balance was less than ideal. Charles, get the transports, and Celine, farther back in case of trouble. The last thing we need is for some particularly eager or foolish grunt to become overly excited. Yes, sir. Weber saluted smartly and barked orders. Scipio hurried to join us, while Inquisitor Vale ushered her scribe in one of the chimeras and left him to look after her psyker. The thin reedy woman still looked out of it. From our position, I could clearly hear the chanting of hundreds of people, if not thousands. Streams of angry binary answered in kind. The roads leading closer are packed, sir. Lieutenant Pitcoast jogged to my side, surrounded by her command squad. It might be best if we go through the field hospital. She pointed at the rows of prefabricated structures covering most of the park in front of us. I've informed General Alexander. He has units on standby to intervene. However, he'll appreciate a peaceful resolution, sir. I'll do what I can. Then hurry up, Inquisitor. Scipio bounced off the ground. Recent scans confirm with 89% certainty that we've got a blessed hellstorm cannon. We must retrieve and properly sanctify it. The Omnicia demands it. He showed us the path. I glanced at Inquisitor Vale, struggling with the desire to ask if really all cogboys were like this, or worse, or if this was just my luck acting up again. I abstained from making even more of a scene and walked forth. Behind us, the convoy moved away, and soon I could sense the warp clearly. Power filled me, physically refreshing me. However, my mind was another matter. Once again, wounded and medici alike stopped in their tracks to watch the show. More bows, prayers, and signs of the Aquila followed. So much so, I was tempted to check if the Sanguina came early this year. At least we managed to make our way through without anyone trying to stop us, and soon a painfully familiar sight greeted me. The scene was almost identical, just less scared shouting and running. To compensate, there were many more people around, including a large contingent of angry Martians brandishing everything they could with angrily twitching mechadendrites. The mob quieted down in a hurry once they saw my approach. The blessed silence didn't last. Within moments a few thousand people fell to their knees and began praying, while others waved small flags and chanted my name. Vale. 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 The Inquisitor. Victory. Ave Emperor. The saint is back. Fuck the toasters. One enthusiast cried out, making everyone pause in confusion before they went back to the insanity. Do you see, Inquisitor? Scipio quivered with righteous fury. Make them go away. He half demanded, half pleaded. One of these days, I'll be back to dealing with issues where shooting everyone involved might be the prudent thing to do. Either that or Vale and her colleagues will stop dancing around and put me out of my misery, damn it. Meanwhile, I had to keep dealing with shit I wasn't qualified for. My fellow citizens of the Imperium. This time, I didn't even need to think about it. The radiance filling me jumped to obey, and my voice thundered like an earthshaker barrage. Everyone finally shut up, instead of acting like the Emperor bothering bastards they were and paid attention as if I was about to speak the imperial truth. I would never presume to speak for the Emperor. Even if it was kind of in the job description of the Inquisition. However, as an Inquisitor of His Imperial Majesty's Most Holy Order of the Inquisition, there was a contradiction here, no sire. Neither any trace of playing up for Vale and her retinue on the distant chance that she might consider not shooting me. The Emperor knew anyone trying to sell the story of what happened on Kronus to me would earn themselves a firing squad for not trying hard enough to properly bullshit me. Or for trying too hard. I noticed myself pausing and pretended it was because of the gravitas the name of the Inquisition carried. As a humble servant of the Inquisition, I continued as if I didn't slip up in my own mind for a moment. I must look at facts, temper them with pious faith, and act accordingly. I wasn't sure how anyone could hear what I said with a straight face. Vale managed to do it. The toaster fuckers didn't count, for all I knew, any faces they had on display were fake. The mob. It exploded in cheers as if I was going to piss off the Mechanicus, in general, any more than I already did, when they were vital in order to make my impending doom, not a waste. The facts of the situation are obvious. The Emperor, in his infinite wisdom, I made the sign of the Aquila and lowered my wings in a sign of respect, an act mirrored by thousands of people I could see, decided to bless us all right here. Thus, he on Terra made it a holy sight, that much no one should be able to argue. My wings fluttered open to maximum reach, and golden light bathed everyone in sight. I gestured at the feathery ornaments I got stuck with for my trouble. This is a constant reminder of his grace. This is a fragment of his divine power. It was no coincidence that the Emperor chose this place to bestow his blessing. In his wisdom, he not only saved his people from the green barbarians, but the Emperor also pointed us at a sacred relic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The relic is the weapon of a divine machine that fought to protect Kronus 10,000 years ago, and with the blessing of the Emperor, it shall do so again. Wise is the Omnisia. The toaster fuckers chorused as well. Blessed is his chosen. Will you be good citizens of the Imperium and pious servants of the Emperor? Will you allow his servants, the adepts of the Mechanicus, to retrieve the blessed artifact patiently waiting below our feet? I demanded. There might have been agreement among all the rapturous cries that tried their best to deafen me. Might. It was hard to tell. Even if it wasn't, the way Scipio began to bounce and gleefully chant in binary told me he heard what he wanted to anyway. Now, please go home. If you're still willing to pray, go to your local church. Please, leave the good members of the Imperial Guard secure the site to avoid preventable incidents. The Emperor does help those who help themselves. I can assure you, the Adeptus Mechanicus will treat the area with the appropriate respect. Isn't that right, Muggo Scipio, row 11? I put the cogboy on the hot spot. Misery loves company. Scipio spent the next few moments whistling in happiness, before everyone's attention registered. He probably recalled my words from a recording. He solemnly made the sign of the Aquila, which was almost hilarious with all those mechadendrites. Praise be the Omnisia. Scipio began. He means the Emperor. I pipped up to reassure the crowds. We will, of course, excavate the divine relic with all the care and piety appropriate for such a blessed task. You heard it, my fellow citizens. From the mouth of the most senior Adeptus Mechanicus representative on Kronus no less. There is nothing to worry about. I hammed it up. The one bright point was that the strength of the faith of everyone in the crowd practically skyrocketed. On second thought, that wasn't exactly the best of news. If they weren't die-hard Emperor botherers before, they were now. Fuck my life, can't I get a break, damn it? What did I do to deserve this? Amberly watched Vale play the crowd, saw their unmistakable religious fervor, and reached the logical conclusion. She had to reevaluate the threat he represented. No matter Vale's true allegiance, the effort it might take to either neutralize him or bring him in the fold properly would be great. Of course, admitting aloud what she was beginning to believe, that he was indeed touched by the Emperor in unfathomable ways, wasn't an option she could use anytime soon. Doing so would immediately put her on the back foot and severely limit even her theoretical options, much less those she could put to practical use. Shooting the bastard out of hand was no longer a viable option. Amberly looked at the wings and the soothing golden radiance surrounding them. Besides, she kind of doubted that conventional means would be of much use. And she really hoped it wouldn't come down to her last-ditch contingencies because they would be everyone's death sentence. Chapter 108. Strike Cruiser Armageddon. In orbit above Victory Bay. Kronus. They don't make them like they used to, Trazyn concluded. The humble collector stalked through the large corridors of the human cruiser. He was disguised like one of their space marines wearing Terminator armor. It was almost too easy to deceive the Blood Raven's computers. He convinced the poor dumb machines that he had returned from the surface due to combat damage in need of fixing, now that the prospect of immediate combat was low. It was really tempting to scour the surface for pieces of art worthy of Salamace. However, the sudden and unexpected arrival of a Markan changed things. That particular Nemzer wasn't one of the most stable people Trazyn knew. Why, he still wanted to inflict grievous bodily harm, repeatedly at that, to this patron of the fine arts. All over rescuing a few trinkets here and there from pharaohs and Nemzers who didn't appreciate them. It wasn't fair, a sad state of affairs Trazyn had to get used to. He walked calmly through the ship, recording everything, and carefully scanning for hidden gems. Why once he stumbled on an ancient Eldari crown while hiding in an abandoned storage closet. The things those humans can misplace and forget. Too many of them had no proper appreciation of the arts. They weren't like his old friend Revelation. Now that was a fellow with the right ideas. Or he was, before getting stuck as a glorified light bulby one of these days Trazyn probably would have to go to visit and offer a hand, or at least a place in Salamace. Sitting on that beacon all day long, for 10,000 years had to be uncomfortable, not to mention boring. Trazyn could sympathize. He has been awake for a very long time, and boredom was the constant enemy. Others came and went, finding something interesting to do between expeditions was usually a chore. The Necron curator waved cheerfully at a squad of passing space marines. In a few centuries, if they didn't get themselves killed, a few of them might be worth his attention. Perhaps even sooner. The tricky part about history was that in the heat of a moment it was hard to figure out what might have real significance. All too often, events that appeared momentous, turned out to be mere footnotes no one cared about. Well, Trazyn did have a gallery for such things as well. History should not be forgotten, and you should appreciate even the little things. Trazyn reached the reliquary in the depths of the ship and nodded at the pair of guards standing at parade rest in front of the adamantium door. A few very useful artifacts he crafted came in useful, spoofing all sensors and direct examination by the enhanced humans. The door soon chugged open, a slow and ponderous affair. It was another sign of the times. Back in the day, such vaults would open much faster once you cracked the protections. Brother, what can you tell us about the Xenos? Will this foolish alliance last much longer? One of the Blood Ravens asked. They're dangerous and there are many of them down there. Trazyn began. We don't have the numbers to prevail conventionally. In his concerned opinion, the mask he wore did a great job of mimicking human outrage and disgust. Damn those aliens. Did you at least find the relics? The chapter master will be disappointed if we return empty-handed. Trazyn perked up at that. While what the Blood Raven considered relics might turn out to be useless baubles fit only to entertain children or dimwits, there might be something of interest buried on Kronus. Beyond the research facility, he wanted to tour, that is. Sadly no. I'm hoping that we'll get another opportunity to retrieve them. So do we. The door finally opened and Trazyn hurried inside. What do we have here, he wondered. There were bits and pieces from all over the galaxy. The infinite collector skipped happily and began to examine everything with his expert's eyes. As happy as he was thinking ahead as well. It was often a tough choice between retrieving something now, or waiting for the piece of art, or history, to gain more notoriety and thus become more valuable, before making it part of the appropriate collection. In that regard, living things were particular offenders. They tended to get either lost or killed at most inopportune times and places with distressing regularity. As of late, humans tended to be the worst offenders in that regard. Like that saint holding a bit of Revelation's power. The boy was going through spare parts faster than an unlucky warrior during the height of the war in heaven, and until recently was mortal too. That wasn't a good combination. On the other hand, the boy was a key to making a historical alliance between the Necrons and Imperial humans. That alone earned him a place of honor in Salamace. Trazyn, being the benevolent being he was, would naturally pick up a few of the humans' playmates for better authenticity and to keep him entertained. Let it be never said that he wasn't a good host. The only question was if he should pick him now, and make a run for it, or wait for more history to happen. And for a Markan to be far away. That was important too. It wouldn't do for that boar to figure out Trazyn was out and about. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. This was the moment of truth. It took a lot of effort, a few more speeches, and a veiled threat towards Scipio to at least keep a veneer of respectability before we could leave what should have been a short trip turned to the next best thing to a triumph. I had to climb on the roof of a chimera, wave my hands at the citizenry, keep my #1 smile painfully fixed on my face and display my wings for all to see. Everyone's faith swelled up, and that, unfortunately, meant even more Emperor bothers to deal with. And the ecclesiarchy hasn't arrived yet. None of that bode well, and I was ready for the other shoe to drop when I found myself alone with Inquisitor Vale, her scholar Mott and a pair of her regular minions. Can we talk freely now? Vale demanded. As long as you're aware that the Necrons are probably listening in real time despite the best effort of the Cogboys. I pointed out the obvious. Vale didn't look happy at that. She didn't feel happy either. I scarcely need to try, and I could almost without issue get an impression of the emotions of everyone affected by my golden radiance. It was a nice perk that. Inquisitor Vale was conflicted. That was understandable, so was I. I lived through this insanity, and when seeing recordings of what I did on occasions, I had no idea what I had been thinking. I focus on the clean power flowing through me. While it was little more than a trickle, it might be just enough for this. Inquisitor, if you want a private conversation, this is the way. Thanks to the Emperor's blessing I can keep the denizens of the warp away from us. If not, say so, and I'll pull back. I carefully projected. I wasn't sure it would work properly, especially considering how lightly I was treading. Vale recoiled at the touch of my mind and reflexively grabbed a weapon. Her minions followed suit and aimed lost guns at my face. The Inquisitor rubbed her face and glowered at me something fierce. Are you insane, incompetent, or just stupid? Vale hissed. Any semblance of control she had shattering. I knew the feeling. Accepting that I was a dead man walking helped me to get to grips with it. Fatalism for the win. Elaborate. On certain occasions, I can attest to the former. It might be the height of arrogance, but I do consider myself at least somewhat competent. And the latter was just mean. I was honestly expecting that Vale would shoot me then and there. Alas, it was not to be. You know what? I don't care. She raised her hands in frustration. I'll be selfish and leave the poor bastards of the Malleus and Hereticus to deal with you. The Necrons. Tell me about them. The local ones, general history can wait. What are we dealing with? Why did they consider allying with us? Can this insane alliance last, or are we about to be murdered by your metal friends? Then tell me what in the Emperor's name happened with Skulltaker, how are you still alive, and does their anti-warp tech really work as advertised? Where do I start? I got a new appreciation of how proper Inquisitors must work. To leave the target to do the heaviest lifting, then claim credit and shuffle the problem on another branch if you decide that shooting it might be too much trouble. That was a devious plot. Chapter 109. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. You know, Amberly said while nursing a cup of amasec, courtesy of General Alexander, now I can almost understand what you were up to. Almost. I looked at the table between us, more specifically, the half-empty bottle laying innocently there. My new state of being might have come with a few unexpected trade-offs. Besides a pair of damned wings with a mind of their own. I couldn't get even a buzz from any normal quantity of alcohol. Draining the rest of the bottle in one go wasn't the best of ideas, no matter how tempting it was. There was a reason for my odd mood. Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't going to get shot for the foreseeable future. The only question was if this stay of execution was going to be a temporary affair, or of a more permanent sort. I was still trying to get to grips with that little fact. Everything was so much simpler when you knew your survival didn't matter because of a death sentence hanging over your head. That led to clarity and options that otherwise would be insane, suddenly becoming palatable. And to everyone's great surprise, those options worked much better than expected. Now it was time to pay the piper, just in no way I anticipated. It was stupid, suicidal, borderline heretical, and treasonous at best, the bloody woman smirked at me. Then she jabbed a finger at my wings, which twitched in irritation at the continued disrespect. Obviously, it only worked because, for some unfathomable reason, you had the Emperor's blessing. Now, I have to make a presentable imitation of a competent Inquisitor out of you. We can't have people figuring out you've been improvising and winging it this whole time. It wouldn't be proper. It might give the citizenry the wrong ideas, especially when a potential saint is concerned. Yep. On second thought, I might have preferred to get a shot. More importantly, we have to figure out how not to get purged by our fellow Inquisitors when they arrive. Or how to avoid stirring up the ecclesiarchy and declaring a crusade or two when there is no need to. Those can get messy. So you've told me. I pointed out, winning myself a withering glare. Vale drained her cup, looked longingly at the bottle, and shook her head. I'll keep it for later. With you around, I'll need it. She decided. First things first, tomorrow morning, we'll be negotiating with the Necrons. They requested your presence. How do you suggest we play it? You're the experienced Inquisitor. What can we get away with the offering? You saw the pylon. Your Psyker is currently taking a nap below it. That way she isn't raving about your pariah. How you managed to stumble upon her? Vale shook her head in disgust. Anyway, the Necrons. Play it straight. Do not try any usual political games you might be accustomed to. I don't believe they would take kindly to such shenanigans. While they're advanced, frighteningly so, I'm unsure if they could replenish their numbers at all. From what I saw, and we have a lot of records, they can repair and rebuild many casualties that would be permanent losses for practically anyone else. Despite that, numbers are going to be their greatest issue. For the time being anyway. We didn't know how many tomb worlds they had. For all we knew, we hadn't seen even the tip of the iceberg. On the other end of the scale, there might not be many of them left. Unfortunately, that wasn't something we could afford to plan around. Amberly Gloomy pointed that out. As far as offers go, we're Inquisitors. Technically we can offer what we have to. I heard a but in there. In practice, usually, our Ordo's dealings with aliens are viewed with universal suspicion. If we offer too much without compelling proof for the people in charge on the segmentum level, they might write us off as compromised and subverted with all that entails. Said proof being? So much for the theory that Inquisitors could do whatever they wanted. While technically true, in practice there were obvious limits and obstacles to overcome. Limited to moderate-scale field testing of the pylon technology away from a Necron stronghold for one. Test carried out by representatives from multiple forged words. At the very least we're talking about a potential game-changer, with who knows what hidden nasty surprises. Korava. It would be a good starting place for a limited test, I suggested. You said so before. At this time, I can't authorize you to go rogue again. We're both going through Malleus and Hereticus investigation when the relevant parties arrive. Being cleared by them, or not remained unsaid, at which point we would be as good as dead, will strengthen our case. I'll send astropathic messages and requests for information on the system the moment it becomes feasible. That was less than ideal. I hadn't noticed it until very recently, however, there was a slowly increasing need within me to get to Korava. It was like an ever-present itch or a thought that wouldn't leave the back of your mind no matter what you were doing. Needless to say, that didn't fill me up with confidence about the future. Now, we're going to get through the plan for tomorrow one last time and then a bit of rest wouldn't go amiss. Amberly trailed off. A keening wail grew more and more, even though we were in a secure room. As secure as the cogboys could make it. It didn't say good things about me that when a painfully familiar lighting discharge lit up the room I didn't react, just blinked the emerald glow away from my eyes. Thief! Screeched the Necron who just teleported inside. It was one of Celine's bodyguard. It missed its right arm too. The thief is here. It screeched again. Raise the alarm. Find it. Shoot it. Stab it. Blow it up. It added aloud, almost roaring. This wasn't the voice of the bodyguard, but that of our local Necron lord. Can you elaborate? I asked while Amberly's retinue pilled in, aimed all kinds of weapons at the Necron. But first tell me, where is Celine and if she's all right? I demanded. It's Trazyn. The thief. The Necron screamed at me and I nodded. The name jogged something in my mind. However, whatever it was, I couldn't put my finger on it. Elaborate, please, I asked through gritted teeth. My temper spiked, and the power of the warp filled me. I'm blaming you for this, just so you know. Amberly deadpanned. You're just as bad as Kefas if not worse. Your little pariah is all right. La got her away. The Necron finally gave me some good news using its usual voice. Because of this incursion, Lord Herald of Victory and a Mark in the Gatherer request that you conduct the negotiations now before the thief has the opportunity to steal one of you for his collection or otherwise disrupt the alliance. Necron forces are on high alert and hunting for him. I looked at Amberly. I'm unfamiliar with that entity. That said, we're ready to negotiate, however, will require a proper explanation. Granted. A new voice added just as darkness engulfed the room. A moment later it was gone, revealing several heavy-armed Necrons with very impressive chassis. We shall negotiate now. The same unfamiliar voice proclaimed. Our guard is here and hunting. Let me tell you about the greatest and most cursed thief in the history of the galaxy, human. The one who just tried to steal your pariah. Chapter 110. Victory Bay. Kronus. The Propaganda Department lieutenant was young, eager, and likely as crazy as the Lord Inquisitor. In Vale's case, it was understandable he had been to hell and back over the past couple of weeks. They faced a great demon together and killed the damned thing. Mum would be proud. Now, the Inquisitor received the Emperor's blessing, in a more direct fashion than usual, and Charles was determined to ensure his friend and mentor would get all the help and support he needed. He was doing precisely that, ensuring the safety and well-being of the child who was instrumental in destroying that warp-spawned monster. Even thinking about it sent a tingle of phantom pain in his missing arm. "You want to do what, Lieutenant? And who exactly signed off on your orders?" Weber demanded. His first reaction was to call the idea preposterous. On second thought, it might have some merit. He knew from his mother and her sisters that Imperial saints needed faith to function best. This might just help a bit. A photo shoot for propaganda purposes. It might help distract the citizenry too. The raving crowds are proving a constant disruption all over the city. Lieutenant Regina bobbed her head in excitement, swaying her shoulder-length blonde hair. "Get a crew ready. I'll talk with the Lord Inquisitor and Celine. Make sure they're polite and respectful at all times, or I'll make sure they rue the day they were born." Charles promised. "They will be, Commissar, sir." The woman snapped a smart salute, grinning like a loon. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. Charles got to a nearby Vox operator, and called the Inquisitor, explaining the situation. That might help. Getting to the spaceport and back was a chore, and you saw what happened at the field hospital. Throwing something else to the citizens to look at might help. Do speak with the propaganda department. We need some organization here, and that's their job. Have them liaise with the local churches as well. That's an excellent suggestion, sir. Weber happily agreed. The Inquisitor won't be disappointed. He headed inside the current safe house, looking at the guardsmen around like a hawk. For once, they appeared to be handling Celine's presence in commendable fashion. Would miracles never cease? Better not. He found Celine intently watching an educational video featuring the Sisters of Battle. It was not only appropriate but made him feel pride bursting in his chest, despite the uneasy sensation of his spine trying to crawl away. "Celine, come here, dear." Charles smiled and forced his arm to be steady as he patted her shoulder. "A few fine people from the propaganda department want you to pose for pictures. It will be almost as fun as that time with the crowd yesterday. You'll get your armor and kneecapper, and I'm sure we'll find some sweets and cocoa. How about it? Do you like to show off?" Those large unnerving eyes stared straight at his soul as if trying to devour it. A moment later, the effect lost its potency when Celine grinned at him and nodded vigorously. "That's a good girl. Come on. Let's get you ready." Soon enough, Celine wore her pristine armor, courtesy of the Mechanicus. Now she had a small camouflage cape to go with it and carried the blessed power mace over her shoulder with only a bit of visible effort. She is magnificent. People will love her. Lieutenant Regina squealed. Her smile wavered when she approached Celine, however, she didn't waver and went to one knee in front of the girl. "Hi, dearie." The junior officer still sounded bubbly. Charles reevaluated his opinion of her. The young woman was made of sterner stuff than many veterans. "Do you want to come with us to the nearby park? It will make for some great pictures. And as promised, Jamie over there," Regina pointed over her shoulder, "has some fresh sweets and hot, sweet tea." Weber glanced that way and sure enough, there was a frazzled-looking corporal with a paper bag, thermos, and cups. It was a delight to work with competent people, instead of having to shout at them to do their emperor-damn job. They might just get this planet in order yet. Celine looked at him, and Charles nodded. She beamed and skipped along with her new friend. The lieutenant stood up, shuddered once, then shook herself and followed suit, still smiling, and it was only a bit forced if Weber was any judge of people. This time they could get somewhere without having to brave huge crowds, and it was refreshing. The park was mostly empty, void of mobs or guard equipment. There were even a few couples with children playing around. Naturally, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered to a safe distance to watch the show. From that far away, children and parents alike pointed excitedly at Celine. If the rumors were true, she would become almost as famous as the Inquisitor among the citizenries of Kronus. Speaking of Celine, she was still skipping happily, while cameras recorded her and took countless pictures. After a few minutes of playing, Lieutenant Regina coached the girl with bribes of warm sweets. The point was to convince Celine to make a few heroic poses that would undoubtedly go on propaganda posters all over the planet. It was a job well done if he said so himself. Celine was happy, and thus the Inquisitor was going to be happy as well. Charles smiled at the sight of children jumping around, pointing excitedly at Celine and making exaggerated gestures as if smiting traitors. Recruitment wouldn't be a problem for Kronus anytime soon. Unfortunately, someone had to rain on his parade. Static went through the air, putting Charles on edge, and he signaled the security detail to pay attention. Without even thinking things through, he went for his charge. One moment, everything was right in the world. Then a warning wail shook the whole city. Necron drones decloaked, proving that the Mechanicus and everyone else had grossly underestimated how many of the damn things buzzed over the city. At least a few hundred of the damn things converged on their position like scores of falling stars. Charles ran, for what little it was going to do, barking useless orders. Celine's Necron Minders phased into existence, but instead of grabbing or attacking her, one of them pushed the child into Regina's arms. "Run, fool!" the Necron screamed. In a blink of an eye, the other one had its blade in hand and barely parried a strike that sliced through its gun, taking off a hand in the process. One of the largest Necrons Charles had ever seen stepped out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye sent the one facing it flying in pieces. The other Necron charged at the interloper only to be batted aside, missing an arm in an attack Weber's eyes couldn't even see. The Commissar was still in the process of drawing his chainsword and gaining speed when the rogue Necron reached Regina and threw her away with a swift motion. He could only helplessly watch as the intruder's clawed hand was about to close around Celine's shoulder, when a drone rammed the machine, sending it stumbling a step back. At least 10 more plowed into the Necron, to much less effect, while the converging swarm opened fire, raining emerald lighting or what looked like particle beams at the attacker. They were wailing all the while, making sure Charles couldn't hear the desperate orders he was screaming. The Necron ignored the shots hitting it. Its form shimmered, and they either passed through or dissipated nearly harmlessly. It ran at Celine, who just stood there, staring at it in shock. A few lost bolts splashed over metal flesh. Then one of the bodyguards was up, almost intact despite being dismembered moments earlier, and it managed to slow down the assailant for a few precious moments. As soon as that Necron fell, the other was between the hostile and Celine. The newcomer wasted no time and tore an arm off the last thing standing between it and its prize, then kicked off the legs of the loyalist Necron, literally. The smaller machine crashed on the ground, and the large one went to grab Celine again. This time, she reacted and swept at the metal fingers approaching her with kneecapper. At the same time, another drone slammed into the intruder, smashing into its face and disintegrating during the impact. Green lighting fell from the clear sky, and at least 100 large and heavily armed Necrons surrounded the park. They didn't waste any time taking stock of their location and actually ran towards the engagement. It all happened in less time it took Charles to cover the 20 or so meters separating him from Celine. The damaged bodyguard fallen at the feet of the attacker, used its sole remaining arm to grab at them, slowing it down. The other bodyguard was up again, missing one arm and chunks of its torso. Instead of going on the offensive again, it ran, grabbed Celine, and sped away. At the same time, at least 100 drones rained upon the rogue Necron. Before the intruder could reach Celine again, it faced a phalanx of living metal and a forest of glowing blades. Thief! All the Necrons screamed as one and charged the interloper. Charles barely managed to stop himself from plowing straight into the melee. Chapter 111. Victory Bay. Kronus. Fine, let's negotiate. First, please answer me this: where is Celine, who the hell is the thief, and what is he doing on Kronus? Inquisitor Vale glowed with golden power while he visibly restrained himself. Herald of Victory was in a similar state. He might be a Necron lord, and he might lack many of his memories, however, he could experience emotions now. It didn't matter if it was a bug of a feature after spending so long asleep. Trazen trampled his honor again, and that would not stand. He is Trazen the thief, and his suffering will be infinite. Herald of Victory explained. What my fellow planetary overlord is saying is that Trazen the Infinite is a thieving wretch wanted by dozens of dynasties for absconding with all kinds of valuables. Amarkin translated. While understandable, his colleague's anger might be a bit counterproductive. Or perhaps not. It might be a bonding point to help cement the alliance. Amarkin had his reasons to loathe Trazen, many of them in fact. Today, he had to add another one. After such a disgraceful display, honor demanded restitution, thus weakening their bargaining position. They couldn't even take proper credit for saving the little pariah. It was a Necron attempting to take her, and good luck convincing the humans to be grateful. They might be primitive, however, they weren't completely foolish or ignorant. At least these particular humans weren't. Any attempt to play up the rescue might be logically interpreted as a setup to gain an upper hand in the negotiations, thus backfiring spectacularly. Damn Trazen and his thieving ways to long and protracted death. May his necrodermis rot and his joints break. Your pariah is en route to this location under heavy guard. Given the circumstances, we are not risking Trazen intercepting a displacement attempt. We surprised him once, we aren't relying on surprise again. Amarkin added, while his fellow lords still fumed and screamed at Trazen to come out and die all over the Necron network. It was a pity that the thieving bastard would at best send one of his infamous body doubles. Though, smashing another one of those might feel good. You haven't put him down or imprisoned him, why exactly? The new Inquisitor asked shrewdly. Unfortunately, all things considered, an assault on his stronghold would have cost too many valuable assets at a time when we fought the war in heaven. Right now, such an assault, even if successful, would be crippling. Trazyn the Thief rules over Solomase, what you would call a Dyson sphere. It possesses heavy defenses. A direct assault would require a strategic effort which simply isn't feasible at this time. Amarkin explained. He wasn't making a startling revelation. The humans were aware that no matter how advanced the Necrons were, their numbers were limited, which was one of the primary driving forces behind these negotiations. That's regrettable, Vale grumbled. Unless we know for a fact that he has stolen strategic Imperial assets, we won't be able to muster sufficient forces for dealing with him, no matter how we might like to. Doing so would be a misappropriation of resources. We share your frustration, human. It has plagued us for longer than you can imagine. We might only hope that either one day the thief will misstep, or the strategic situation would shift enough in our favor to make an assault on Solomase viable. If that day comes, I will be honored to fight by your side again. Herald of Victory finally got his rage under control and demonstrated he had become a planetary lord for a reason. I share the sentiment along with the rest of the Nephrid dynasty. Amarkin declared grandly. Even Farron Kefrek the Unbroken might stay his hands long enough to work with primitives if it meant delivering a meaningful blow against Trazyn. Or not. Za of Tomorrow might be right, and that was a depressing thought on this particular occasion. Because of the thief's dishonorable actions, we're prepared to offer you a few concessions. Under most conceivable circumstances, our directives would require to remove any trespassers from our worlds in a most expedient fashion. I understand you've encountered our kind before, and it has been under adverse circumstances. This is one of the most likely reasons they saw you as threats and interlopers upon awakening and acted appropriately. Herald of Victory explaining truthfully. It just wasn't the full truth. Kronus, my domain is different. First, it is not a full tomb world but a well-defended research center. Second, after fighting together against common enemies, honor demands we observe certain courtesies. Further, the despicable conduct of the thief reflects ill upon every Necron in the galaxy. That much we can accept. Inquisitor Vale said more calmly. His wings relaxed, even if his form still glowed with a very odd form of transdimensional energy. Given recent events and the bond we hold forged in combat, I am prepared to allow continued human habitation upon parts of Kronus under certain conditions. If nothing else, the humans were mortal, the Necrons were immortal. They could simply wait for the human presence on Kronus to naturally die off, even if it meant mostly ignoring them during a general conflict with the rest of the primitives. Herald of Victory raised a hand and called an image into existence showing the continent. The Thursday Abies Plateau, as you know it, is mine. My facilities there are now almost fully operational, properly defended, and if it makes the rest of your kind feel better, I can keep the area permanently concealed. Herald of Victory began his part of the bargain. The Van de Mar Mountains, the western mountain parts of the Pavonian Heartlands, and parts of the western Badlands contain some of my facilities below the surfaces. Those areas lit up with green and the symbol of the Silent King's own dynasty. Amarkin was very glad he decided to tread carefully and use diplomacy instead of a more forceful attempt to gain an advantage in this system. If or when the Silent King returned, a heavy-handed approach could have spelled a disaster. The humans looked at each other. It might work, practically speaking. While the territory you hold cuts off direct travel to many regions on the continent, it leaves plenty of alternative routes to ship people and supplies. From what I gather, those are some of the safer roads too. Provisionally speaking, such an arrangement might be acceptable. Vale nodded thoughtfully. We might have to offer some concessions to the locals to avoid future trouble. In that regard, the female smirked at Vale, a sermon or 10 from their new saint might help smooth ruffled feathers. The Necrons watched the exchange with interest. From what they gathered so far, wings and feathers weren't typical among the humans. However, this exchange pointed that such a conclusion was either incorrect or that the wings held some importance they haven't been able to properly discern yet. Figuring out the primitives was proving a more complicated task than anticipated. As long as I have your backing when the ecclesiarchy arrives in force. We'll have to convince them to behave, or else any agreement we reach might be threatened. Vale compromised. Our understanding was that you two, as Inquisitors, have unparalleled authority among your kind. Is that correct? Amarkin asked for clarification. Everything they could dig up pointed at that conclusion being the right one. In theory and most cases, in practice, this is correct. In our particular case, you being aliens from our point of view, dealing with you falls under the purview of Ordo Xenos, our branch of the Inquisition. The female explained. In practice, the situation on Kronus is particularly complicated and will cause problems no matter what we do. Humanity has been under siege by hostile aliens for more than 10,000 years. That might be a blink of an eye to you, Necrons, but to us, it has been an eternity. Mistrust and hatred of the alien are ingrained among most of our people. Any alliances with aliens have been temporarily affairs. Almost always, the Xenos had betrayed the spirit or letter of those agreements sooner rather than later. We will need more than our word and theoretical authority to make an agreement viable. A most dishonorable state of affairs. The few species we could occasionally work with are the Eldar, enough said there, or the Tau, the blue aliens still controlling important parts of this continent. Vale pointed out. The same aliens who allied against us. Herald of the Void nodded once in understanding. He quickly bounced a few ideas and alternative stratagems against Amarkan. Put in that context, the humans' madness made a bit more sense. Their situation almost appeared like a mirror of what the Necrons faced during the War of Heaven, besides the obvious fact that they lacked allies back then. They could work with this. Before the first defeat that led to their doom anyway, the Necronter were alone, besieged from all sides by a superior enemy. That was almost the same situation the humans found themselves stuck in. Back then, their former selves would have taken any offer of help, or perhaps not. Fear and hatred were strong motivations. They could understand them and work with them. In view of recent events, I will offer assistance in removing the Tau from Kronus. Further, the preliminary analysis leads us to believe that those aliens do have technology equal or superior to what your forces deployed. While we won't claim that they are more advanced than your Imperium, it might be prudent to capture as many technological examples and industrial facilities as practical. That way, your Cryptech equivalents, the Tech Priests, could study them and figure out if they might provide feasible upgrades. We're ready to assist in both capturing Tau technology and reverse engineering it for your use. Herald of Victory declared happily. That and the gifts they had for Inquisitor Vale would go a long way to satisfy their honor. Chapter 112. Victory Bay. Kronus. Facing Lichguard wasn't anything new for Trazyn. However, doing so without proper preparation has been something he usually tried to avoid. Because, really, how could he know that a small horde of them, from two different dynasties at that, would come after him? He wasn't liberating unappreciated art or history from Necron vaults. He was merely trying to recover and preserve a relic, perhaps get some company to the silent sister he had on display. From what he knew, knowing humans, the pariah child would be safer and happier as part of his collection anyway. Who in their right mind wouldn't? She even exceeded his expectations, somehow managing to cripple his arm with the relic he came to retrieve. That mace was even more valuable than anticipated, and he had to have it on display. But first, Trazyn had to deal with a spot of trouble. Teleporting out wasn't working. He tried. There was a powerful interdiction field over the whole area. He lacked the necessary clearance to bypass it, and a quick and dirty attempt to hack the local Necron network faced unexpectedly stiff resistance. That much he almost saw coming. A number of the Lich Guard doing their admittedly very good best to dismember him, or heraldry designating them as sworn to the Silent King. That might lead to some uncomfortable questions in the future. Fortunately, that particular boar wasn't around right now, so the Collector could worry about him later. Much later. Trazyn waved, shot, cut, stabbed, and smashed his way through. He was making a progress, however, it was too slow. Even his specially designed expedition chassis began to suffer unacceptable damage. An irritating amount of drones floated around, shooting at him, even ramming him, which was simply not the way you did things. It wasn't considerate. They also provided a powerful jamming field cutting off unauthorized communications. Usually, Trazyn would have had the codes to bypass such a defense, or his assets ready to jump in and deal with those pests. He had such assets waiting on standby. He couldn't call them, and they were laying low to avoid detection by the local Necrons. Reluctantly, Trazyn had to admit to himself he had been a tiny bit too eager to get himself some relics. Also, too dismissive by the local Necrons. That wasn't exactly a happy state of affairs. He blasted the face off a particularly persistent Lich Guard and unleashed all available mind shackle scarabs he carried. It was time to get serious and out of here. The Necrons surrounding him slowed down and spluttered. He broke through, only to notice they rather quickly began to recover. And instead of intercepting the more mundane Necron units going after him, every single one of them staggered in his direction. Trazyn didn't like the way they glared at him and slurred his name. It was unbefitting and unbecoming. And getting caught might be hazardous. For some strange reason, they didn't seem to like him, the barbarians. Trazyn let out a sigh, and his shoulders slumped. It wasn't faked at all. He had to spend one of his precious relics to get away. That simply didn't happen to him. Oh, well. It hadn't happened in some time, but that wasn't important. Things like that weren't supposed to happen at all. More drones came at him screeching nonsense about thieves. He knew already, the Blood Ravens were disreputable, magnificent hoarders. Why he got himself several new exhibits from their strike cruiser. With the utmost regret, Trazyn placed an arm into one of his pocket dimensions and fished for the right tesseract labyrinth. A particle whip struck his shoulder, while a Gauss shot found purchase into cracked plating. Cracked fingers slipped over an artifact. Trazyn's shoulder seized when a lich guard materialized beside him and struck before his damaged body could properly respond. That was bad, and you should feel bad. The collector snapped. As he did, a beam lanced from the symbol on his forehead. It burned its way through the head of the lich guard. Predictably, when he tried that on the next pest, a hyperphase blade met the energy beam and deflected it into the sky, where it sliced through a few of those irritating drones. The next time he came here, Trazyn swore he would bring a few holds full of his best tiny machines. Then he would show those uncultured brutes what a real swarm was. A spluttering and seizing arm managed to get a hold of 2 tesseracts. He reflexively threw them out, sending the command to activate as soon as they hit the ground. At the same time, Trazyn pushed as much power into his chronosphere as possible. It was time to make himself scarce before overwhelming numbers could fully converge on his position. Next time he would send a fake body or 10. No, better be 20. A large Katakan devil landed upside down, crushing many lich guards. Welp, he should have taken the time to put back the pieces he had been rearranging when the distress call came, Trazyn decided. On the other hand, this was going to be enough of a distraction. What was in the other labyrinth? Trazyn's sensor registered a small group of humans stumbling out among an ever-increasing number of screaming Necron warriors. He could almost appreciate the irony. Well, no matter, he would have to come back to return them to their proper place in the gallery. Or perhaps, he would replace them with a fresher group. But first, he had to outrun the angry mob that never got old. He made tons of friends that way. Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax stumbled from one slice of hell into another. A glance around offered little reassurance. Dozens of abominations surrounded them. Even if she had her loyal bodyguards with her this time as well, they were of little help against that many of the Xenos' menaces. As if that wasn't bad enough, a huge insect-like monster thrashed nearby, probably the reason why they found themselves out and about, no matter for how fleeting a moment it might be. To me. Kill as many of them as you can. Katarina screamed her fury, her throat raw of disuse, and drew Tyrant's Lair. The stormtroopers wasted no time and aimed at the nearest Xeno, and neither did she. Greyfax's finger caressed the trigger of her Condemner bolter. It had served her well against countless traitors and heretics. It was much less useful against these abominations. Katarina couldn't press the trigger. Her stormtroopers shook, held their ground but fired not a single shot. What kind of Xeno sorcery was this? How could her hand betray her? She tried again and again, suffering the same result. All Greyfax could do was scream her hatred at the abominations. Perhaps that was the answer. The Xenos were ignoring them, focusing on the beast for now. The Inquisitor snarled, and caring little for the consequences, something she would no doubt later regret and curse herself over, drew power from the warp. She was surprised she could reach into the Immaterium and draw on its power. The Xeno abomination was sure to deny her even this. Greyfax staggered as if struck across the face with a metal gauntlet. The warp was the calmest she had ever experienced. It was too calm, impossibly calm. And as if that wasn't warning enough, a cage of light surrounded everything she could perceive. The Immaterium might have been calm, but it wasn't empty. There was an abomination of another kind nearby. It glowed like a beacon with the same energy surrounding her. It suddenly moved, and Katarina hurriedly cut off her connection just as she felt the demon's awareness brush over her. What insanity did that Xeno menace do this time? What depravity did it unleash? Move! Let's get out of here. Useless or not, Greyfax didn't want to spend what little reprieve the illusion of freedom offered surrounded by the Xenos. We're with you, Inquisitor. Her bodyguards croaked. Their voices cracked from disuse just like her own. The Xenos ignored them, and they soon broke through. For the first time, Katarina laid her eyes on the surrounded area and blanched. That abomination had taken a piece of Imperial City. There were men, women, and children running away. A small cluster of guards stood impotently between the citizens and the Xenos. They couldn't fight either, Greyfax concluded. The abomination was taunting and torturing them all with their helplessness, damn it forever to the deepest, most terrible parts of the warp. Halt! A furious commissar missing an arm roared. Katarina barely heard him over the Xenos' screams of rage. She nearly smiled. The man was properly paranoid, for what little good it was going to do any of them. The troopers behind him aimed their weapons at the Inquisitor and her bodyguards, and this once, she couldn't blame them. She would do the same and more if she was in their shoes. Chapter 113. Victory Bay. Kronus. Katarina stabbed Tyrant's lair into the ground and raised a hand to pinch her cheek. Cold, armored fingers touched her clammy flesh, and she could feel the pain. It didn't help. The Commissar, Weber, was speaking, explaining the situation. Greyfax heard him, knew the words coming out of his mouth, they just made not a shred of damned sense. They weren't back into the Abomination's lair, but instead on an Imperial world besieged by Xenos, traitors, and heretic demons too. Or it had been if the madness Weber spouted held a shred of truth. Katarina was sorely tempted to raise her bolter and blow his head off. The man was clearly unhinged by the terrors he had faced. A sad fate that, however, no one was protected from breaking save for the Emperor. Despite her instincts screaming at Greyfax to discharge her duty, she kept listening. Weber was almost happy to condemn herself, and Katarina guessed she owed him that much to her his confession properly before bringing the Emperor's justice upon him. He might have been a good man once, after all. Not everyone she had to shoot or burn had been a depraved traitor from the start. A few were even factually innocent, merely unwittingly condemning themselves with their actions. The Inquisitor picked up her power blade and held it in a death grip. They stood at the edge of a now ravaged park, watching a group of Xenos fight that huge insect-like monster. She gleefully observed how it crushed a few of them like empty cans, and its scythes proved a match for their accursed metal flesh. They ceased their abominable screams, and Katarina was almost glad for the end of the oral assault. Unfortunately, the beast picked up where the other Xenos left, screeching, snapping, and hissing in a very disturbing manner. The metal abominations lashed at it with a blade and lighting, stripping armored plates and exposing the tough flesh beneath. It still refused to die and continued to struggle, lashing back at everything in sight. An almost reassuring form of a predator tank rumbled from a nearby street, painted red. A few Adeptus Astartes ran behind it, carrying heavy weapons. To Greyfax's stunned disbelief, they opened fire on the beast as well, instead of using the distraction it offered to cut down the more dangerous abominations. Did those things manage to compromise even the Space Marines? The tank didn't bother slowing down and opened fire with rapid-firing cannon and heavy bolters. Explosive ordnance bit into exposed flesh, shaking the beast, who let furious death cries. It skidded with surprising speed for something so big and spouting such wounds as it did. It managed to trample two more abominations before a pair of missiles struck it. One slammed into its exposed and shredded chest, while the other went into its screeching mouth. The following two detonations splattered smoking ichor all around and finally put down the monster. Then the Xenos looked around, and most of them left, taken away by offending lighting bolts. Those who remained merely stood guard but didn't move towards any of the humans. After everything she had suffered, Katarina couldn't believe it. What new torture did the abomination intend now? Offer them false hope? Pit them against the demon she sensed for its amusement? The tank took a position at the edge of the park. Its cupola began to rotate left and right, scanning for threats and ignoring the abomination just like they paid no attention to the Astartes. All but a single Space Marine flanked the machine, providing infantry support. The last one walked towards them with long strides that ate the distance in no time at all. Commissar Weber. The Astartes nodded in respect. I'm Brother Tarkus. Please explain the situation. Where is Asset Celine? Who took her? I'm pretty sure one of her Necron Minders managed to get her away just in time. The broken Commissar kept spouting madness, further damning himself. Before they left, Celine managed to get that bastard in a hand with kneecapper. He proudly declared. Good girl. The Astartes nodded in agreement. What madness is this? Greyfax hissed. The Commissar was bad enough, however, he was a mere mortal man. The flesh was weak, the soul easy to tempt. But an Astartes? They were made of sterner stuff. Elaborate, madam. And please introduce yourself. As I said, I'm Brother Tarkus, Tactical Marine of the Blood Ravens 1st Company deployed to Kronus under the field command of Captain Damien Thule. I'm Inquisitor Katarina Greyfax. She introduced herself coldly and raised a hand showing the symbol of her office. Now we have 3 Inquisitors on site if the rumors are true. The Blood Raven said unperturbed. Katarina hadn't heard of that particular chapter, though that didn't say much. There were a lot of them, and new founding did often happen enough. Besides, there was important information those 2 let slip there were supposed to be more Inquisitors caught in this snare. I don't know what rumors you've heard, Brother Tarkus. However, Inquisitor Vale is with Inquisitor Vale, who arrived earlier today. They're at the General's HQ discussing how to handle negotiations with the Necrons tomorrow. He nodded at the Inquisitor and her bodyguards. They appeared along with that beast during the attack. The intruder escaped in the confusion. Greyfax bristled at the very idea. Those two had to be from Ordo Xenos. Thankfully, there were precious few Inquisitors from other branches with the gall to treat with Xenos, especially such abominations. If you excuse me, Madam Inquisitor. I need to find out the state of my charge. I vowed we wouldn't misplace her again. Weber offered a crisp salute and turned away, ignored Katerina. She had had enough and raised her bolter. Commissar Weber, in the Emperor's name I pronounce you. Excommunicate traitores. The sentences, Greyfax trailed off. She stared at the large bore of a bolter, one held by the Space Marine as if it was a toy. Many of the guardsmen nearby had their weapons aimed at Katerina and her retinue, while the stormtroopers returned the favor. Are you a traitor as well, Astartes? If anyone is a traitor here or compromised, it might be you, Madam Inquisitor. You just appeared under suspicious circumstances. If anyone needs to be examined and judged as a potential traitor here, it is you and your group. Not a man who not a few days ago, fearlessly charged a horde of demons at the side of Inquisitor Vale. Tarkus declared coldly. Smoothly, the other Astartes turned around and aimed at Greyfax and her retinue. Moments later, the tank followed suit and several Necrons approached. Is there an issue? One of them calmly asked. A few of them. First, what is the status of Celine? The Commissar demanded, caring not that he was a trigger press from death. Safe and on the way back here under heavy escort. What about them? The abomination looked at Katerina with its sinister glowing eyes. That remains to be seen. You people saw how they appeared. The Commissar had the gall to shrug. The thief released them from a Tesseract labyrinth. Conclusion, he had stolen them some time ago and chose to use them as a distraction. However, they were smart enough not to engage our forces. Were they? The traitorous Commissar raised an eyebrow at Greyfax, who was moments away from blowing his brains off and damn the consequences. What in the Emperor's name is happening here? A man bellowed. It was a miracle really that no one pressed the trigger then and there. Well, not in Katerina's case. She froze for an instant, feeling the treacherously deceptive light of the demon brush over her senses. Greyfax looked to the right and saw it. It wore the visage of an ordinary man, twisting it with a pair of large glowing wings. Golden radiance covered its form, betraying the witchcraft saturating it. A blonde woman in a form-fitting costume walked beside him, and both of them were flanked by large abominations, with a lot more of the Xenos marching behind them. Was this the abomination's game? Taunting and torturing them by shoving in their faces how many servants of the Emperor it had corrupted? Inquisitor Vale. The traitor Commissar saluted the winged demon, an act that would have signed his death sentence if he hadn't condemned himself already. Chapter 114. Victory Bay. Kronus. The moment of hesitation cost Katerina dearly. An abomination moved in front of the traitorous Commissar, shielding him. She gritted her teeth, cursing herself for allowing such weakness to creep within her. She should have shot him already. That way at least she would have rid the galaxy of one more traitor, even if it was the last thing she did. Because right now, when abominations and traitors surrounded them on all sides, the absolute best they could achieve would be suicide, and the abominations weren't merciful enough to let them die. Charles, I need answers, now. What little patience I had left is now an exhausted resource. The demon hissed. This is Inquisitor Greyfax. Apparently, I'm a traitor now for working with aliens and upholding the alliance you brokered, sir. The traitor answered promptly. By all accounts, the Lady Inquisitor has been a captive of the entity that assaulted us in an attempt to kidnap Celine. There are indications that she and her retinue are compromised. Despite the way they appeared and possessing many reasons to consider the Necrons hostile, they didn't fire a shot. Ah, hypocrisy, mental subversion, or plain stupidity, which is it, I wonder? The demon taunted. That's interesting. One of the abominations declared. I'm detecting mind-shackle scarabs in them. Further, my scanners are highlighting an anomaly with the woman. She bears traces of long-term stasis technology exposure, much longer than the rest they've been exposed for about 4 to 5 centuries. Without more invasive scans or specialized scanners, I'll have to guess. She's been in stasis for about 9,000 of your years, with an error margin of 10%. The abomination lied. There are anomalies, she might have been released for short periods before being frozen again. Inquisitor Greyfax, I'm Inquisitor Amberly Vale, Ordo Xenos. Even without the input by Herald of Victory, the way you arrived at Kronus puts your mental integrity in question. I'm compelled to request your surrender for medical examination and interrogation. If you don't comply, we'll have to subdue you. Preferably non-lethally, that thief caused enough chaos. We'll be doing him a favor if we kill each other while he is running away. The demon wanted them alive to torture them. Typical. Inquisitor, I request you stand down. The Astartes demanded as well. Katarina's arm shook, while impotent rage made her see red. She wasn't compromised. Her mind was the only thing that abomination hadn't destroyed. She put everything she had into pressing the trigger while aiming at the face of the Xeno shielding the traitorous commissar. Her flesh betrayed her. Was this the demon's influence or the abomination's? Inquisitor, we can't shoot at them. We're trying. Her chief bodyguard whispered, distress and hatred coloring his usually stoic voice. The obvious conclusion crashed over Katarina. She was compromised. They all were. The only question was by whom, but it didn't matter now. There is only one way left for us, Sergeant. We live and die for the Imperium. In one quick motion, Greyfax pressed the barrel of her bolter under her chin. The Astartes were already moving, but they wouldn't make it in time. Her finger caressed the trigger once again, and to her immense frustration and fear, she couldn't pull it. The blood raven was upon her then, and her world became an approaching red fist, before winking out. This happened, Vale grunted. Seriously, fuck my luck. Now, Charles, please go retrieve Karam from where you and Scipio stashed him. He might be unable to keep his mouth shut to save his life, but he still is the best Mugos biologist we have left. Consult with Scipio and get us whoever else among his boys and girls have experience with mind control devices and have them report to where you'll put the prisoners. Amarkin observed the unfolding situation with interest at the same time. He gleefully dedicated a part of his awareness to watch again and again a recording of recent events. The pariah child hitting the thief on the fingers when he tried to steal her, was deliciously ironic, not to mention glorious. The little pariah deserved a gift for that alone. And a permanent security detail. While unlikely, they might just catch Trazyn while trying to take her again. At worst, they might be able to keep foiling him, which would be its own reward. If the thief managed to get the pariah anyway, then Amarkin knew how Vale would react. He was sure that Inquisitor Vale would do his best to deploy as many human forces for a raid on Salamace as he could arrange. That was a win-win situation, no matter how you looked at it. The recording of a primitive child foiling Trazyn with a melee weapon was going to be priceless. This was a very good day, despite the thief's appearance. The only downside was that now they had to offer even more concessions to the humans. All because that never sufficiently damned thieving wretch took the Necron's honor, stabbed it in the back, shot it in public then landed a monolith on it. At least watching Trazyn's fingers shatter was kind of soothing. It was really nice all things considered. A brief exchange with Herald of Victory ensured they were on the same page as far as the pariah was concerned. Now it was time to continue the negotiations and begin repairing the damage the thief caused. We're ready to provide cryptech support in removing the mind shackle scarabs from your fellow humans as well as find out any present mental conditioning and reverse it. Herald of Victory said. I'm sure Mugos biologist Karam, Beta, 31 and the other medicas will appreciate the offer. Vale said. They'd better. He added quietly. Amarkin found himself agreeing with the human. Further, because of this kidnapping attempt, we're ready to provide a permanent security detail for the pariah child Celine. They'll attempt to capture or neutralize the thief Trazyn when he makes another attempt to steal her. The odd energy readings surrounding Inquisitor Vale spiked, and the golden glow surrounding him became almost blinding for a few moments before subduing. It was an interesting phenomenon, one which revealed that their sensors needed a bit more hardening and calibration against transdimensional energies. I can provisionally agree to such an arrangement. We'll have to discuss the details later. Vale kept proving he was surprisingly wise for a primitive. On a related note, there is a standard offer of a reward to anyone confirmed preventing the thief Trazyn from conducting another successful robbery. Amarkin continued. Through her actions, the pariah child Celine earned herself one such reward. We'll offer appropriate compensation as soon as feasible. That should win back some goodwill surely. And there were indeed many standing rewards aimed at foiling Trazyn, even if they weren't appropriate in this case. I'm certain Celine would appreciate a gift or two. Vale bargained well. I'll see it to it that Inquisitor Greyfax and her retinue are properly secured. Inquisitor Vale came back to their group. I propose we continue negotiations later this evening after tempers cool down, and we've taken a proper stock of the situation. Besides, we do need time to consider your generous proposals. What she said. Vale agreed. That is acceptable. I'll have Cryptech Za of tomorrow available for consultation. I'll have my best cryptex ready to assist a well. Foiling treason is its own reward. Herald of Victory added. Chapter 115. Victory Bay. Kronus. There was one dubious benefit to incarceration. It left you in peace and quiet to run simulations on the topics that interested you. While not as good as actual hands-on research, it wasn't like Karam had the free time for that. There were too many busybodies around, not to mention, all the people who got themselves torn up and someone, like him, had to put back together. That at least wasn't that bad. There were so many interesting wounds and other assorted injuries caused by exotic alien weaponry, radiation, toxins combat and its aftermath could be precious sources of data. And when you were one of the persons putting the guards back together, they tended to appreciate it and do more than usual to keep you alive. That was as good a deal someone like him could get these days. Such arrangements had saved him before, and imprisonment notwithstanding saved him again. Karam doubted that if he hadn't been vital to patching the Inquisitor up, Vale would have been merely content to leave him to his own devices. Instead, he might have had Karam shot when the Muggos tried to share what he learned. The typical arrangement proved useful once again. Just after a few days of peace, the guards let him out. People needed his expertise, as expected. Karam dutifully followed and stretched his electronic senses around. The Noosphere, as pathetic as it was on Kronus, was abuzz with news. An alliance with the Necrons was in the making, one of a more permanent sort. While it was unlikely they had to offer much that would interest him, the prospect of getting his hands dirty did make him happy. The more new technology, alien or not, there was to distract his colleagues the better. That way, the other tech priests would be even more likely than usual to leave him alone. Karam's guards led him to a field hospital with heavy security. There was at least a regiment busy digging in, along with a lot of heavy equipment. Swarms of the Necron drones filled the sky. A large number of their warriors patrolled the area scanning for threats as well. That was enough to confirm what he already deduced: someone important got themselves blown up or worse, and he would have to stitch them back up. Doing so was usually trivial but still important. The Muggos biologist passed by several choke points and under the searching eyes of many scanners. Finally, he reached a large, mostly empty operating room. An unfamiliar human woman stood by the operating table flanked by 3 colorful and very large Necrons, who barely fit into the operating theater. A man in blue-tinted carapace armor laid strapped in securely on the table. Perhaps he had to keep a prisoner alive for interrogation. He hadn't done that lately. Karam Beta 31. The woman demanded. Yes. He answered simply and to the point. Inquisitor Amberly Vale. She raised an arm that was hidden by her body, showing her symbol of office. Karam sent an inquiry and got back valid codes. Lady Inquisitor. He bowed. How can I be of assistance? We have a group of soldiers and a fellow Inquisitor under the influence of alien mind control technology. They might have been subjected to further mental conditioning. Brainwashing, she meant. You want my aid to reverse the process? Karam perked up. This was new and exciting. He already liked this Inquisitor. Inquisitor Vale recommended your talents, and here we are. Karam had to concede that the young Inquisitor might not be so bad after all, even if he overreacted over the Muggos merely doing his job. These are Cryptek Za of tomorrow. The Inquisitor pointed at the largest and most ornate machine, Seeker of Truth, that was the closest and smallest one, and last but not the least, Cryptek Novus of Arche. They're familiar with the technology in question and will offer their expertise in removing it. Corporal Victor Sentenza here volunteered to be the first subject you'll work on. I'll leave it to you. You'll have access to any resources you need within reason. The Inquisitor left with those words. Greetings in the name of the Omnicia. Karam decided that being very polite might be in his best interest. What do we have to deal with? Mind shackle scarabs. The largest Necron spoke in a surprisingly normal-sounding, not to mention polite and erudite voice. A crystal-clear hologram appeared above their patient, showing the man's insides in incredible detail. The image zoomed in on the head, briefly flickering through skin and bone until it showed a deep scan of the brain. It was a real-time projection of what was happening inside right now. While Karam had worked with blessed medical equipment with similar capabilities, it tended to be rather large, and quite rare. There wasn't a single example on Kronus. Perhaps the Astartes apothecaries had something like it on their ship in orbit. What got Karam's attention, in particular, were the thousands of glowing green machines within the brain, most of them in the cortex region. They had no business being there. We need to get those out while keeping the subjects functional. Za of tomorrow stated the obvious. The usual countermeasures we have against them will prove messy and fatal if used on something as fragile as mere flesh and blood. Karam nodded, while silently agreeing. It was surprising, or perhaps not, that the Necrons shared the Mechanicus' disdain for mere flesh. They had discarded it, after all, he had to remind himself. Those three were prime examples of what the tech priests saw as the pinnacle of evolution. He vowed to ask some leading questions about how they achieved such a feat while working on the current project. Necron Stronghold. The Thursday Abias Plateau. Kronus. Necron facilities rose from the ground, casting long shadows. A veil of artificial clouds saturated with energy and tiny machine provided cover from aerial and orbital observation. It would also shred most airborne treats that attempted to pass through and would disperse energy weapon strikes offering additional protection. Drones and simple-minded warriors busied themselves with clearing up the area, making it properly presentable, not that the facilities themselves were active and well defended. The sight alone almost made a Markan content. The multiple weapon emplacements ensuring they wouldn't be taken out of orbit surely helped in that regard. Herald of Victory phased through the ground and offered him a sphere. Here it is. A hard copy of the data we agreed to share. The Nemzer would have smiled if he still could. He interfaced with the well-protected data repository. An exchange of all the necessary codes followed. Then he had to pass an additional authentication process, before finally gaining access to the data. His filters went on overdrive while he scanned the information and got a copy within his memory. While he wasn't a cryptech, a Markan was familiar enough with how their technology worked to conclude that everything appeared legit. Data on anti-warp pylon research, including the schematics and research notes for multiple models with different effects and capabilities. Data on War in Heaven pariah research, which indicated interesting parallels between ancient Necron efforts to counter transdimension entities and phenomena and the human pariahs. Scans and a stealthily taken blood sample from the pariah child Selene proved the commonality further. What was the relationship between the Necrons and the humans? That was yet another thing they had to investigate. Next was data on other assorted null-tech research, which would provide marginal to moderate upgrades for the Nephrid dynasty. Finally, he received raw combat data and military analysis of encounters with transdimensional entities falling under the designation Chaos Forces. When all was said and done, a Markan in particular and his dynasty, in general, would profit mightily from answering the call for help. In exchange, they were going to provide military support, access to resources from orbital mining, and most importantly, naval support and transport. It was more than a reasonable exchange for what a Markan already gained and might yet gain from future research conducted on Kronus. A problem that had always plagued research in countermeasures against transdimensional incursions was the lack of willing subjects with access to abilities fueled by such energies. In the fullness of time, the alliance with the humans might change that and offer new insights. The bargain is well struck, Nemzer a Markan the Gatherer. Herald of Victory declared after a Markan confirmed he received what the planetary lord promised. Bargained well and done, Herald of Victory. They sealed the exchange with ancient words, which while mostly fallen out of use, were still important to many. Then it was the turn for the more modern and binding exchange of digital signatures and long code sequences. Do you have anything to add about tonight's negotiations? We have an accord about the goals we'll pursue and the restitution we'll offer. My cryptechs have the gifts finalized. Mine as well. There was little more to say about tonight. The Necrons spent the rest of the early evening discussing the implications of Trazyn being active for at least 9,000 years. The number of artifacts he might have stolen in that time and their origin. It was concerning to consider what else he had taken from the humans and how they might react if they became aware of the thievery. Chapter 116. Victory Bay. Kronus. To my utter relief, Selene arrived happily riding on the back of a Necron destroyer along with her mechanical bodyguard shortly before we retired to the HQ. Naturally, the first thing I did was to check on her and hug her. If her grin was anything to go by, she either wouldn't know what bullet she dodged or didn't care. She got a ride out of this mess after all. Her arrival did gather a moderately sized crowd, a few of the citizens even cheered uneasily until they saw me pick up the munchkin, at which point the predictable rapturous screaming began. The whole circus made the propaganda department in general and a Lieutenant Regina in particular very happy with the pictures they got. I made a mental note to check up on what insanity they were cooking later, however, for now, I had more immediate concerns. Braun, good you're here, I noted the surviving Ogrins shuffle slowly through the guardsmen surrounding us. I've got a job for you. You're to keep Selene here safe and tear to pieces the next thieving bastard who tries to take it. Can I count on you? The giant of a man beamed as if the Emperor himself stepped from the golden throne to give him orders and nodded vigorously. That's how Selene ended up on the bonehead's shoulder, still wearing her armor and with kneecapper in tow. This is precious. The propaganda lieutenant was grinning too and directing a camera crew to record everything. She was giving Scipio a run for his money in the bouncing department. Lieutenant Picos, I want a heavy weapons platoon in Selene's vicinity at all times. I will no longer be accepting excuses from people who can't stand to be near her. Am I clear? Recent events drove home the point that I had to straighten up my retinue status, not that getting shot wasn't something I had to necessarily worry about. In practice, that meant getting Celine as much protection as practical. I'll see to it, sir. We won't fail you. The lieutenant promised and meant it. See to it that you don't. With this hopefully handled for the moment, it was time to go deal with another headache. Politics. We gathered for a last-ditch brainstorming session before the next round of negotiations with the Necrons. At Amberly's suggestion, we included General Alexander, Captain Thule, and Scipio for a simple and obvious reason so we could use them as a litmus test on how the Imperium at large might react to some of the so far proposed points. Among the small group, only Scipio looked like he didn't want to be here. He could barely stay in one place and was ready to start bouncing off the walls in impatience. That's how it is. Inquisitor Vale summarized the Necrons' proposals. Even that wasn't enough to keep the Muggos steady, however now we had his attention. Necron's suggestions will force various doctrinal issues to come into open conflict. Scipio began. Some numerous elements within the Adeptus Mechanicus consider the study of profane xenotechnology a tech heresy, and those who conduct it heretics. He explained with distaste. At the absolute best, they can be convinced to review xeno devices to learn how to better neutralize them. This faction is large and numerous. Even just conducting a proper study on the pylons, reverse engineering them, and building our own versions will be a tough sell no matter how useful they would be to the Imperium at large. He didn't need to convince us. All but Amberly saw firsthand how useful those pylons were. Also, attempting to study and then build weapons and devices based on either Necron or Tau examples, will prove too much for too many traditionalists. This isn't technology recovered from a holy STC. It hasn't been created by human hands with the blessing of the Omnicia. Scipio elaborated. However, you disagree, do you not, Muggos? Captain Thule cut to the chase. I'm what you might consider Xenorite, even though I don't see myself as such. I am among those who see the blessings of the Omnicia in all technology, human or alien. It's how the technology is used and to what ends that is the primary constant that divides tech heresy from the normal study of technology. While not quite a minority, our group, and our allies are outnumbered by the other Mechanicus factions. Not all of them are hostile to our ideas. Unfortunately, many are. I was sure that this summary barely scratched the surface of the problem. However, it was good enough to illustrate what we would be facing if the alliance panned out. In that case, we should be careful how we present anything we gain from the alliance we're discussing. Will it help that we won't be actually building the Necron pylons but our versions? I inquired. Perhaps. It would be a distinction lost to many a tech priest. However, I must raise a different point. I heard no mention of Holy STC. I must request you make the return and recovery of any such relics of the Omnicia a high priority during the negotiations. That is an oversight we'll repair with utmost haste. STC recovery will be the first thing we'll negotiate tonight. Amberly vowed. Praise the Omnicia. Scipio's mechadendrites danced in glee. General, Captain, how do you see the consequences of a long-lasting alliance with the Necrons unfold? Lucas Alexander frowned mightily at us. Well, they're Xenos. He grumbled. With this out of the way, I can assure you that there are elements in the Guard who will appreciate not having to face them before we can get appropriate countermeasures to their technology. Which went contrary to what elements within the Mechanicus would find acceptable. Upgrading what the Imperial Guard had as a standard kit with gear reverse engineered from captured Tau stocks and anything the Necrons might offer would do nicely to lower the gulf of capabilities between the two sides. The damning thing was that I was sure the Mechanicus had the real nice toys, many more than they needed to, and kept hoarding them instead of offering the Guard better gear. Now, I wasn't born yesterday and knew that at least in part the issue was the fragmented and fucked up state of the Imperium industrial base. However, I had the nagging suspicion that this was less than an issue than the Mechanicus claimed. In that regard, trying to incorporate reverse-engineered alien tech on a limited basis might prove useful in judging how much the AdMech were fucking with the rest of us. Needless to say, that was a suspicion I've been keeping to myself. Some of my peers would be glad we can preserve forces that would otherwise suffer greatly, in order to use them against other, more immediately dangerous threats. Others will find it hard to swallow not shooting at any alien they could see. The presentation will matter a great deal. Open backing from the Inquisition as well. So no one shoots him out of hand. You'll have our backing in that regard, Amberly reassured him. Captain Thule. The Blood Ravens has had to ally with aliens in the past to combat greater treats. This is no different. My primary concerns are how long this alliance might last and is it a mistake to give our allies time to consolidate their position. Those are concerns we share, I told him bluntly. However, we're all aware of the military realities that caused this alliance in the first place, and of the existing correlation of forces. Thule wasn't happy at that but let it go. It might have been different if we knew about the Necrons earlier and could catch them early in their awakening. The Eldar and Tau ensured such a thing didn't happen, and then there were the Chaos forces. There was no use to dwell over what-ifs. We had to play with the cards we had. General Alexander, what are your thoughts about a few of your units field testing reverse-engineered Tau war gear? I'm aware that the troops who fought with us in the Deimos Peninsula will be under extreme scrutiny. Thanks to the Necron pylons, we can avoid having to purge them out of fear of corruption, however, we'll have to keep a close watch on them anyway. Because anything less would have our Hereticus and Malleus colleagues going ballistic. Amberly hinted at that much. I think that we can work out something. Alexander nodded, showing the barest hint of relief. He knew what the Inquisition often did to forces who survived encounters with chaos. They either purged them or drew them in for their own use. Sometimes the Inquisition did both. That's good. Scipio. I'll be frank. The pylons are a potential game-changer for the Imperium at large. I'll be doing my best to push for their accelerated testing, revere engineering, and widespread usage after any unpleasant surprises are accounted for. I said bluntly, so there would be no misunderstandings. On that point, we're in complete agreement. This brings us to the second point. As you said, Muggo Scipio, what we are proposing will be seen as tech heresy by elements of the Mechanicus. Because of that, we might as well go all in. We're considering agreeing on the Necron proposal for aid in capturing and reverse engineering Tau technology to use as our own if feasible. Amberly added. Personally, I agree. Those of my faction will likely back you up. However, you must be ready for a serious backslash. That is the best-case scenario. Duly noted. It was almost time to meet the Necrons and hammer down an agreement. Then we would have to figure out how to sell it to the Imperium at large. Chapter 117. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. The Necron diplomatic party appeared in a flash of dazzling emerald light, which dissipated slower than usual. There was a time and place for pomp and circumstances, and this was it. The Necron Lord had their best regalia on display, awing the humans. Tonight, they intended to conclude the bulk of the negotiations, and they had to observe proper protocol. Greetings humans. Za of Tomorrow proclaimed grandly. I present you with Amarkin, the Gatherer, Nemister of. Amarkin tuned out the cryptek listing all his proper titles. He had to order his friends to act as a proper herald and general aid tonight. Herald of Victory similarly had dragged one of his own crypteks to serve in the same capacity. Observation of the human discussion that happened shortly before their arrival was enlightening and forces some minor changes in the Necron strategy. If the humans were too busy killing each other over foolish reasons, they would be too busy to be useful allies. That wouldn't be a good state of affair. Now, finally, Amarkin was beginning to understand why his people preferred to enslave aliens, kill them or disregard them completely. Actually negotiating successfully was a chore at the best of times. Like now his counterparts were willing to make a deal, even agreed that Amarkin's benevolence was stunning and great indeed. However, if they accepted his generous offer, their people might kill them. It was pure insanity. Nevertheless, Amarkin was going to make this work. He wasn't a Nemzer just for show. The exchange of tittles ended, amply demonstrating that the two humans weren't experienced diplomats. They were both still in awe and offered only their most basic and relevant titles. Those were the perils of working with primitives. Amarkin decided it was for the best to leave it at that. We understand that you will have certain conditions you need to hold on to and certain requests to make. Let us hear them, then we'll explain our last offer. As appropriate, we'll offer gifts in light of your service in combat defending this world from hostile incursion. Herald of Victory began. It was an atypical and particularly bold gambit, not to mention blunt, however, it was one likely to serve them much better here than it might during negotiations between dynasties. The humans looked at each other, and Vale nodded to the female to begin. Was this some odd mating ritual coloring the negotiations? Flesh, blood, and hormones made things needlessly complicated. Let's not forget Sticky, Harold wondered briefly. Amarkin barely paid attention to the expected request from the female Inquisitor. He was running predictions on the feasibility of tampering with an STC if they found one in order to provide the humans with basic tech that wouldn't get his principal allies among them shot. It might work in theory, however, it wouldn't be feasible for said technology to be easily recognized as Necron-sourced. No modern weaponry, which went without saying. However, a few ancient models, not to mention pylon tech, would go a long way if accepted. Which was a problem from what the humans said. Their fanatics had trouble accepting technology not developed by the now lost human civilization to the point they were violent about it. Well, he had time to run more simulations. It wasn't like they had access to such a device to modify right now. We can agree without issue on this point. We'll hand over to you any of these STC devices we might stumble upon. However, we'll require a clarification: what exactly is an STC, and how do we recognize it? One of the new additions to the human negotiation team began speaking. He sounded almost like some courtiers Amarkin knew, painting everything with long-winded meaningless words. Long story short, if he translated the rambling right, a standard template constructor was an AI-run library core containing the bulk of the human's technological knowledge. Those were extremely rare and practically priceless these days. Reading between the lines, Amarkin concluded that they were artifacts from a precursor human civilization, which might have been almost civilized, which had fallen 10 to 15,000 years ago due to the Eldari literally fucking and torturing the galaxy into ruin. The only really useful thing this Scipio, Rho, 11 did was sending a data burst containing images of previously recovered STC fragments. Now the Necrons could more easily recognize them. That was the first point of agreement finished. Progress. Point 2 concerned the pylon anti-warp technology, which actually sounded better than anti-transdimensional technology. It was shorter, to the point, and ensured the primitives knew what you talked about. He designated it so from now on. For a second time tonight, the humans didn't tell the Necrons anything they didn't already know. Overhearing their strategic meeting on the topic was useful like that. We humbly request more examples of your pylon technology when they become available. Having access to multiple devices will speed up testing and help demonstrate their usefulness on a larger scale faster. Vale was saying. It was a reasonable request. Amarkin could see how other humans might look at anything that happened in a world that was a Necron stronghold with justified suspicion. They would need to carry out tests at locations with no Necron influence. In that at least, the primitives were reasonable. We can agree. When we have enough pylons to properly neutralize the warp influence at the Deimos Peninsula, I will build more mobile pylons for your study and use. Herald of Victory promised. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll provide further information about the techniques used in the pylon construction in order to facilitate your own efforts. This meant that the humans either weren't advanced enough to do it by themselves in a feasible amount of time, or they had generally regressed enough that simply relying on them was a moot point anyway. Why couldn't the damn primitives just take the offered technology and cryptech assistance and build a proper infrastructure, instead of this dancing around? Right, crazy religious fanatics worshipping technology. Amarkin couldn't even properly blame them on that part. Necron cults were worshipping Tan still, and that was undeniably worse than any human not entangled with the abominations from another dimension could ever do. At that point, the negotiators stepped back and left the cryptex and the part human, part machine in red robes get the details straightened out. In fairness, a lot of the negotiations should have happened that way, below the level of the Nemzer and planetary overlord, and beyond the direct intervention of the human inquisitors. However, the situation was anything but typical, and they couldn't risk their minions without close supervision. And at that point, they might get the important parts done themselves. While the technical discussion was going on, the four of them could tackle the next part of the negotiations. What to do with the blue aliens? I propose that we ask them kindly to pack up and leave while abandoning all industrial facilities and military gear. Vale suggested. If they agree, it will be for the best. If not, we would have tried talking and can remove them forcefully. We can engage their primitive ships in orbit if it comes to that. Their loss might force surrender without the need of ground combat that might damage useful infrastructure. Amarkin suggested. Such a live-firing exercise would help gauge what the navies of this era were generally capable of. If the humans had a significant technological advantage in space, they would already neutralize the Tau presence in orbit. With their mobile forces crippled, the Tau Ethereals in charge might be more willing to negotiate in good faith than usual. I must warn you, they'll suggest you join their empire so you can all serve the greater good together. Under their wise guidance, of course. The female human rolled her eyes as she said that. Amarkin wasn't sure what to make of that. From what he could gather, the Tau were at best a little less insane than the humans. Their madness simply manifested differently. He might send an envoy anyway. He was curious to see if the Tau would really make such a hilarious offer to the Necrons. As if they would willingly serve anyone or anything but themselves ever again. Your offer has merit. Amarkin eventually agreed. We will send an envoy. If the Tau does not follow up on our ultimatum, we'll neutralize their naval assets and demand unconditional surrender. If a ground campaign is necessary, we'll provide military support. After discussing the situation with General Lucas Alexander, who is the current military governor of Kronus, we can agree with your offer of dividing this continent as we discussed earlier. Vale changed the topic. However, it must be noted that upholding that part of the deal will be dependent on our potential success in convincing the Imperium at large to honor the bargain. That much is understood. While we can respectively speak for the Nephrid dynasty and the Necron presence on Kronus, you can't necessarily speak for the human Imperium at large. Amarkin conceded. Technically we can. What we can't guarantee is that other Imperial authorities won't declare us traitors and the agreement we are negotiation, void, and null. The female elaborated. We'll need to get into contact with the subsector, sector, and at possibly segmentum leadership and get their agreement to guarantee that local authorities will follow through. In some respects, this sounded as bad as the Necrons themselves while the silent kind wasn't around. On second thought, it sounded almost the same, which gave Amarkin a new appreciation about what he was dealing with. He would need to prepare envoys to deal with the humans, perhaps send one or more with Vale to keep him alive and monitor the situation. As a bonus, any such envoys will be able to gather precious information about the galaxy at large, the human Imperium, and any new threats. Next on the agenda is the relationship between Imperial forces and authorities and their Necron counterparts. Inquisitor Vale decided that it was for the best to push through with the negotiations. The alliance we're negotiating is between the Necron Lord of Kronus, Herald of Victory, and myself, Amarkin the Gatherer, Neemser speaking for the Nephrid dynasty. We can offer codes that will designate you as potential allies to our own allied dynasties and facilities, thus potentially avoiding unprovoked hostile response. We are in no position to speak about other Necron dynasties. You should keep in mind that being identified as our allies will force a hostile response from several rival dynasties. Amarkin explained carefully, trying his best to put it in such a way the primitives would understand. Our alliance isn't with all Necrons across the galaxy. It is with your groups in particular. Once again, Vale proved why Herald deemed him almost worthy of friendship. Granted, considering that the Inquisitor was primitive with all that entailed, the bar was much lower than usual, but it was still notable. One of the things we will require in exchange is military aid in neutralizing hostile dynasties or Tomb Word who have been crippled beyond repair by the passage of time. We agree that you can recover any human technology and artifacts found in such locations, while we will take possession of ours. That's acceptable, provided that we have adequate forces in the area. And that the rest of the deal is approved by other Imperial authorities. Vale agreed without blinking. Amarkin had to give the humans this much, negotiating with them was quick and to the point. If this was a typical affair between two dynasties, they would still be arguing useless trivia surrounding the first point of discussion and continue doing so for a long time to come. Chapter 118. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. Can someone explain to me what just happened? General Alexander walked tiredly into the briefing room we used for the negotiations, but only after we were done, the lucky bastard. Amberly's scholar and Scipio were in their own world, surrounded by all kinds of data storage devices, good old-fashioned scrolls, and at least a metric ton of Velium. They were busy scribbling and muttering to themselves. We have an agreement in principle, I explained, while Amberly was draining her second glass of Amasec as if she just crawled out of a desert. What's this then? The general waved a scarred hand with few obvious bionic fingers at the table we sat at. What wasn't covered by data storage and Velium, barely held several Necron devices. They're gifts of goodwill and because I helped Herald against Skulltaker, losing an arm in the process. Incidentally, now there were 2 Necrodermis arms on the table, supposedly ready for implantation. Gifts. Amberly twitched. I know many Inquisitors who would kill for this. She waved at the table. Who have in fact killed for less. I also know a lot of people who would shoot first, ask questions later, if they see someone wearing that. I'll appreciate an explanation. How likely are we to be shot by our own people because of your inquisitorial shenanigans? I believe this isn't something too much to ask. He joined us at the table and produced a large metal cup from somewhere, then he mugged Amberly's bottle. Well, it's like this, I explained, while my fellow Inquisitor went to pour herself another drink before the guard could drain her precious Amasec. We got through the major points of the alliance quickly, and with minimal bargaining. As expected, the real sticking point there was that the Necrons offered more than we could accept. Which was idiotic in itself and made me almost despair for humanity. If the Emperor watched this, he might be weeping or shaking holy terror with his rage. What almost torpedoed the whole initiative were various smaller details the Necrons insisted on. I was sure those things might appear very reasonable from their Xeno viewpoint. From where we stood, on the other hand, their minor requests were anything but minor or trivial. All those issues centered around one simple fact. You want us to do what? To give her credit, Amberly didn't quite screech at the suggestion. It was even enough to get Scipio and Mott to pay attention and look beyond the storage devices that until now took their whole world. Is it not normal to send diplomatic representatives and offer liaisons? Amarkin asked. His confusion appeared genuine too. I knew that sending diplomats and representatives was a normal thing when system governors and even the nominal leaders of whole sectors cut deals with their peers. However, those were humans. There are a few rare precedents that ordo-xenos or rogue traders occasionally use. It involves a great deal of paperwork, and it is no protection against more traditional elements in our society. Inquisitor Vale tried to salvage the situation. She means fanatics you can't reason with, I explained. What he said. Amberly. The term is sanctioned xenos. As long as the paperwork is in order, and the alien remains in the company of an ally who can both vouch for them, it is technically possible for, Shikramaced, friendly aliens to operate in Imperial space. While it happens, it is not a pleasant experience for anyone involved. I'm afraid it is almost a guarantee that sooner rather than later, someone would offend or attack your representatives if we go that way. We can take care of ourselves. Amarkin waved away Amberly's worries. We'll have our cryptex talk details and arrange the paperwork later. Now, about liaisons with you two. The Necron Lord kept rolling as if everything was right in the world. Trazyn already has his eyes on your pariah child, Inquisitor Vale. Because of that particular problem, we decided that her reward for foiling him would be a permanent security detail. I was sure that if he could, Amarkin would grin at me, and pat himself on the back for a job well done. The worst thing was I was tempted to accept. I must stress that sending diplomatic representatives with us to local imperial authorities will be a bad idea at this time. Amberly tried to be the voice of reason. However, I must admit more security for the child won't go amiss. She added sweetly. Wait, what? Then it is agreed. We'll have the permanent members of the Pariah Selene's Guard in place shortly. Herald of the Void clapped once and sounded almost happy. Next minor point, not of diplomacy, but honor, is your well-being, Inquisitor Vale. He pointed a metal finger at me. So there would be no mistake, I guessed. What about me? It wasn't like these negotiations were currently the greatest threat to my continued survival or something, right? At least this time I managed to keep my otter thoughts to myself. That was surely progress. You, Inquisitor Vale, keep losing body parts during combat. And you keep getting into personal combat. Analysis of your past actions leads us to believe you will continue to do so. Despite recent developments, Herald jabbed that offending fingers at me again, this time at my wings in particular, which ruffled in irritation. Sooner or later you'll get your head cut off, rendering you useless. This simply wouldn't do. With negotiations practically complete, I must insist you take a Necron liaison with you. He'll facilitate communication with any other of our kind you might run into and do his best to keep you in one piece. The same goes for you, Inquisitor Vale. By all accounts, you too are among the more reasonable among your kind. It would be in our best interest to keep you intact to facilitate future negotiations. Amarkin added. The security implications alone, Amberly spluttered. There was that angle too. Consider our offer an incentive to upgrade your data security. It is practically non-existent. Both Scipio and Mott spluttered at that. Well, the Adeptus Mechanicus might like the challenge. And give them something else to focus on. Perhaps this idea had some merit after all. Then we have an understanding. We'll have your liaisons in place by this time tomorrow at the latest. Amarkin declared. Something in the way he said it made me think there would be no more discussions on this particular topic. I looked at Amberly, who looked like she just swallowed a whole lemon. We will do our best to make this arrangement work. However, I must stress this point. We can't make any guarantee on how other human authorities or individuals would act towards your representatives. For 10,000 years, every human had been taught to loathe, mistrust, and hate the alien. Such things can't be ignored or overcome easily, neither easy nor fast. We understand and won't hold you accountable for the actions of others. Amarkin hurried to reassure us. Was it just me or did he kind of radiate smugness and condescension? Bloody Xeno. At that point, I had a thought. Perhaps your liaisons might use a disguise. If successful, such a gambit can spare us all some trouble. Amberly perked up at that. It might work. The same goes for your diplomatic representatives. A disguise might reduce the odds of random attacks. This is acceptable. The Necrons immediately agreed. We will instruct our agents to prepare appropriate disguise before reporting for duty. Amarkin declared grandly. Now that the principal negotiations are over, we can proceed with offering gifts. There was no mistaking it. Harold sounded positively gleeful now. Inquisitor Vale, honor requires you to receive an appropriate reward for risking life and limb to aid me during the battle against transdimensional entities, from now on, designated warp abominations. Herald waved a hand and his guards surged forth. They locked their weapons on their backs and items materialized in their hands. First, I'm honored to present you with the hyperphase sword you used to vanquish the entity known as Skulltaker. A huge leering Necron walked gracefully in front of me and offered me the hilt of a familiar sword. The only difference was the crossguard. It was now in the form of the Imperial double-headed eagle. I'm honored to accept. As a matching gift from the Nephru dynasty, a shield. Amarkin apparently didn't want to be outdone. So the next time you might not lose another appendage. He declared happily. Sure enough, now there was another Necron in my face offering me a large slab of dark green metal covered with symbols almost identical to those on Amarkin's regalia. Those are magnificent and humble gifts. I nodded happily. First, the gifts were great. Second, even if they weren't, I wasn't about to tell them that and fuck up a barely acceptable deal. Scratch that. My smile froze when they offered me a pair of metal arms each. As spare parts. If necessary, we can offer you new legs. Harold kept talking, while I stared at the necrodermis limbs. My colleague is simply speechless from the consideration you offer him, Amberly spoke in a honeyed voice. I feel compelled to thank you on his behalf, Lord Amarkin, Lord Herald of Victory. I can see why. He expects to lose his legs too soon, doesn't he? Herald of Victory nodded in understanding. Worry not. We've taken his odd tendency to misplace bits and pieces during combat. Behold, our cryptex crafted armor to help keep him in one piece. The Necrons in front of me put the spare arms on the table, then more items materialized in their hands. Those were pieces of dark meal armor. Most of it looked utterly normal, bless the Emperor. A breastplate to keep vital parts functional. Amarkin ignored my stunned disbelief. It is inscribed with heraldry proclaiming your deeds so far and your status as a friend of the Nephru dynasty and the Kronus Research Center. Anyone of ours who could read this would be doing their best to shoot me and ask questions never. Then there was the helmet. The first thing I noticed was the stylized symbol of the Inquisition etched on the forehead flanked by two small ornate skulls. The eyes glowed green. And the whole thing was shaped like a Necron head because of course, it was. I am left speechless, I managed to croak. The back of the chest armor can retract and fold to account for the wings too. One of the cryptex pipped up, however, I was in no state to respond. If anyone saw me in this away from Kronus, they would declare me an abominable Xeno or a traitor with predictable results. To summarize. We agreed not to shoot at each other, so we can shoot at other people. General Alexander began. They'll help us remove the Tau from Kronus, offer technical expertise on developing our own version of their anti-warp technology as well. He took a long pull of his cup as if the Amasec was regular ale. So far so good. You are going to have Necron infiltrators as part of your retinues trying to keep you alive. I don't know what to say about that. Better you than me, I guess. Good luck not getting us all shot by Sector Command. The Emperor knows that would take a miracle. My thoughts exactly. It might be worth it if the pylon technology spreads. I shrugged. Why aren't you drinking? Alexander glanced at me with suspicion. Thanks to these, my wings waved at him, and the rest of the Emperor's blessing, I can't get even a buzz from any normal amount of alcohol, I admitted. And wasn't that a kick in the nuts? I needed a drink, damn it. Chapter 119. Erie's Badlands. Kronus. As far as the Eldari could see, there were dark dunes. Only an odd piece of weathered rock jutted out of the desert, not yet ground down to fine dust. This was a dead and desolate place. It had been this way for a long time. The ranger could feel it in his bones. It was a bad place, and he wondered if it was just because the demon buried below the dunes. Only hard-trained patience, worthy of his rank, kept Rohan from demanding a status update. That in itself told him much. This forsaken place was playing with his nerves. Besides, it wasn't like he would be the first to know if the warlock finally found the prison. There were only a handful of Eldari in this part of the continent. Rohan, the warlock doing his thing, and the grav tank crew. The last group were the best off, enjoying the relative comfort of the sealing machine. The small band of Eldari was alone, surrounded by silent younger, no Necron, drones, and the odd human patrol. Rohan had to remind himself how he thought about either group. Even hinting that the latter were mere beasts, and the former still slaves of the Tan, could lead to otherwise avoidable issues. Achieving more than he already had was a very long and tricky shot, one Rohan felt compelled to make. He still got his fellow Eldari out of the potential blast radius, leaving him with barely any support. At any rate, it was going to be worth it. No matter what happened from now on, his troops were where they could do the most back home. Or on the way there anyway. The question plaguing Rohan was simple: how did he derail the alliance between humans and Necrons? He knew how not to. Providing them with a target to unite again was what got them into this disaster. He wasn't going to make them target him. Rohan thought about spreading strife. Attempting to play upon the humans' hatred about everything different might have worked. If Taldir didn't ensure they would trust one of their kind even less than usual. Staging a false attack to get the allies to fight each other might have worked, in another time and place. Here, the human leaders had the disturbing ability to be reasonable and see beyond the dogma they were raised on. The Necrons were as bad if not worse. They also had the whole contingent covered with surveillance devices. Rohan didn't trust what little warp sorcery he had in his possession against the scrutiny arrayed against them. Perhaps someone like Eldred might have had the skills and cunning to pull off something sneaky and underhanded enough to work. Rohan wasn't the ancient farcer. The ranger kept looking over the desolate desert. His eyes automatically scanned for the tiniest sign of trouble and found nothing. Perhaps that was the answer. Do nothing. The humans were self-destructive at the best of times. How would the rest of their kind react to the news of an alliance with the Necrons of all beings in the galaxy? There might be something to this idea. Not only because following through with it didn't require a pointless suicide, but because the humans were self-destructive crude creatures. The more Rohan thought about it, the more he found the prospect enticing. At worst, he might have to stay around and bide his time to drive a blade through the Alliance's heart. Meanwhile, the humans and Necrons alike would be useful for at least one more thing: seeing the destruction of another demon. And that was a topic Rohan was doing his best not to dwell upon. The destruction of warp beasts was nothing new. Many powerful Eldari warlocks and farcers could smite down the less powerful monsters for good under the right circumstances. Some weapons could bring the end to almost any Neverborn, though those were exceedingly rare these days. What Rohan found disturbing was the possibility to see the process industrialized by the Alliance. That should have been a good thing if the tools necessary couldn't as easily cripple his people. Those Necron pylons were an extreme threat, and not only because how they made it almost impossible to draw power from the Sea of Souls. It was the moments of peace Rohan felt under their influence that made him shy from thinking about them. Because, if he let himself dwell upon it, it could easily grow into an obsession. And so, Rohan the Ranger sat on top of a tank, gloomy, pondering dark thoughts until his warlock acquaintance finally succeeded. "I've got it!" The older man exclaimed and jumped on his feet, from where he sat cross-legged on the hot sand. "It was protected by some impressively powerful and vile sorcery, but I got it now." The warlock crooned. He even shook his fist in the air, in a great show of emotion. On a closer look, Rohan could perceive all the energy thumping through the warlock. More than it was safe for anyone of their ability and experience to channel. The warlock let the power go with visible strain and regret, and looked at Rohan. The walls separating the Sea of Souls from this rock are becoming stronger with each passing moment. And the light of the human emperor keeps the Neverborn at bay. The warlock explained. "I didn't risk our souls in order to get it done faster." He sniffed in disdain. "That's a relief. Lead the way." The warlock pointed north and jumped on the tank. A moment later, they raced low above the dunes, and a swarm of Necron drones formed above them. The warlock led them to a nondescript part of the desert. The only difference was that there were a few more ground-down rocks sticking out of the sand than average. "It's right there." The warlock pointed forward. "Are you sure, Eldari?" A deep mechanical voice came from all around them, and the face of a Necron materialized from thin air beside them. "I know what I'm talking about. I can clearly see the site." The warlock focused on the empty patch of desert, and his hand fell upon the hilt of his blade. "The prison's entrance has been breached, and not too long ago. If you want to commit a glorified suicide, be my guests. Otherwise, stand by. Deployment of containment forces is underway." Rohan didn't feel like dying today, but kept that thought to himself. "We'll wait." That was all he said. Soon, many Necron forces teleported in, including a number of their large hover transports carrying pylons. Inquisitor Vale and his pariah child will be en route soon. Do not make any threatening gestures their way, or you will be annihilated. The Necron announced. Rohan didn't need more than a glance to conclude that the forces surrounding his position were more interested in containing the Eldari than fighting anything that might come out of the prison. The distressing factor was the Necrons didn't lack forces to throw at the Neverborn either, because more and more kept coming. He was sure that by the time the humans arrived, ancient death machines would cover the desert. In this case, Rohan would have very much preferred to be wrong. As if that wasn't bad enough, soon the humans arrived on board a large, noisy, and undoubtedly smelly, red transport that roared through the air before landing nearby. 10 of their space marines walked out, backed by a pair of small Necrons. Only then the Inquisitor made his way out, and Rohan stared. The insane human war armor craft in the visage of the Necrons themselves, wielded one of their swords, and to make things worse, the Inquisitor had a shield proclaiming their friendship. The younger and their Necron slaves didn't have friends. Even free from their star gods, the Necrons were little better than the Neverborn. Did they subvert the local humans? Was this the grave threat Eldred foresee? The Inquisitor turned his head towards the Eldari. Then Rohan saw that even the human wore a helmet shaped in the form of a Necron head. That human was lost, that much Rohan was certain of now. The Ranger used all his training to calm himself down in the face of the enemy. This wasn't the time for foolish actions. He couldn't follow in Taldir's footsteps. Doom awaited at the end of that path. The world froze. Walls slammed down, reinforcing reality itself and pushing back the sea of souls. The constant connection with she who thirsts nearly withered, and her ravenous presence felt so far away as if it was only a half-forgotten nightmare. Rohan was vaguely aware that the Necron pylons pulsed with power and glowed green from the strain. He saw the warlock stumble and fall to his knees, likely in relief. The humans and Necrons alike ignored them and marched through. Rohan focused on the mission at hand. He could now see where the entrance hid. He could see a few larger boulders that weren't there a moment ago, and between them was a crudely dug-out tunnel. Necron warriors, human Astartes, and the Inquisitor marched inside heedless of what they could find. Rohan gathered everything he was and pushed through the peace attempting to overwhelm him with its alluring promise. The ancient enemy let him pass by, though a group of them fell in formation around him. They could cut him down at a moment's notice. Rohan kept walking and gripped his rifle so hard his fingers ached. He followed the impossible allies inside, through darkness, blood, and fallen corpses, until they reached a ritual chamber full of bloodless corpses. That's the place all right. The Inquisitor's voice sounded distorted and machine-like. Almost like a Necron's. Where is the bloody demon? Rohan wasn't sure if he should be happy, cry in relief or curse his luck. He was even less sure why he agreed to accompany the humans to their city. For that matter, it was a mystery why he later ended attending a crude and particularly boring ceremony carried out by the red-robed technology worshippers. Oh, right. At that point, Rohan would have done almost anything to keep the peace and quiet surrounding his soul. Chapter 120. Victory Bay. Kronus. Random tingles went up and down my new arm, while my shoulder itched something fierce. Originally, I had thought that there would be almost no circumstances under which I would consent to let someone fuse a Necron arm to my body. Recent events changed that particular calculation in a hurry. While the primary threat subversion was very much something to worry about, the potential threat vector changed. All it took was a report from Karam. The Necrons didn't need physical contact to infest some poor bastard with mind-shackle scarabs. Releasing those tiny horrors in the general vicinity of anyone without proper countermeasures would be enough. In that regard, everyone who leaving Kronus would be screened both after boarding one of the Imperial ships in orbit and at the final destination. Including us Inquisitors. Or should I say, especially us Inquisitors. Of course, this bit of intelligence didn't mean the Necron gifts were safe, just that they didn't need them to subvert us if and when they turned on us. That's why, when the news about finding the demon's prison arrived, I agreed to get myself a new arm in a hurry, to go along with the rest of the gifts. The Necrons looked like they approved of my choice, though it was hard to tell. According to Amberly, I was a reckless fool. However, every little would help when facing a demon. There was just one immediate problem with my hasty choice: the demon failed to materialize. We found traitor corpses inside, and while void of blood, they were more than fresh enough to tell us what happened. Closer examination of the area by General Alexander Psykers and an Eldar warlock pointed at a ritual taking place while the final assault on the Deimos Peninsula was underway. The only surprise there was the fact that an apparent greater demon of Khorne had chosen to return to the warp instead of trying to ruin our day. The current theory was that it fled because there was no prospect of glorious bloodshed. If it manifested within that Emperor's forsaken desert, the Navy would burn the region to the mantle, denying it combat, blood and skulls anyway. Instead of finding and fighting a demon, I returned to Victory Bay with a few Eldar stalkers in tow. I still wasn't sure why they came. I was merely being polite, all right, trolling the bastards with an invitation to come to visit and witness the official signing of the alliance between the Imperium and our new Necron friends. They weren't supposed to accept. Amberly wasn't happy. My security detail was even less happy. General Alexander looked at me as if hoping he could give me all the shit details he could think of until I died of old age. The Necrons might have found it hilarious. The Eldar ended up with a huge security detail, to protect them from the locals. Said detail had at least one unit of Necron warriors attached to it, who went out of their way to be polite and helpful. No one knew what to make of it, including the Eldar. At least Celine liked the flight and meeting new people. Thinking about it, the Eldar might have accepted because they were afraid I would sick her on them otherwise. As a consequence, I was beginning to regret my inability to get bloody drunk. On top of that, I suddenly didn't have any pressing duties to attend to, so no distractions either. That's how I found myself in the Blood Raven compound, visiting Antaeus, who finally got himself a new arm as well. I found him at the apothecarium and explained my current predicament. Inquisitor, I'm not sure if I should congratulate or pity you. My large friend peered at me from a large metal slab that passed for an operating table around here. Meanwhile, an apothecary waved all kinds of scanners over me, looking for unpleasant Necron surprises. The Blood Raven found nothing, not that, was saying much. Tell me about it. Pray, say, do you nice fellows have alcohol that works for you? If so, I would love to borrow a few bottles. After the last deployment, the first 3 companies of the chapters were declared dry. However, we might have a bottle or 2 of Fenrisian ale in the reliquary. The apothecary rumbled. I looked up at him questionably. That's one of the few good ways to keep space wolves off your back when they become rowdy. High doses of sedatives help as well. Something whirled in his gauntlet and a huge needle poked out, however, those are much harder to administer. Bribing them causes fewer headaches for everyone involved. I'll have a word with the captain when I'm out of here. Speaking about leaving. Antaeus looked at the apothecary. You will sit right here for a few more hours to confirm good graft and no residual corruption. The apothecary pointed the big needle at Antaeus' chest. I'll leave you to rest then. Keep safe, Inquisitor. For what's worth, I know you've got the Emperor's blessing to guide your way. Keep a stout heart, no matter what. I nodded at his words, while my wings preened and fluttered. It's a good thing we aren't a chapter of the blood, or I won't hear the end of it. The apothecary grumbled, looking at my wings. They're insufferable around saints. You're still alive. Amberly peered at me in a manner very similar to the way Antaeus looked at me earlier. This time, it was Karam whirling around, poking me, and whistling in binary as if it was the Sanguina. No mind shackle scarabs that I can detect. The Muggos biologist proclaimed. While I would prefer to open your brain and check directly, remote scans will have to do for now. He sounded disappointed. Karam was obviously still salty I got him arrested. You know what? I don't care anymore. Just do me one single favor. Amberly smiled at me in a very unnerving fashion. It was unnerving enough that my wings tried to spread around me in a protective posture and I had to consciously hold them back. What do you wish, Inquisitor Vale? I asked politely and attentively. Stand down and don't do anything that might get us shot until you're no longer my problem. It's not like I go out looking for this kind of trouble. Besides, there are only 2 things on our to-do list in the foreseeable future. I reasonably pointed out. We sent feelers to the Tau to see if they were willing to negotiate and would deal with them soon if they failed to respond. The other thing was a standing invitation to attend a Mechanicus ceremony tomorrow when they would finish excavating the Titan cannon. We would attend it, of course. It would be the polite thing to do. The propaganda department would love it, and so would the crowds. In theory, unveiling that weapon would serve as a reminder to everyone watching that the Imperium didn't deploy its most destructive assets to Kronus. Just stay out of trouble, or I'll leave you to deal with the next Inquisitor who turns up alone. Amberly threatened. Muggos, what can you tell us about your patients, before my colleague summons more problems on top of our heads? The Cryptex tried an obvious solution. They sent deactivation codes. Unfortunately, they didn't work on Trazen's mind shackle scarabs. Our current theory for removing them is to suspend them using energy fields, then physically get them out, while fixing any damage we might cause in the process. There are obvious downsides to this approach. It can cause permanent memory loss among other issues. The Inquisitor might need implants to repair her afterward. We can provide those. Of greater concerns was a deep scan provided by one of General Alexander's psychers. Necron scans offered a partial corroboration. Inquisitor Greyfax's memory has been modified by psychic means. The Necrons don't possess the means to do so. It had to happen sometime before she ended up in Trazen's hands. I might be able to help. My wings twitched eagerly at that. These come with various new abilities I'm still learning about. However, it might be best to try after you've removed those things from her head. I don't know how they'll react to a psychic intrusion. I won't be just looking, but poking around. We'll make a test run on the corporal late tonight. Karam continued, ignoring my input. After that, we'll decide how to proceed based on experimental data. The best case scenario is we'll begin treating the Inquisitor tomorrow evening. Our current projections show that with Cryptek aid it should take no more than 12 hours to remove the devices. Or it will if we're on the right path. Carry on and inform us of any relevant developments, Amberly ordered. She pointed at me. You're with me. It's high time we began writing a comprehensive report for the local Inquisition conclave. We'll have to figure out a good way to explain all of this to our reinforcements. The next group should arrive in the next few days. So much for finding the time to properly go over the user manual of my new arm. It was supposed to have several built-in functions I had no idea how to use at this time. Chapter 121. Victory Bay. Kronus. The propaganda department went all in. Priests from all over the region arrived early in the morning. They led steadily growing crowds until the streets were packed to bursting. Incense and blessed oils burned, covering nearly a quarter of the city in billowing clouds of smoke. In all of this, a single long street was mostly empty, with whole infantry regiments lining the road and keeping the rapturous onlookers away. What should have been a relatively simple ceremony became the centerpiece of a victory parade. Today was going to go down in history. The only question was how. 3 PDF regiments headed the parade. The local boys and girls marched with pride to thunderous ovations. A veteran infantry regiment came next, calm, composed, and gleaming thanks to their polished carapace armor. Officers, commissars, and sergeants marched in front of infantry blocks, while military marches came to life thanks to Mechanicus' efforts. Hundreds of modified servo skulls floated above the crowds transmitting the music, while even more of the gilded devices buzzed around, carrying burning incense. Flags fluttered in the light wind, either waved by the citizenry, or rippling around the walls of buildings as far as the eye could see. Banner-bearers marched proudly at the head of every formation, leading the way. A trio of Aeronautica Imperialis craft roared through the sky, the only operational pair of lighting interceptors and a single painstakingly repaired bomber. Again and again, they flew above the parade, executing the ancient missing wingman formation for every lost pilot during the fighting to save Kronus. The armor came next. All kinds of light vehicles drove slowly, so everyone could see them, followed by the armored fist of the guard, its tank formations. Seals and decorations covered each vehicle, displayed their accomplishments for all to see. Right in the center of the formation rumbled the Baneblade. It was freshly painted, blessed, and sanctified after the fighting on the Deimos Peninsula. Nearly 1,000 purity seals blessed by 100 priests covered its hull. From where I stood, surrounded by various local dignitaries and guests, I could see ghostly shells fueled by faith around every vehicle. Those constructs protected their crews and machine spirits from chaos corruption. As soon as the vehicles appeared, all present Martians began their chants, uttering prayers and litanies praising the Omnissiah's gifts. And beside us, standing on a hastily but carefully constructed scaffolding, stood the prize of the day, draped with huge red veils. Countless seals covered it, and it nearly swam in steaming sacred oil. Dozens of Martians surrounded the massive Titan weapon and prayed to it. I could see Celine in a lower corner of the stands, sitting on Sergeant Braun's shoulders and waving at the parade. From time to time she would look shyly up as if to check if I had vanished. Not a few meters away sat our Eldar guests. A warlock, the crew of a single tank, and Rohan the ranger. Their armors did an excellent job hiding their faces. However, I could feel their bubbling emotions. And they were delicious. They knew what today represented and probably could detect the Necrons hiding around us, watching everything. The Emperor's radiance still bathed Kronus, and I hoped it was a sign that we were on the right path, instead of making a terrible mistake. It was too late for second thoughts now. The pact was sealed. We did that early this morning at General Alexander's HQ. It was simple and to the point. What we were doing right now was a show for the citizenry and the military who might have to work with the aliens in the future. It was also a message. One we were sending loudly and clearly to our Eldar guests, their masters, and the Tau who undoubtedly watched. The Baneblade slowly rumbled past us, with Colonel Roval waving at the crowds from the top of the cupola. He looked positively tiny, which served to reinforce the sheer size of the super-heavy tank. It had to drive slowly through the street, or it would risk clipping one of the troopers, keeping the crowd from doing something stupid. The mob itself kept screaming itself hoarse, yet their cries of joy didn't splutter out. Their jubilation was almost contagious and resonated through the warp. Their raw emotions flowed straight into it, and under the Emperor's cage, there was nothing to poison those feelings. Or consume them. I knew it wouldn't and couldn't last. However, those of us with the senses to see had the privilege to experience the Immaterium how it was before the Eldar murder-fucked and tortured it into insanity. Frankly, for a moment I didn't know if I could hold myself back from lashing at Rohan and his party on general principle. My mind pulsed with the echoes from the emotions of hundreds of thousands. Their faith flowed into me, first like a trickle, then like a small river, which passed through on its way to the Emperor. My wings shone brighter than ever before, and soon a soft golden glow surrounded me. This only fed back into the crowd, which went wilder. I took a moment to look over the stand, trying to distract myself from the emotions bombarding me. General Alexander and his party were to my left, with Captain Thule and some of his commanders towering behind the guard officers, just like Antaeus stood above my shoulder. Amberly and her retinue were to my right, between the Eldar and me. Local notables stood around us, basking into the glory and screaming their support as loud as they could. Many of them were even genuine in their jubilation. I made mental note to point out those who weren't to Amberly and the Arbiters. The Baneblade came to a ponderous stop right in front of the park where the Hellstorm cannon stood. So did 20 Leman Russ tanks and 4 Blood Raven Predators. A pair of dreadnoughts heavy with seals of all stripes walked by until they flanked the super heavy tanks like an honor guard. Binary chanting rose in volume, and the music changed. A hymn to the Omniscia silenced every other sound in the city, and even the crowds quieted down, straining to listen and see. Thanks to a pneumatic system, our stand slowly rotated, so now we faced the Titan cannon. Heat haze covered it, and the holy oils smearing it bubbled. Even some of the purity seals covering it began to smoke. That wasn't right. I narrowed my eyes at the immense weapon. I could sense my fellow psychers warily let out their senses spread through the immaterium as well. There was something here that didn't belong. A foreign presence that was simply wrong, and it was stirring. The Emperor's light shone here, and the concentrated prayers of a whole world bathing this place stood ill at ease with whatever that thing was. The Eldar warlock figured out something first and recoiled as if struck. It was deep within the cannon, entwined with its components, hidden and slumbering for eons. Yet, now it stirred, irritated, and weakened by a power that was anathema to its very existence surrounding it, pushing it down and containing it. Soon, it was going to awake. My wings went out to their full spread in a threatening posture. Rot and decay assaulted my senses. Corruption and nihilism practically radiated from the heart of the cannon. Now that I saw them, I couldn't unsee. I couldn't understand how could such a thing remain hidden, instead of making every psyker on the continent vomit and choke in revulsion as soon as they touched the warp. Sweet merciful Emperor, what did those crazy bastards dig out? Chapter 122. Blighted Mansion of Misery and Mirth. Nurgle Domain. The Warp. In the heart of his domain, stood the Plague Lord's humble home. The twisted light of the warp itself crept through the jagged edges of cracked and jagged windows, broken and splattered with filth. Half-rotted through shutters sang dirges of joy while toxic winds hammered them in maggot-infested walls. Shattered drains burst open, releasing their rotten contents, maggots, and flies inside, staining carpets and turning wood into little more than twisted offal. Mold crept up the walls, blistering the paint, which eternally flaked away, yet kept its poisonous glow. Crooked chimneys merrily billowed poison and pestilence, while demonic birds sang dirges to their father and his beloved. Bone trees ripened with decaying fruit, which rotted on their branches, while flies buzzed around, gorging themselves on the rich offerings. Deep inside the mason, Grandfather Nurgle's great bulk towered over a bubbling cauldron. He stirred it carefully, adding spices as appropriate. His beloved deserved only the best. The Plague Lord kept glancing at Isha, while she glared at the cauldron. She had a point, the last few brews didn't turn well. He was going to outdo himself this time, wait and see. Besides, it wasn't his fault. Khorne's temper tantrum ruined a delicious blood fever that would slowly boil you from inside, so you could properly appreciate the gift. It was that feathered and beaked freak's fault that a new take on the classic plague fizzled out. It has been screaming about everything going to plan, you see, for days now. As if anyone would buy that now. Nurgle bobbed his horned head and let some snot and hissing sweat fall into the cauldron, before waiting for 3 heartbeats and stirring counterclockwise. His work was as much an art as a science. It was almost time. The brew needed a few more minutes, by his reckoning, and just a couple more ingredients. He was sure it would be ready in time too. The Father of Plagues raised his massive head and looked in the distance. The odds were even, and the coin fell tails. His imprisoned child stirred, irritated by all those cleansing oils, and stung by the anathema's light. It might be for the best this way. While otherwise he could have extracted the unclean one and retained it for later use, now he had an opportunity to salvage something from Khorne's great failure. It was either that or lose it in a way that benefited the other side. Damn Khorne. Because, really, was it so hard to show some patience and temperance? 10,000 years ago, the 4 of them made sure the war was theirs to win and the anathemas to lose. Ever since then, the Imperium and humanity had been slowly, painfully, and so deliciously decaying and rotting from the inside. It had been only a matter of time before they collapsed. Every victory was a mere holding action, prolonging the time they had to enjoy Nurgle's gift, so he naturally approved. Every setback brought them to the inevitable end and rebirth. That was all right too. Until now, when Khorne's foolish impatience offered the anathema a chance for a real victory. Nurgle grimaced, bile rising in his gorge at the thought of a galaxy covered by despicable Necron machines, denying his blessed gifts. The god of decay paused his stirring to pick up a glowing jar. He removed a pair of writhing parasites. The little deers nipped happily at his fingers, and he scratched them, before letting them fall into the brew. It hissed merrily and turned blood red. Nurgle closed the jar before the other deers could escape and put it back on the top shelf while humming to himself. Nurgle had a decision to make. His first option was to do nothing. He was the most patient being in the warp. He could wait. Sooner or later, entropy would have its due. Everything will decay. That much was inevitable. He was inevitable. Even the Necron and their technology couldn't resist the ravages of time indefinitely. How could they, when it was the Necronter tumors, ravaged bodies, and fear of death that gave birth to his essence? Well, to a part of it, but that didn't matter. Nurgle loved everything that made him up, and he represented those essences equally. He was a generous and loving grandfather like that, not like his counterparts. Those were either insane, outright barbaric, or simply sick and depraved in a way he would never tolerate in his domain. Why, he shuddered at the thought of what that pervert might have done to his sweet, innocent Isha. 3 more stirs and now all he had to do was let the brew bubble for a bit. And make a choice. Nurgle's second option was a direct intervention. His little unclean one was tired and weak after so long without proper food and care. Left to its own devices, it would lose, and that loss would strengthen the anathema's hand. However, if Nurgle intervened, if he fought and empowered his unclean one, then he might just resolve the problem once and for all. An outright victory would do. Either that or deceiving the humans that they had to purge Kronus because of his blessing. That despicable alliance would die on that cursed planet, and he would hold his success over the fools' heads. There was only one problem with that plan. The anathema's light still illuminated Kronus, cleansing it. It was so clean and bright. That was utterly and contemptuously terrible. In the end, Nurgle decided to act. It was the best option he had, all thanks to his duplicitous colleagues. If this went wrong, he would know who he would have to blame. Grandfather Nurgle focused his immense power. His whole domain stirred, sensing his intent, and for a single moment stood still. A tremendous beam of energy shot into the warp, covering the distance between Nurgle's domain and Kronus in an instant. It slammed into the anathema's light and punched through, lancing into the heart of Victory Bay and slamming into the Hellstorm cannon. The anathema reacted as soon as the attack began, and for a brief moment, the rage that met him made Nurgle stagger back. His bulk shook, and he spilled his cauldron. The bubbling contents went everywhere, dousing him, splashing over Isha, who squealed in delight, and finally falling into the drains to find their way to a planet to bless. This wasn't a defensive action like the one anathema fought for 10,000 years to keep his throne room secure. It wasn't a sucker punch against an arrogant ass like Khorne. Grandfather Nurgle was ready for such tricks. The anathema making a stand, and spending the necessary energy to fight him here and now, that the Plague Father didn't quite see. Such a conflict was dangerous. It could weaken him too much if he persisted, giving an opening to the other 3. However, at the same time, the sheer strain would reduce the time anathema had. The Golden Throne was fraying, falling apart, and decaying. It was never to survive the energies now writhing within the anathema. 2 titans clashed above Kronus, all the while, their champions waged war on the surface. The Golden Throne. Imperial Palace. Holy Terra. The fragment of the Emperor bound to the Golden Throne writhed in agony. The combined energy fed to him by humanity as a whole was both rapture and the greatest possible torture. His wounded body and ravaged couldn't properly contain that much power without ascending and dooming his people. The soul shattered into 1,000 fragments. Many of them scattered across the galaxy, and some of them even did some good over the ages. The body turned into little more than a tortured husk, barely maintained by dying machinery and countless sacrifices. For 10,000 years, the Emperor maintained his vigil. For 10,000 years, he suffered for humanity. He didn't stop even as his people turned away from the imperial truth, from the light of science and understanding. He kept fighting for the Imperium, even as it became a corrupted and bloated monster. Even as the Imperium's current existence mocked his efforts and the sacrifices of all those who fought to bring forth a golden age, the Emperor kept protecting it. For 10,000 years, he watched humanity slowly die, while struggling to find a solution that might make it all worth it in the end. Countless contingencies and desperate gambits carried over the gulf of time did little more than keep the Imperium from collapse. In the end, the truth was painful and obvious. The Imperium as it was its own greatest enemy. It was less than an empire than a loose collection of 1,001 petty kingdoms vying for power and influence, while humanity died around them. It didn't matter. The emperor kept suffering, kept sacrificing all he had to in order to give his people more time, to find a way to bring forth a miracle, because nothing less could offer salvation in this dark age. Now, finally, when everything raced towards the end, he could see clearly. Chaos had played him. For 10,000 years, he had been losing the war that mattered. His contingencies weren't enough. His desperate measures would at best prolong humanity's final death throes. Cadia would fall, chaos would rend the galaxy asunder, while countless enemies picked up humanity's decaying carcass, while the tyrannid swarms came to devour them all. They had 40, perhaps 60 years before chaos would be able to launch their final crusade. It wasn't enough time to prepare. There were too many other threats to deal with, both internal and external. Despite that, the emperor was going to fight, and when the time came, he would give humanity an end, one at their own terms at his terms. The time for desperate measures and contingencies was over. They weren't going to be enough. They weren't the last time. At that point, chaos made a mistake. It happened at a time when the emperor had little left to lose. It no longer mattered if the Astronomicon could last for much longer. Khorne misstepped, and the emperor struck. Fate shifted. A herald of Khorne died on Kronus, struck down by an unlikely alliance between humans and aliens. One of the emperor's shards was there, observing his handiwork. It wasn't much, yet there was a small and vulnerable hope blossoming on that distant world. By itself, those events wouldn't be enough to avert humanity's fall. However, they might buy precious time, might raise the price for victory just enough, that in the end, chaos would lose as well. Perhaps, that would be the best the man once known as Revelation could hope for now. The essence of that person suffered on the Golden Throne for eternity, keeping his broken mind and soul aimed at the same general direction even when he was beyond hope. What the Emperor didn't expect was to see the enemies of humanity make yet another mistake on Kronus. First the young Eldar Taldir, then Khorne himself, and now, Nurgle. Revelation could see what that pestilent abomination intended. It might very well work, erasing the faint hope blossoming on Kronus. Mere months ago, the Emperor would have contested such a blow, of course. However, he couldn't have gone all out. The price to pay, in both power and time burned out of the Astronomicon, would have been too high. However, here and now, the Golden Throne would last a century or two, even if the price would be an immediate and sudden failure afterward. In that time, humanity and the Imperium would either find salvation, or it would be time to go out into the night, taking out as many of their enemies down as they could. Months ago, even weeks ago, the best he could have hoped for would be yet another expensive stalemate. Revelation let go of all the restraints binding his power. The Golden Throne blazed with energy, and the mere backslash filled the great chamber it laid within with blinding light. His companions fell to their knees and averted their eyes, which burned even behind the protection of their helmets. The Emperor focused on the crystallized belief of all humanity, their faith, hopes, pain, and suffering. Everything they were or would be. Humanity's faith was his armor, their belief, his shield, and their hope turned into a flaming sword burning its way through the warp. His will made manifest above Kronus. The immaterium around that distant world ignited. Rot and decay met cleansing fire, shaking the heavens themselves asunder. Victory Bay. Kronus. All pieces were finally in place, and it was beautiful. The living saint, his crown piece, acted first. Golden radiance enveloped him like a glove, and he charged ahead on fiery wings. It was just in time too. Their protection exploded outwards, covering the crowds with a comforting blanket made of their power. A wave of decay slammed into the radiance, threatening to overwhelm them when Revelation acted as he knew the poor bastard would. Gods clashed above them, giving the mortals below a fighting chance. Dozens of Mechanicus adepts died screaming. Their flesh decayed into soup, while the mechanical parts rusted and rotted away into sludge. Pestilent winds blew away, carrying deadly plagues upon the citizens of Victory Bay. Fight for your lives. The saint bellowed even as he struggled to keep the tide of entropy at bay. The Imperial Guard stirred. Infantry turned around and opened fire at the boiling mass of rotting flesh engulfing the Hellstorm cannon. Vehicle crews got out of their daze and hurried to button up their machines. The vehicles themselves glowed brightly while their purity seals burned with the strain to keep the power of Nurgle himself away. All over the city, people fell to their knees, racked by pain. Their blood turned dark, and black veins bulged all over their bodies. Dark red blood flowed freely from their mouths and noses, while they shed red tears. Yet, instead of collapsing in despair or surrendering to the enticing whispers of Nurgle, the citizens of Victory Bay prayed for salvation. They had a living saint among them, the Emperor's own chosen symbol made manifest to offer salvation. Those close enough to the Titan cannon could see the saints standing tall and proud, fighting to protect them. They didn't run. Despair could find no purchase in their hearts. Their faith burned strong. They cried to the Emperor for salvation, they prayed for aid, and for their saint to emerge victorious. Revelation answered, matching his might against Nurgle's. Burning embers fell all over the realm of rot and decay when the Emperor struck. For one brief moment, an Eldar goddess could see a glimpse of the real world after eons of captivity. She could see her captor pushed back, see and hear Nurgle's cries of pain and anger. And it was glorious. At the same time, a handful of Eldar could perceive Isha's bound and caged form. The moment passed. Thunderclaps shook Victory Bay when the Necrons entered the fray. Say what you will about the murderous machines, they were no cowards. 2 Necron lords and their cryptex marched upon the manifesting greater demon of Nurgle. Lychguard phased into existence and went into the fray. And 4 pylons arrived through an emergency deployment that fried dozens of unlucky people. They activated, reinforcing reality, and sending back the Eldar in the dubious safety of their minds. And so it begins. The Emperor's shard rippled with satisfaction and shot into the heavens. It was eager to rejoin Revelation and become a part of the battle waged above Kronus. Chapter 123. Victory Bay. Kronus. Rohan fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His brain did its best to leak out of his ears, and all he could hear was the screams of the damned. The Ranger did his best to keep his being separated from the Sea of Souls and knew for a fact that he was still alive only thanks to the Necrons. Their pylons forcefully strengthened reality and pushed his mind back within his head. Yet, the terrible vision wouldn't go away. Rohan beheld Isha, lost goddess of fertility and rejuvenation, imprisoned by Nurgle. He got a glimpse of the Chaos God himself, cloaked by the very essence of rot and decay, clashing with the human emperor. He saw gods reenact the war in heaven, or perhaps the fall. Rohan saw the rotting corpse worshipped by the human stand against one of the Chaos Gods and push the abomination back, a feat not even Kain could boast of during the fall. Whatever else the human emperor might be in the material world, in the warp, he was a monster like few others. Even now, under the dubious protection of the Necron pylons, Rohan could sense the clash burning through the Sea of Souls. The mere echoes he experienced, shook his very soul. The warlock wrenched off his helmet, revealing a pale, ancient face. The experienced warrior threw up his breakfast and convulsed. Rohan could see blood leaking from the corner of his eyes, nose, and ears. Despite that, the warlock was the first Eldari to stagger to his feet. Warp fire surrounded his form. He threw himself at the greater demon manifesting nearby with a scream of pure rage and despair. The tank crew get up next, and looked wildly around, searching for weapons that were in their vehicle parked a few kilometers away. Rohan also saw human soldiers fall prey to Nurgle's gifts. There. Take up their weapons. The Ranger shouted and stumbled to his feet. The crude laser weaponry so loved by the humans would have to do. He couldn't run now. Not now, when all his soul cried with burning rage. Rohan picked up the laser weapon of a woman too busy choking on her own blood and opened fire. There was little point in aiming at the growing pile of offal beginning to take shape. It wasn't like he could miss. The tank crew followed suit, and soon, a handful of Eldar stood on the edge of the podium shoulder to shoulder with bleeding humans and Astartes pouring all the firepower they could into the Neverborn. Jordan's whole form cracked with eldritch power. The Psyker pointed his power weapon at the demon and unleashed a powerful arcane bolt before falling to his knees and panting in exhaustion. General, we need to go. You need to take charge of this Emperor-damned disaster. Commissar Norman shook Lucas. Alexander looked at his longtime acquaintance through bloodshot eyes. He tried to say something, but all that came out of his throat was wet viscera, and he choked, struggling to breathe. A Mudson, the general whispered tiredly. He's in charge. He shook Norman with all the little strength he had. The artillery commander was back at the HQ, overseeing today's events from its safety. A wave of warmth washed over them, while Alexander wetly gasped for breath. He was barely aware of Norman's grim nod, then the commissar was gone. Good man, that one. For a commissar. Lucas blinked off blood tears and found a new source of strength burning within his chest. He could hear countless choked prayers almost drowning the cacophony of combat. All he had left was praying, and the hope that it would be enough. They should have brought heavier weapons, Antaeus concluded. The librarian had a power sword, bolter, and knife. His psyker power as well, however using those now was a highly dubious proposition. The arrival of the Necron pylons offered precious respite because as awe-inspiring as the events in the Immaterium were, there was nothing the librarian could do about them. Above and beyond them, the Emperor himself fought Nurgle and slowly but surely prevailed. It was awe-inspiring, and if before Antiochus hadn't believed the leader of mankind was a god, today left no such illusions. The emperor fought beside them today in all his divine glory. Have faith, brothers. The emperor is with us. Antiochus roared and shot off a psychic blast at the demon threatening them. The librarian knew his words were true in more than one way. Below the stands, the Inquisitor stood tall, protecting a small group of tech priests, and a cluster of regular soldiers with his light. The chosen of the emperor was on one knee as if praying before the battle. Cleansing energy emanated from Vale, keeping the rot and decay at bay. Moths of golden light flew through the air, burning bright and searing away corruption. Captain Ignatius, we've got a demonic incursion in progress, my position. Captain Thule's voice cracked over the battle net. Deploy all reserve forces as soon as you have them properly outfitted. We need immediate resupply. Heavy weapons, blessed munitions, and sacred war gear. If we reach the Case Omega Green 1, you're authorized to fire on our position at your judgment. Authorization code, Raziel 19 Malkador. An inhuman screech shook the whole area. Its disturbing piercing notes scratched over the armor that was Antiochus' faith. Small forms rose from the bubbling filth covering the cursed cannon and deformed tiny demons staggered out, before running to tear apart anyone they could see. Hold firm. They shall not pass. The Inquisitor thundered in voice, not his own. Antiochus spared a glance that way while reloading. Vale was on his feet, holding high a burning sword. It was hard to focus on the Inquisitor due to the divine light dancing around him like a halo. The guard answered with lost fire, and then the vehicles let it rip with everything at their disposal. Multi-lasers scythed down waves of nurglings. Flammers created a burning wall between the infantry and the demons, while heavy bolters blew them apart. The Baneblade was on fire, its purity seals turning it into a flaming island. It opened up with all the secondaries it had, reserving the battle cannon until there was no other choice. If it used it here and now, it would mess up the nearby unprotected infantry, including the Saint anchoring their formation. The only saving grace of the disaster was that wiser heads had the field hospital removed from the park in anticipation of the parade. Otherwise, Antiochus didn't want to think about what would have happened. Resupply is en route. ETA 2 mics. The captain announced. Reinforcements are en route, ETA 4 minutes. It would take at least that long to swap the anti-armor war gear meant for use against the Necrons if they turned hostile, to something more useful in the current situation. Fortunately, it was much faster to send down a standard resupply pod. This was irritating, Amarkin thought. No, irritation didn't do his current mental state justice. The Necron Lord knew that in theory the so-called Chaos Gods existed. That they were powerful warp abominations. The echoes that his ships in orbit could detect and the barely coherent mumbling of human and Eldari psychers filtered through the Necron network told a different story. They were at the epicenter of a clash that wouldn't be amiss during the worst days of the war in heaven. And they were ill-equipped to face a foe of that magnitude. It was both a piece of good news and a sobering revelation that the human emperor chose to personally intervene. If the humans could be believed anyway. That by itself was cause to revisit both the use humanity could be as allies and the potential threat they represented. That was for later. If there would be later. Amarkin issued contingency orders and kept firing all his weapons at the abomination taking form. One of his ships already raced out of the system. Constant combat data flowed towards his tomb world, ensuring that if the worst happened, his dynasty would be warned. The part of his mind monitoring the reconnaissance efforts over the rest of the settlement showed hundreds of thousands of humans falling, struck down by impossibly fast-acting diseases. More warp influence there. Deploy additional pylons, Amarkin advised. Deimos containment zone is currently irrelevant. They could always secure it again or purge it from orbit if it came to that. I'm already doing so. Orbital support might be needed. Herald of Victory countered. Amarkin could see that. Despite several pylons already in place and active, the abomination they faced almost got recognizable if twisted shape. Inquisitor Vale could draw on warp power, perhaps his emperors just like the local abomination fed from the dregs of a greater one. The battle in the warp simply overpowered the available pylons. He ran a quick calculation. It claimed that without the pylons already on site, they might have to execute a tactical retreat or risk being overwhelmed if they attempted to hold this position. That would be a less than ideal outcome. There were hundreds of thousands of allied civilians behind them who would die or worse if they fell back. While Amarkin shouldn't have cared, he could remember their people dying helplessly, while their leaders were unable to protect them. His people. Avoiding the repeat of that fate was one of the reasons why so many gleefully accepted biotransference. Those weren't his people. Amarkin couldn't say he cared about them. Because he didn't. However, merely being placed in such a situation again was infuriating. Then there was honor. Necron's honor on this world suffered more than enough already. It wouldn't suffer again if a Markan had anything to say about it. Besides, he had fought in the War of Heaven from its beginning to the end. He had faced worse, even if then he had been much better prepared and had a proper army under his command. Deploy the reserves. This abomination dies today. A Markan declared. Transporters came to life on board his ships, and mass deployment began. Herald of Victory had the same idea, and he called everyone. Lighting strikes lit up Victory Bay, leaving behind afterimages, ionized air, and squads of Necron warriors. Gauss weaponry struck the abomination, again and again, hiding it from sight. Sensors revealed they could destroy its mass almost as fast as it grew. That wasn't nearly good enough. However, more pylons might be the cure for that particular problem. The sky cracked open, and transport barges phased in carrying a mobile pylon each. They came online as one and ensured an uneasy stalemate. If nothing else, that deployment brought a brief respite to their mortal allies. Chapter 124. Victory Bay. Kronus. Today, Charles had one simple job entrusted to him by the Lord Inquisitor, living saint and friend, Delcatar Vale. After the near failure last time, the Commissar took no chances. Their small corner of the stand was as close to a bunker as the Mechanicus cyborgs could make it in a hurry. No one wanted to be near them, which simplified the security situation. Well, almost no one. Lieutenant Regina was back, with a wide smile on her face and what looked like all the camera crews the propaganda department could find, buy or steal. All those cameras gave Charles a flashback, and he grabbed his weapons, while his head whipped around, looking for kidnapping Necron thieves. Fortunately, not a single such bastards materialized, and Weber relaxed a fraction. His shoulder twitched at the sudden movement, reminding him that his new arm still needed some time to properly heal and adjust. That was irrelevant. The flesh was weak, and of little consequence when an Inquisitor gave you an order. Besides, failing a living saint, who was your friend as well, would be even worse if that was at all possible. Mother would never forgive him. Charles kept looking suspiciously around, but no one paid them much attention when the parade began. At least Celine was happy at the circus. She kept waving a small flag from her exalted position on the shoulders of the Ogren sergeant, which gave her an even better view of the street below. It was a nice parade, Charles could allow that much. It was appropriately patriotic and held an incredible amount of hard-fought promise. It was tangible proof that with the Inquisitor leading them, they could achieve the impossible. Destroy demons for good, smite overwhelming numbers of Xenos and traitors. Even convince some Xenos to fight for the Imperium. Such was the power of a saint, just like in his mother's stories. It had been the utmost privilege to watch Inquisitor Vale earn such acclaim and recognition from humble beginnings. And it was his eternal honor to be by Delcatar's side. The parade continued without a hitch, and it began soothing Charles's frayed nerves. The music was properly uplifting and enjoyable. It was always a joy to see happy crowds cheering at the guard, especially when the Imperium's soldiers fought so hard to keep those people safe. Charles allowed himself a small content smile. Eventually, it was time for the Mechanicus part of the show, sanctifying the canon in the name of the Omnisia and returning it into the fold or something like that. At that point, everything went wrong. Fast Charles's first clue that trouble was afoot came when the Inquisitor soared upon fiery wings, a bad sign that, and landed just out of sight. A wave of something nasty exploded from the cannon and rippled through the air. It clashed with the Emperor's divine energy wielded by the Inquisitor. However, even that wasn't enough to contain it. The Commissar grimaced when he saw at least a couple of a dozen tech priests liquefy, only for their remains to turn into diseased flesh that began crawling up the cannon. A really bad sign that. We're moving. He snapped, holding back a vile curse. The questions were where should they go, and do what exactly? All around them, people fell, suddenly laid low by something looking like a terrible disease. It wasn't hard to connect the dots at that point. The reason why Charles, the Ogrins, and guardsmen around them were still hale was obvious. Celine's unpleasant aura just saved them a world of pain. Demon incursion. Weber hissed. Just looking at the cannon and what was happening there made bile rise in his throat. We're going in. He looked around the people fallen around and writhing in pain. Watch where you step. Keep away from the blood. He barked in his best Commissar voice. At least the others not crippled by the demonic disease wasted little time and engaged the demon. Even the Necrons, who stepped into existence from thin air, while more of them appeared on the heels of lighting strikes. Multiple tanks and lighter vehicles opened fire as well, shooting straight and true. No ordinary monster could have survived the onslaught, especially when it would have to contend with a saint as well. Unfortunately, this must be their luck. The demon didn't go down. Instead, it kept growing and even multiplying, the rotten bastard. Push through. Sergeant, get Celine to the saint. We're going to kill that thing before it can claim the city. For the Emperor. Weber shouted over the mixed sounds of combat, screams, prayers, and music. Why wasn't there a flamer at hand when you needed one? The warp around Kronus. Nurgle retreated in a hurry, and Revelation was glad for it. There was no question, the Emperor was much more powerful than that diseased sack of offal. Unfortunately, his current state was a great drawback when such confrontations were concerned. Even now, he had to strain in order to keep himself from ascending. The power he had access to when not holding back was addicting. It drowned most of the agony that was his world for what felt like an eternity now. And the last thing he wanted was to let go and go back. In hindsight, it was a good thing that Revelation was the principal shard of his being bound to the Golden Throne. Many pieces wouldn't have chosen to go back for humanity's sake. They would have told themselves that Ascension was the only path left and gone for it. Ascension in his current state meant damning Segmentum Solar, tearing off the heart of the Imperium, and consuming the souls of countless trillions. That was the last option. Unless Cadia fell and chaos rend the galaxy asunder, Revelation would keep fighting, keep struggling to give humanity a fighting chance. He briefly gazed at Kronus, and while the continents were all in the wrong shape, it reminded him why he fought. It helped him remember Terra as it once was, blue, green, and pristine. The pain, jubilation, and hopes of the millions in Victory Bay, their hope for a better tomorrow, and most importantly, their faith that it was all possible because of him, were a balm to the Emperor's tortured soul. With one last effort, he gathered some of the wasted power racing outwards after the clash with Nurgle. He sent it at the planet, using his agent there as a focus. Nurgle's plagues wouldn't claim this world. They wouldn't turn today's efforts into an exercise of frustration. Revelation let his power wash over Kronus, and reined himself in, falling back towards the Golden Throne and the indescribable agony waiting to greet him with a vengeance. Now he had to hope that Chaos got the message. While he would meet any such high-handed efforts with his full might, their agents could continue clashing as before. Anything more would risk Ascension. Chapter 125. Victory Bay. Kronus. There was such a thing as too much of a good thing, especially when the warp was concerned. The Emperor's power was an ocean, and I was the cup trying to contain it. I could feel my soul crack at the strain, even as I instinctively expelled as much of the golden radiance flowing into me. Pulses of light exploded out of my body. They carried over the city, doing their best to protect everyone they touched and cleanse them from the warp-infused shit the demons did its best to spread with their mere presence. There was most certainly such a thing as too much of a bad thing too. I could see and sense it, as the psychic equivalent of rotting, disease-spilling, and maggot-infested shit slammed into the Emperor's power. While my shield held, the awful splattering over it kept going and taking root in countless people. It was only their burning faith and the Emperor's light illuminating the place that still kept them alive. I had no idea how I knew that, yet I was certain of it. If I lost this clash, or if I had to simply pull back to regroup, thousands, tens of thousands would die in agony. Their deaths would empower the demon. As things stood, all I could do was hold my ground and endure, while gods clashed nearby. For those of us with the eyes to see, incomprehensible amounts of power surged through the warp. Those energies slammed at each other, sending echoes through the immaterium. It was like someone released vast oceans kept at bay, and they crashed into each other with all the power and momentum bound in their surging mass. Frankly, I was surprised that any of us were still there. The aftershocks of that battle should have laid Kronus to waste and torn our souls asunder. It had to be the Emperor's light and power keeping us safe from the worst of it. Streams of bolter fire bit into corpulent, sore flesh. Lasers boiled parts of it, spreading noxious gases. Flammers arced streams of blessed promethium over our heads to create a wall of cleansing fire. Behind me, Scipio, Karam, and a few other higher-ranked Martians finally got out of their stupor and screeched in sheer electronic fury. It was impressive really. Their binary scream cut right through the sound of the firefight. I couldn't spare the concentration to look over my shoulders, not that it would have helped. My wings were spread wide and burned with power. However, I didn't have to. The cogboys produced all kinds of exotic weaponry and opened fire. I could barely get a glimpse of those who survived the demon's arrival further away. Some were on the ground. Others had fallen on their knees. However, most of them had weapons held by their mechadendrites and used them to shoot at the demon. It didn't matter. There was too much power for me to handle, and I couldn't cut myself off it if I tried. The sensation of your soul coming closer and closer to the bursting point was not something I could properly put into words or wanted to experience ever again. Yet, there was nothing to do but endure molten metal flow through me and burn me from within. Soon, there would be nothing left but a husk. The Necrons saved the day, again. The tingling sensation of pylons activating washed over me. I could have sworn I felt it an eternity ago, and they did not affect us. However, now the power slamming into me was something I could handle, if barely. I was surprised to find myself on my feet, holding a flaming sword. This was the same sword I used the first time the Emperor granted me his blessing to burn through that damn orc. The last thing I could recall was that I was on my knees struggling not to die because too much of the Emperor's power flowed through me. Everything hurt. My soul was tender, roasted, and cracked, then fused back together, somehow. Moving was agony, yet surprisingly enough, I could put it at the back of my head, which was growing clearer with every passing heartbeat. I spared a moment to glance around and assess the situation. No Nurgling could reach our position. However, beyond a small area around me, soldiers barely stood on their feet, while blood caked their faces. Scores of troopers couldn't do that much and collapsed, creating a small wall of corpses between the demon and the rest of the city. There was even the odd citizen I could see drag their bleeding bodies forward. They reached the fallen troopers and picked up a weapon, only to collapse after shooting a few times downrange. At this rate, there would be more Necron troopers standing than ours, and the demon still refused to die. It kept reforming globs of diseased flesh, using Nurgle's own power to do it at a prodigious rate. Even with the Emperor himself above us pushing back the Chaos God, the unclean one in front of us was supercharged. The Bidan thing appeared as a dark star made of everything rotting, corrupted, and unspeakable you could think of, and then some, left to stew and ferment for eternity. Warp-borne diseases and parasites writhed under rotting skin, rotting pulses slammed against the Emperor's light, cursing this part for generations to come. That thing had to go, or we were all doomed. I gathered as much of the Emperor's energy as I could contain. This was the Emperor's pure cleansing light. It was an anathema to everything sworn to chaos. It was humanity's prayer of salvation, bolstered by the fervent belief of everyone in Victory Bay. My wings acted on their own, following a barely conceived thought. They flapped with surprising power, and I rose above the ground. A heartbeat later, I soared upon fiery wings, and my light burned through the miasma of corruption surrounding the unclean one. Where it touched it, the light seared away its flesh, cleansing wounds, burning away poisons and decay, and incinerating sickness. Suddenly, the damn thing was in front of me, and I did as my sword instructor kept hammering in my head during basic training, stuck it with the pointy end. Then I unleashed all the energy burning through me, using the blade to channel it into the demon. What might have been a misshapen leg fused to the cannon exploded into cleansing fire. The demon recoiled and roared in pain, shaking everything around us. The fire persisted, spreading and searing away everything it touched. A wingbeat later I soared near the top of the cannon and fell upon the monstrosity infesting it, stabbing and cutting at it with wild Abaddon. I kept pulling as much of the Emperor's power as the pylons allowed me, then immediately channeled it into smiting blows. Thunder surrounded me, and the Emperor's power cut down to nearly a trickle. My wings fluttered and beat furiously to keep me floating just above the demon, who recoiled as if touching a live power line. For the first time since it appeared, the demon was trying to get away from the cannon fused to its rotting flesh. In the Emperor's name, I smite thee. Charles's faint voice echoed from below. It was barely audible over the sheer sound of the fighting and screams. With his fury, I burn thee. The source of thunder was my Ogryns, happily blasting at the demon with their shotguns. And the reason suddenly the Emperor's light felt so distant was Celine, who held to Sergeant Braun's neck for dear life, while he kept shooting at the abomination. What the hell was she doing here? Those idiots had one Emperor damn job. My spluttering fury was short-lived. A final divine clash rends the warp asunder. The mere echoes from it nearly overwhelmed both the pylons and Celine's aura. The Emperor's power washed over the whole planet and flowed into me. It burned hot with echoes of fury. It shone brightly with the promise of victory. And just like that, the torrent of corrupted energy feeding the demon vanished, replaced by a shower of light that burned it. The Emperor won his battle. Now it was time for us to gold. My world exploded with radiance. More power than I could comprehend flowed through me. My soul cracked under the strain. An infinite mind or the next best thing focused on me for a moment, or perhaps it was an eternity. The world ended in golden fire. Chapter 126. Victory Bay. Kronus. The Inquisitor exploded in stark, blinding light. One moment he flew on wings burning with the Emperor's power, hacking at the demon. In the next, everyone had to close their eyes and avert their faces. The light was savage, yet gentle. It burned away any doubt of its origin. It was pure, blessed divinity. The moment passed and Charles blinked away stars, while his mouth mechanically murmured prayers to the God Emperor. He could see a different light now. The saint and emperor together vanquished the demon. The ill-formed monstrosity imploded. Its cursed flesh collapsed and burned with white cleansing flames that quickly consumed it and melted the corrupted cannon. Above them, the saint floated on fluttering wings and glowed brightly, with soft golden light. Flickering moths of the emperor's power fell from the sky like fresh snow, often bursting into flames when they touched corruption and burned it away. Ave Imperator! Weber saluted the glowing sky with his sword and looked around. No more small demons were running around. Whatever just happened, burned them all to ash. Good. The soothing light washed over and sunk into stumbling soldiers and the odd civilian. Moths of light fell upon their skin and the gold flame burned through their forms, causing no visible damage. Within moments, their hacking cough ceased, and no more fresh blood flowed down their faces. The Emperor protects. Charles whispered in reverence. He was sure this was happening all over the city. The Emperor knew his own and wouldn't let them down. Gradually, everyone ceased firing at the burning demon and simply watched its corpulent flesh turn into ash. Only the low rumble of vehicles and quiet prayers carried over the parade grounds. A flicker of motion caught Weber's attention, and he saw the saint float down until he was beside them. The bright flames licking his wings doused themselves, leaving behind gold-flecked feathers. Only Braun's quick reaction held the Inquisitor from falling face-first on the ground when the Emperor's power ceased filling him, leaving not quite a mortal behind. Medici! Braun bellowed. We need Medici for the Inquisitor. Again, Charles mentally added. Don't let him out of your sight, Sergeant. The Commissar ordered. Karam, are you still alive? Get your metal-plated ass over here. A small group of tech priests shuffled forward. Their mechadendrites twitched in confusion. Charles didn't need to understand binary to get that they were all busy praying due to the low and reverent tone they whistled in. Surprising conclusion, the Inquisitor still has all his bits attached. One of the Necrons said aloud, before flickering out of sight. Help the Inquisitor, then get all Medici we have out and about aiding the wounded. Charles snapped out of his daze and began barking orders to everyone in earshot. This wasn't how Amberly expected to die, choking on her blood and helplessness, while others fought whatever attacked the parade. Probably a Nurgle demon. It was either that or someone, likely the Necrons, unleashed a nanotech weaponry on them. The latter option was unlikely. The damage wouldn't be so localized, and being eaten alive from outside and inside would have hurt more. A point both for and against the Necrons was that they were fighting against something nearby. As far as Amberly could see from where she collapsed on the stands, the Blood Ravens fought alongside the aliens, so it was almost certainly a third party. However, if these were her last minutes, she would go to spend them like a proper Inquisitor, paranoid to the end. A whiff of rot and other fouler things, carried over the stands from the battlefield, clinching it. The servants of Nurgle made an appearance too. It also confirmed what Amberly already not so secretly believed: Kronus was cursed. It had to be. Otherwise, these things wouldn't keep happening. At least the light show was pretty. It was properly golden and soothing. The glow coming from just out of sight sunk into Amberly, warming her up. It somewhat soothed her coughing, though didn't stop her from throwing viscera from her ravaged lungs. Vale saw Mott drag himself up using a seat as a lever. The old man stumbled her way, swaying on his bionic legs, and soon collapsed on his knees. Blood spilled from his mouth, and he doubled over coughing. A twitching arm pulled out an injector from his robes and after 2 tries slammed it at the side of his neck, then went back for a second one. Amberly cursed herself for only carrying a small med pack with trauma supplies and combat stimulants. The former wouldn't help, and the latter would almost certainly kill her before she could do anything useful. In this particular case, Mott had been the wiser. He managed to get another injector out and rolled it her way before collapsing. It was another question how much whatever was inside would help. Probably wide-spectrum antibiotics. Seeing no alternative, Amberly crawled forward. Each movement tired her more and made her struggle to get enough air. If they lived, they would need a set of new lungs, that much she was sure of it. The Inquisitor managed to get the injector and use it, and by then, she was sure the strain was going to kill her. Scratch that, Amberly decided, it probably already killed her. She beheld one of the Emperor's angels rise above the stand on wings of fire, burning sword in hand. While Amberly didn't pay attention, the ugly form of a Nurgle demon had manifested over the cannon only to be struck down by the furious angel. The only odd thing was there were still Necrons firing at the demon even in the afterlife by the Emperor's side. Amberly blinked away the blood seeping from her eyes. She wasn't dead yet, not quite anyway. That was Vale, and at this point, there was no denying it anymore. That insane fool had the Emperor's blessing. She giggled at that. He wasn't going to get away from serving the Imperium by merely getting shot. Watching the demon burn was pretty. And Amberly was pretty sure she was out of her right mind. She wanted Cephas to hug and make her forget. What did Mott put into that injector, and why was Vale blazing like a star? Gold was such a pretty color. Quarantine the survivors. Sterilize the site. Herald of Victory hissed through the Necron network. His frame shook furiously. He kept burning any remaining lump of rotting flesh with extreme prejudice. Amarkin felt a little better. That abomination and what it implied was infuriating. It wasn't hard to reach conclusions as to its real origin and that of the entity it served. The Necrons learned much about the warp during the war in heaven. They had to win. While they couldn't manipulate it directly and thus never fully understand it, they did know things. Like the most likely origin of the great abomination called Nurgle. While it might be just an extrapolation and theory right now, if one based on experience, what they learned through captured records and the odd interrogation, the conclusion was sound. Perhaps this was as sound a conclusion as they would ever get. The so-called chaos gods embodied concepts that were near universal to sentient life. They began as concepts written over into the warp at the time of the Necronter and the Old Enemy. War, bloodshed and carnage on an unprecedented scale unleashed during the war in heaven. Khorne. All the changes and plans devised in the lead-up, during, and in the immediate aftermath of the conflict. Tzeentch. The Eldari could keep their claim to fame in creating that particularly vile abomination Slaanesh, thank you very much. They earned it. Death, rot, and decay, the nihilism of the Necronter who lived their short lives in pain and despair, it was those things that formed Nurgle. That particular abomination was the cursed fate of what the Necrons used to be made manifest. The Necrons loathed the very idea with a passion they believed lost during the biotransference. The Necrons would deny those abominations everything they could. They would spite them at every turn. It might take another 60 million years, however, Amarkin wouldn't rest until he saw them broken, shattered, and bound, just like the Tan. Especially the one styling itself Nurgle. Chapter 127. Orias Tashen. Kronus. For more than 2 days, fire warriors, Vespid scouts, and Krut auxiliaries ran all over the capital, hunting down orcs. The foolish brute's cruiser fell in pieces showering Tau-controlled territory. That setback not only caused a meaningful amount of damage but masked the landing of the Green Menace. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of those things fell all over the near-pristine capital, sending it in a time of chaos and bloodshed. Commander Kais, this is unacceptable. Aunel Shorors admonished. There is no organized resistance. This isn't a green tide stretching from horizon to horizon. They have no vehicles and little heavy weaponry to speak of. We have only 2 Vespid scout squads left, and a small number of Krut auxiliaries. Our infantry isn't suited for city fighting. Shaso Kais patiently explained. He burned to get into his battle suit and join the hunt for the orcs. Instead, thanks to his injuries and the fact that his trusty suit was little more than scrap now, he wasn't fit for combat duty. Kais had to command from a headquarters far away from the fighting. That much would have been tolerable if the venerable ethereal hasn't been harder to endure with every passing hour. We lack the usual heavy vehicle support. The commander kept explaining. Eventually, the ethereal might get a clue and shut up, or even offer some constructive criticism. Usually, Shorors was much better than this. The ethereal was a great administrator and orator. With a few kind words, Shorors was able to restore faltering morale. Just as easily he could heal cracks in the belief in the greater good. However, the civilian leader wasn't a warrior, and it showed when things went wrong. Kais looked away from the holographic tactical table showing the worst hit parts of the city. And the ethereal. Even in the secure command center, he could sniff whiffs of ash and scorched flesh. Parts of the capital still burned thanks to orcs running around attacking anyone in sight. Dislodging them proved especially hard without enough auxiliary support and the need to keep collateral damage contained. Otherwise, Kais might have called orbital support already and purged those ugly brutes from the face of the world. We're making slow but steady progress, ethereal. Kais looked back at Shorors after taking a moment to calm himself as it was proper. Everything for the greater good. We've been isolating the infested areas and setting up containment zones using clear firing lanes. That way we're playing to our advantage. Entering close combat with orcs is a losing proposition. Ideally, you either burned them out from orbit or fell back while shooting them to pieces. This insane orbital drop forced the Tau warriors to fight contrary to their well-tested doctrine. Predictably, the outcome wasn't pretty. Now, more than ever, Kais regretted the loss of the Krut auxiliaries in the human Necron trap. His heavy mobile forces would have been of little use within the heavy build-up capital anyway, but the Krut close-quarter fighters. Even the few he had left were proving invaluable. Kais opened his mouth to explain the situation to the agitated ethereal again and paused. Shores knew all of this. The commander studied the ethereal more carefully, and the signs were there. Shores was deeply troubled and was quite bad at hiding it right now. He hadn't been acting this way when they got news of the cruiser heading their way, or when it began raining orcs. It's not the Greenskins' incursion troubling you, is it, Honored One? Kais asked quietly. You were too busy commanding to watch the humans' victory parade. Shores eventually said. I want to dismiss what I saw as mere propaganda aimed to demoralize us. Or for internal consumption, most humans are religious fanatics. The ethereal scoffed at that. Kais nodded along. That much was well known. One of those things manifested in Victory Bay spreading sickness and disease over the human military and citizens alike. That wasn't exactly a piece of good news, even if it meant the odds of conventional assault from that corner lowered drastically. Or they would if what the ethereal saw was true. However, mentioning one of those things outside of a private and very secure setting was never a good sign. Will we have to face it? Kais whispered. Without his mobile forces, he would need to call the fleet for fire support. As much as they could provide at that. It was banished within minutes, Shores answered. So it was either one of the weaker ones. Or not, which was worse, both because it would manifest here, and because the humans and their allies could handle it in short order. Neither of those things pointed at a good outcome when the enemy came for them. We received a new ultimatum as well. We're to surrender unconditionally, or get on our ships and leave while abandoning our military gear and industry. Shores grimaced. Without sabotaging them. Otherwise, they would purge us with orbital fire and make use of what scraps they can recover from the ashes. Our remaining ships are a rough match for the humans in the system. If their allies are as powerful in space as on the ground, the ethereal didn't have to finish that thought. What is your recommendation, Commander Kais? Our military position is untenable. We won't be able to hold for long without massive reinforcements, both in naval elements and heavy ground combat forces. My recommendation is to do whatever you believe will serve the greater good best. I've been struggling with that question for days now. We can't evacuate everyone even if we leave our war gear behind. Our ships lack the space and life support to do it. Both understood that the ethereal meant they could lift their military with ample space to spare, and the local auxiliary forces as well. However, by leaving they would have to leave behind most citizens sworn to follow the greater good, both Tau and alien alike. You lead, and we will follow, Kais vowed. Victory Bay. Kronus. You're awake. Antaeus stood by my bed again. This time, he was in his power armor, complete with helmet and weapons. I blinked at him with bleary eyes. Everything hurt, including parts one didn't know, were there, or could ache. Like the tips of my feathers. As if that wasn't enough, my mind churned with barely remembered dreams. They were flashes from countless lives across the millennia. While they were fading quickly, I could piece together a few odd pieces. I could see humans and aliens living together, fighting and dying together when a machine tide rose to tear them all asunder. I could see Xenos turning upon humanity in our darkest hour, yet a few others stood their ground and fought beside us to the bitter end. None of those blessed loyalists made it past the Great Crusade. Those who were still alive were shattered remnants corrupted by lies spread by chaos. The others? They either fell during the Iron War or fell victim to the insanity that swallowed the galaxy heralding Slanisha's imminent birth. What was the message? That we can't trust any Xeno that was still alive in this cursed age. That they would eventually betray us when it suited them. Or perhaps that while all of the above was true, there were a few trustworthy species left even if they were inconsequential in the great scheme of things. I'm glad to report that this time you managed to remain intact. No missing pieces we could find. Antaeus rumbled in good cheer. In related news, after yesterday, there is no hope of denying it, you're a living saint blessed by the Emperor, lad. Well done. The librarian saluted me. I was sure he had a fake tear in a corner of his eye too. After all, his voice was an interesting mix of approval and sarcasm. I've dreamed of strange portents, Antaeus. Of ages long past, and of truths that are considered heresy these days. And I have an insane plan, that I need your help with. I smiled, and it bloody hurt. I'm afraid to ask, Inquisitor. I will anyway. What insanity will you drag us into this time? Right now. We'll be merely paving the way. In the fullness of time, we're going to liberate the Tau from the control of the ethereals and bring them to the fold as sanctioned Xenos and competent auxiliary troops for use by the Inquisition, Ordo Xenos in particular. Preferably, we'll do it before our new allies decide the Tau might be more useful than we are. I'm mistaken, Inquisitor. You've lost your mind and what little sense you had left. Antaeus mournfully declared. You want to be labeled as heretic and shot, don't you? The Tau are pawns the Ethereals use to gain power, status, and prestige. And they're using them against us, along with their various auxiliary alien forces. I know for a fact that several Inquisitors and rogue traders are using Krut and Vespid mercenaries, sometimes even the odd orc band. When we're done with them, the Tau will be our pawns to use against the enemies of the Imperium. I explained the end goal. Now the only little problem was to figure out how to get there. Inquisitor, are you trying to start a crusade, again? Antaeus bemoaned. A crusade? If properly handled there's some merit to the idea. I paused when my mind registered what he said in full. What do you mean, again? Chapter 128. His Holy Light. Dauntless-class light cruiser temple ship. En route to Kronus. As soon as news about the Imperial Guard moving in force towards Kronus reached Cardinal Maxwell Lynn, the sector's spiritual leader, the old man moved the heavens themselves to get an expedition underway. It was long known among the ecclesiarchy in the region that the Cardinal opposed abandoning Imperial worlds to the despicable Tau at every opportunity. Cardinal Lynn was also a loud voice for reclaiming lost systems. More importantly, the citizens left to the Xenos' terrible whims. Unfortunately, opportunities to fix such wrongs failed to materialize for decades. Until now, that is. That was how missionary Jacob Wolf found himself sent to Kronus with utmost dispatch as soon as he returned from his last mission, bringing a feudal world into the fold. That had been a relatively straightforward and simple affair. The locals loved the Imperial Creed. That was especially true when it came with a semblance of passable technology improving their lot in life. Tech priests exiled from Styges 7 for being too vocal in their interpretations of Mechanicus doctrine saw to that with the inimitable passion of people who had something to prove. Jacob crossed his large arms in front of his chest and gripped his elbows, a habit showing his immense frustration. You'd think we're flying straight at Holy Terra. Steel-like muscles shifted and Wolf's hands formed the Aquila, before returning to gripping his elbows. A few years ago, just before leaving for Jackman's world, Jacob had the utmost privilege of meeting Saint Anais, the newest living saint serving with the Order of the Sacred Rose. The blessed woman had just arrived in their corner of the Ultima Segmentum to aid in smiting the Emperor's enemies along with Canoness Selena Agna and substantial reinforcements all the way from Pacificus. There was no mistaking the soothing radiance of the Emperor after you experienced it once. It was divinity. It was humanity's faith made manifest for everyone to see and bask into. What the navigators of the small ecclesiarchy fleet described, along with the raving words of a handful of sanctioned psychers on board, pointed at a simple conclusion. Something momentous happened on Kronus. Perhaps the Emperor agreed with Cardinal Lynn and sent one of his rare saints to bring the faithful back into the fold and save them from xenopredations. For days now, everyone on board not busy running the ship or guarding critical areas had been praying reverently to the God Emperor for guidance and salvation. Despite his faith, Wolf found it hard to believe the Emperor answered all the way out here when there would be so many more important places across the Imperium deserving his attention more. Of course, such a thought was presumptuous in itself. Jacob certainly didn't dare consider himself an expert on what the Emperor might deem valuable enough for his attention. The large black man smiled mirthlessly. His lips moved in silent prayer, revealing 2 rows of golden teeth etched with holy symbols. A much younger Jacob got them thanks to a particularly vicious orc who sucker punched him twice, while he tried to explain to the brute the Emperor's light. In hindsight, trying to convert a half-dead burning orc might have been a bit overzealous. Even the confessor in charge of purging the Greenskins' incursion had agreed, before dousing the brute with even more holy flame. He often thought about that nameless confessor. The old man had forsaken his name after retiring from the Imperial Guard. The confessor lived only to safeguard the faith and souls of the citizenry under his protection. The confessor taught Jacob several important life lessons. While there was a place for zeal and blind faith, occasionally, you had to temper them with reason. The Imperium was large, and the God Emperor usually had more important things to do than help young fools with an overly inflated sense of importance. That was especially true when those same fools didn't stop for a moment and think, using what little sense the Emperor might have blessed them with. Jacob didn't consider himself a particularly bright man. If he was, he might have joined the Adeptus Mechanicus, serving the God Emperor in his omnisia guise. Instead, it was the faith that drew him in, rose him from the streets, and showed him the way. The missionary never regretted his chosen path, even if many of his colleagues were a bit too in love with burning incense. That was especially true over the past few days, resulting in thick clouds of white smoke carrying through the great ship's corridors. At least they had access to the tolerable incense this time around. Armored boots clacked over the deck, and a tall figure clad in power armor joined Jacob near the entrance to the bridge. Jacob's nose twitched at the sharp smell of holy oils and freshly applied purity seals. Missionary Wolf, I'm glad to report everything seems in order. All vital areas of the ship are secure, and there are no problems reported. Palatine Andrea Weber offered crisply. The older woman bore a beautiful face marred by burn scars. Her right cheek was a mess of scar tissue, which stopped right before it could touch the sororitas tattoo she wore proudly. Her calm hazel eyes systematically scanned everything in sight, searching for anything out of place. That's a relief. Shall we, sister? Wolf offered a courteous nod and waved at the armored door leading to the bridge. After you, Missionary Wolf. Jacob nodded graciously. While not exactly a pious thing to do, watching the Sisters of Battle strut around in their combat regalia was a beautiful thing to behold both on the best and worst of days. It might be better if they were doing so out of their power armors. However, by now Jacob knew better than to ever suggest something like that aloud. What little original teeth he had left after that orc nearly caved his face in, a Sister of Battle removed at the end of his foolish youth. The sight has been almost worth a shattered jaw and nearly ending as a human torch. Almost, but not quite. It certainly wasn't worth the penance the confessor made him endure as a consequence. After those days, he had been a very respectful lad and kept his eyes and thoughts to himself. It was much safer that way. Besides, if a Sister of Battle showed an interest in him, then who he was to refuse? And it was safer that way because it helped avoid unfortunate misunderstandings. They entered the bridge together and were surprised to see the navigator outside of her alcove. The middle-aged woman had a huge smile on her face. Her two blue human eyes cried tears of apparent joy, and the third was freshly seared shut. One of the two other regular sanctioned psychers on board was present as well. That troubled young man was on his knees near the captain's throne, praying with surprising fervor. We saw him. The navigator bounced on her heels. His light is covering everything around us. It burned the demons away. Their screams of pain, a terror, were something to behold. I don't know what I should pray for. Jacob quietly observed. That something so momentous happened on Kronus that required his attention twice in less than a week. Or that the navigators are mistaken. And potentially compromised. The Palatine's gaze merely flickered to the squad she had stationed on the bridge. It was made of her most experienced, devoted, and level-headed sisters. They all wielded blessed weapons and were ready in case of treachery, no matter the source. She still prayed their intervention wouldn't be necessary. The navigators might be mutants, however, they were sanctioned by the God Emperor himself. They were vital for the functioning of the temple ships as well. Right now, the warp is the calmest we've ever experienced. We should arrive in the system within the hour. The captain explained. We no longer have to plow our ways through demons. Nothing is assaulting the Geller field anymore. I told you. The navigator skipped around happily, like a fresh novice during the Sanguina's celebrations. It was the Emperor. She pointed at the still-praying Psyker. We're sanctioned Psykers bound to the Emperor himself. We've felt his presence back on Holy Terra. There is no mistaking it. This is his power surrounding and protecting us. It was his presence we felt descend upon Kronus. You'll see. Get that I checked up and calmed down. The captain rubbed his forehead. Your thoughts, Missionary Wolf? This is too good to be true. My faith is strong. I pray and hope for the best, however, we must be prepared for the worst, Jacob firmly stated. The Sisters of Battle nodded in agreement. He was sure they were busy praying under their helmets. Chapter 129. Victory Bay. Kronus. 2 Inquisitors and a general met at the hospital, which was like the start of a bad and worn-out joke. We were still in the hospital, and this time, I wasn't the one stuck in bed. That was progress, right? Still, everything, including pieces that shouldn't be there, hurt. I was able to more or less function, however, the pain was a reminder that I got myself fucked pretty bad once again. Those hit by the plague the demon unleashed upon Kronus were less fortunate. The Emperor did use me to strike down the warp component of this particularly nasty little horror, which by itself saved countless lives. Unfortunately, getting rid of it wasn't that simple. Among other things, a part of the disease was a parasite of all things. Many of those tiny bastards were still stuck in the bodies of hundreds of thousands of victims. The medicas could remove them safely. A round or two of powerful drugs could burn through them as well, buying some time for extraction before their corpses could begin to rot people from the inside. The issue was there were too many patients and not enough medicas to go around. Even when the naval ships in orbit offered for everyone with the relevant expertise to come down here and help, it simply wasn't enough. The most optimistic projections from our surviving Mechanicus contingent pointed at tens of thousands of deaths over the next 2 weeks. Perhaps 100,000, or more, if we dropped the ball. I found both Vale and Lucas stuck in the same room under heavy guard. They were getting VIP treatment, just like I did courtesy of my wings and sparkling aura. The rest of the hospital was chock full with troopers. Most of them could barely stand, and many laid in the corridors, using sleeping bags. Those were the lucky ones brought in for priority treatment, receiving the best of the quickly shrinking medicine stocks. Many of them were officers, commissars, decorated and veteran NCOs, and other personnel deemed more vital than the poor common infantry. We'll be preparing them for an operation soon. Please be brief, Inquisitor. Karam buzzed past me on his way out of the room. I'm glad to see you two are still alive and expected to recover. I greeted. To be honest, both of them looked like death warmed over. They were pale, sickly looking, and covered in sweat. They were hooked to various machines as well, which constantly beeped and whistled, though all the lights were green, which should mean everything was as well as it could be expected. It figures, you go charge a demon again, yet you're already on your feet. General Alexander rasped. I didn't believe it fully, you know. That you are a saint, I mean. He chuckled. Blessed by the Emperor. That much I could buy easy, after all, you did for my soldiers in Kronus. An actual living saint on the other hand. He chuckled briefly and gasped for air. The Emperor kept me safe, I said, even though it was still hard to wrap my head around it. Celine kept a few others safe from Nurgle's dubious gifts. The rest of the city, I grimaced. General, you're still the military governor of Victory Bay and in charge of Kronus. Amberly, you're not only the senior Inquisitor but a fellow member of Ordo Xenos. I trailed off when I saw the pointed looks they gave us. What did you do this time? Amberly asked in resignation. Nothing yet. However, I had a few thoughts after the medicas had apprised me of the situation. We don't have enough of them to save everyone, even if treating people is supposed to be relatively straightforward. I've been thinking, there are medicas and people with similar training not too far away from here. The Tau. Amberly got it first, we can't trust them. Everyone they treat will be separated and put under quarantine until we can get ahead of this mess. Then our medicas could screen them for any unpleasant surprises left. I'm considering making an offer to the Tau safe passage for those of their people who wish to leave Kronus in exchange for all the medical assistance they could offer the citizens of Victory Bay. You do have the authority to do so. As far as I'm concerned anyway. General Alexander stated in a neutral tone. Inquisitor Vale. The Ecclesiarchy and our colleagues would scream bloody murder. They might try to purge everyone here as tainted, or at least those touched by the Xenos. Amberly warned me. I'll deal with them when they arrive. My wings fluttered at that. It will be inevitable. Amberly looked at the unruly feathery menaces with a contemplative expression on her face. After what I'm experiencing, it would be hypocritical of me to condemn thousands to die because only the Tau might save them. Just be aware that there will be repercussions if you decide to walk this path. I doubt it would be much worse than allying with the Necrons. Our propaganda department is even considering showing them in a positive light for local consumption. Which was only logical after so many people saw them fight the demon. That, in turn, was another can of worms that I would have to deal with sooner rather than later. Inquisitors would gleefully purge everyone who saw the battle for the cannon on general principle. At least a few of those were likely en route to Kronus as we spoke. You never know. Amberly cracked a mischievous smile. If you two lack outstanding objections, I'll be contacting the Tau shortly. They still haven't answered the ultimatum Captain Thule and Colonel Amundsen sent them. Offering the Tau better terms might get them to leave without a fight. That in turn would spare vital infrastructure and not adding even more bad blood that would have to be expunged if my long-term goals for the Tau could come into fruition. On a related note, how does it sound to have access to Tau war gear for inquisitorial retinues at large? I smiled at Amberly, before focusing on the general. How do you feel about having a few of your regiment field test some recovered and properly sanctified weapons, armor, and vehicles? I can already hear the Mechanicus screaming for your head. Vale, please, do us all a favor, and stop while you're somehow ahead. Amberly groaned. Just think about it. I'm going to play diplomat. Orias Tashen. Kronus. The starport was a mess. The last band of orcs to reach the place trashed it something fierce. They even managed to steal a transport, which they drove up to the mountains before it got shot down. The barbarians looted valuable tools, trashed expensive machinery, and ignited fuel stocks. The fierce fighting necessary to remove the last trace of the orcs saw all structures in the area damaged to some extent. The only reason everything wasn't leveled was the nature of the facility. It was built to survive heavy transport crashing during liftoff or landing due to accidents or battle damage. It was still a terrible mess and a particularly sore offense against the greater good. The smell was very offensive as well. The orc couldn't even burn without stinking up the place. We won't be able to get everyone out in time. A flustered captain from the air caste apologized from her ship in orbit. We lack the necessary landing craft, and the damage to the port isn't helping matters. She continued. She was pretty Kais, concluded. The shade of her skin, and the form of her face, and that voice. He bit his cheek. It has been too long since he had any time for something other than war. Or could appreciate a female of his species not wearing power armor. While his rank had its privileges, sometimes they were a double-edged sword. I didn't expect you to, Captain. There is no blame to share. Shores said soothingly. There was a lot of blame to go around, beginning with the Imperials who had to invade, then the orcs, not to mention the treacherous Eldar. Kais should have said something, damn it all. By the greater good, if they had preserved their mobile forces. Commander Honored Ethereal, we're receiving a transmission from the humans. An Inquisitor Vale. He claims to have a proposition for us. A technician ran to their makeshift command post set up in the shade of the control tower. What has left of it anyway? Vale? Shores turned around with surprising haste. He wasn't exactly a young or the fittest of men. Yes. The technician nodded. Patch him through. Let's see what the humans want. Shores ordered. This is Inquisitor Delcatar Vale. I'm speaking with the authority of all Imperial forces in this system. After recent events, the human began. He had two very large and obvious wings twitching and moving on his back. They also glowed with oddly fascinating light. What did the human do to himself? My offer is simple. Safe passage off-world to all of your people who wish to leave in exchange. We require the attendance of all medical personnel you have to aid the citizens of Victory Bay who were exposed to a pathogen of warp origin. While we've been able to remove the taint with the Emperor's aid, there are hundreds of thousands infested by a parasitic organism. We can treat them, however not fast enough to avoid a significant loss of life. If you accept the exchange, say so now. If not, then we can't allow a hostile force to exist on Kronus any longer. Our navy and the ships of our allies will remove your presence with extreme prejudice. Make your decision, now. There was no trace of the usual bluster coming from the Imperial humans. No frothing at the mouth belief in a false god, no sneers and casual contempt. The delivery was cold, a matter of fact, and almost emotionless. Including the part about killing everyone from orbit, something that a typical Imperial would have been obviously looking forward to. Ethereal? Kais inquired politely after Shores simply stared at the Inquisitor for too long without even twitching. I'm considering our options, Commander. The Ethereal said. Your options are very simple, and my patience is not infinite. You are well aware that many elements within the Imperium would consider a few tens of thousands, or even a few 100,000 civilian deaths well worth it. Vale paused. That would be a small price for the Imperium to pay for the eradication of your presence on Kronus and the destruction of your remaining assets. My generosity and ability to negotiate have their limits. You will either accept this deal and leave or refuse and die. The human kept talking calmly as if discussing what the mess hall might offer for dinner. Actually, it was much calmer than the last such discussion Kais overheard. I'll ask our medical personnel for volunteers. What equipment and medicine do you require? Shores eventually asked. Kais let out a breath he didn't notice he held back. They both knew everyone would see such a request, both as order and honor they couldn't refuse. Chapter 130. Victory Bay. Kronus. Victory Bay was the next best thing to a ghost city. The streets were empty save for an odd patrol made of lucky soldiers who for one reason or another avoided the disease. Most of them were vehicle crews protected by all the purity seals affixed to their machines for the parade. Or mechanized infantry, riding in the troop compartments of their transports for the same. They were now the only people available to keep the city under lockdown, while Astartes QRF units waited for any sign of trouble before deployment. The citizens were either stuck at home, waiting their turn for treatment, at one of the many field hospitals popping up all over the place, or gathered at the nearest church if they were strong enough for it to properly pray to the Emperor. Meanwhile, I had to run all over the place with my retinue, putting down fires. We had to unfuck logistics mishaps because the people usually dealing with those were too sick to do it. On 3 separate instances, I had to speak to fired-up mobs made by people who could barely stand. They claimed the disease was the Emperor's punishment for not purging Kronus from the Tau and demanded we let them go after the Blue Boys. I had to nip that talk in the bud because Tau Medicae and their human subverted auxiliaries just began to arrive in strength. The last thing anyone needed was a good old-fashioned pogrom. Antias, speak with Captain Thule. I want the Tau presence centralized and under guard by your brothers. I trust their judgment and that they can follow orders. Even if those orders didn't make sense or they didn't like them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to bust my ass making them and the guards stop shooting at each other, the bastards. I'll do so. The librarian looked around. I must warn you, Inquisitor, that many elements within the Imperium would be ready to give the Emperor's mercy to those tainted by Tau interference. Not just the people aligned by them, but those they will treat. I'll deal with those bastards when they turn up. The Emperor didn't intervene here twice, just for us to leave his people to die when we can do something about it. I barely held myself back from biting off Antia's head. He wasn't the first person to express such a sentiment, or even point out that my political capital might be better spent elsewhere. Well, fuck them. They didn't have to endure the Emperor's attention and power twice. They had no bloody idea how far the Imperium had fallen, and what a mockery of his vision it had become. I was going to do my best to unfuck the damn place one problem at a time or die trying. When I needed more political capital, well, I would need to survive the next insanity that lands in my lap, and that problem would likely take care of itself. I didn't even want to think about what I would find at Korava once I finally got there. A thunderhawk roared above us, hopefully signifying that Thule just dispatched some of his Astartes to babysit the Tau. Now, what was the next fire in need of putting down? The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. It was late in the evening when we retreated to barracks set up near to the General's HQ, where Colonel Amundsen was likely even busier than us. I left most of my retinue to hit the mess hall and showers and went to see the Colonel. It was one of his people who guided us from one trouble spot to the next the whole day. Inquisitor, great work. Amundsen greeted me with a tired smile. He looked almost as pale as the sick. However, in his case, it was a combination of his pale complexion and exhaustion. I must say that without your intervention, things would have turned up ugly on multiple occasions. My wings preened at that. I was beginning to accept my newfound status had a lot to do with resolving all issues today without having to shoot anyone. As soon as someone saw my glowing form, their attitude immediately softened and changed to be much more cooperative than one might expect. I've got mixed news. 2 task forces arrived in the system earlier today. One is the first wave of reinforcements that should have headed our way soon after Inquisitor Vale's ship. While they're a bit late, the cruiser battle group is largely intact. They're bringing us 5 guard regiments, 3 infantry, 1 mechanized infantry, and 1 armored. They'll help us keep a lid on things until everyone is cleared for proper duty. They should be in orbit within the next 34 hours. That's good. How did they react to receiving situation reports from Kronus? They demand to talk with Inquisitor Vale, who is currently undergoing surgery. I suggested I could patch them to you, however, they refused to speak with anyone but her. Amundsen looked less than pleased at that. I wasn't particularly happy either. This spelled trouble. Why didn't you inform me earlier? There isn't much you could do, and someone had to keep the city from burning down around our ears, sir. I'm taking full responsibility. Amundsen looked me straight in the eyes without a hint of fear. All I could see was grim determination and not a little resignation. If I was a less reasonable man, I would have you shot for keeping me in the dark, Colonel. I gave him my best disapproving look. However, I'm feeling gracious today. Nevertheless, if you repeat this stunt, I'll have you shot on general principle, is that clear? Sir, yes, sir. The man quivered like a fresh recruit with a drill sergeant screaming in his face. What about the second group? Several temple ships led by a light cruiser. We've had no communication from them since we sent them the situation reports. Fuck me, it was the Emperor botherers. Antias, get me, Captain Thule, on the comm, now. Colonel, hail the Armageddon, I need to speak with Captain Ignatius as well. I would need to talk with the Necrons too. Who knew what those crazy fanatics might decide to do? Chapter 131. His Holy Light. Dauntless-class light cruiser temple ship. En route to Kronus. Missionary Wolf gathered the principal leaders of his expedition into one of the many chapels spread throughout the temple ship. This particular temple was the nearest to the hangar, and its location made it very useful as a meeting and briefing room. As a bonus, thanks to all the blessed artifacts and frequent prayers of the deckhands, the chapel offered a layer of protection against divination from hostile forces. The sanctioned psykers claimed so at any rate. While Jacob had no way to know if that was true, it sounded right. He knew for a fact that prayer and faith had very real and tangible power, so why not help in this manner too? 4 of his fellow missionaries, the leader of the confessors, the captain of the militia who volunteered to come and save Kronus, and several sororitas sat on the low benches, said their prayers, and waited for Wolf to begin the meeting. He waited for the priest taking care of this particular temple to bless them all and slowly inhaled the reassuring smoke of burning incense spiced up by holy oils. The Emperor protects. The priest proclaimed gleefully and bowed his head, making the sign of the Aquila. Everyone stood up and responded in kind, their voices echoing off the walls. "I'll leave you to your divine work, missionary." Father Brown waved at the gathered leaders and walked out of the chapel in a swirl of stained robes. Jacob waited until the priest was out of sight, and for the sisters of battle guarding the entrance to confirm that no cheeky bastard was listening. When he got the all clear, he went to the altar, taking a central stage, and looked grimly at his colleagues. "You've all seen the recordings and read the reports. The contents of those documents were another reason why they met in a chapel. Going over them extracted a lot of curses from Wolf's throat." Jacob found himself muttering all the prayers praising the emperor he knew. Wolf hoped that most of the claims in those reports were true. Must, but certainly not all. Sullen murmurs answered him. No one was particularly happy about what they learned. Sister Weber, the Palatine in charge of their sororitas contingent, was less thrilled than most. Her only son was entangled in this mess of miracles, heresy, and insanity. The commissar was up to his neck in trouble. Or he deserved all the praises, thanks, and prayers Wolf's expedition could heap upon him. The same was true about almost everyone down there. This should be straightforward. Confessor Klein Abel grumbled. His dark eyes stared into Wolf's souls with almost frightening intensity. Or so it would appear to some of our more overzealous colleagues. The crafty bastard smirked. Abel was an experienced defender of the faith, who was almost as large and dangerous in close quarters as Jacob. His sharp mind and zealous defense of the imperial creed caught the eye of the ecclesiarchy a few decades ago when he served as a naval armsman on one of the temple ships. Wolf didn't know all the details. However, to the surprise of everyone involved, Abel turned out to be a surprisingly open-minded and understanding individual. While he would protect the faith with his life and even soul if it came to it, Abel was more interested in saving people's souls and helping them. In contrast, a more stereotypical confessor would busy themselves purging and burning potential heretics, and punishing those following the church's tenets to the letter. The confessor was also one of Cardinal Lin's protégés, which explained a lot, in Jacob's humble opinion. They'll be frothing at the mouth and screaming that Kronus must be purged with fire, yesterday. Wolf allowed himself a brief moment of levity, something he wouldn't have dared in the presence of more tradition-bound members of the ecclesiarchy. His experience as a missionary kept his eyes open for the realities of the world, which was something that factions within the Munitorum frowned upon. Those were the same factions who would gleefully purge all too many worlds on the frontiers of imperial space for both real and imaginary sins. And that was why the cardinal offered Wolf hand-picked people for this expedition. They were supposed to save Kronus and its citizens, instead of turning the planet into a crematorium. Unfortunately, the reports coming from the surface made their goals much harder than they should have been. "One of those days, your mouth will get us all in trouble, Jacob," Amelia Argent gently admonished him with her motherly voice. The old woman was another proof of how atypical their expedition was. Amelia was a former medici serving the Imperial Guard, who lived long enough to retire and dedicate her twilight years to spreading the Emperor's word. Most of the expedition's leaders had similar backgrounds: Guard, Navy, it didn't matter. They were all veterans and they knew the world outside of the centers of the faith. "I'll be steadfast in my attempt to curb my tongue before it could get any of you into too much trouble, Amelia," Jacob said in amusement, before sobering up. "You were saying, Abel? It should be straightforward. We've got at least 2 Inquisitors on the ground, Ordo Xenos. It's their job to deal with the alien. Out here on the fringes, many rogue traders and Inquisitors are running around with Xeno mercenaries, equipment, or both. They're all legit and beyond reproach." Abel rolled his eyes. "In theory anyway. We've all heard the sermons against such things. Why, I listened to one of them this morning. There was that, of course. No one sane was going after Inquisitor or rogue trader plying their trade, even when doing so involved distasteful methods. In reality, some zealots tried their best to paint the whole ecclesiarchy as unreasonable, often insane fanatics. When those were around, all bets were off. That, of course, meant that elements of their organization would happily see them all burnt on a stake for not being dutiful, zealous, and vigorous enough in executing their duties." And he went on a tangent that was best kept in the privacy of one's mind. "There is a living saint down there, or the next best thing, thank you very much." The distinct high-pitched voice of Robert Bruce, a fellow missionary, cut through the air. The tall, frail-looking man came from a moon with low gravity, and it showed. While he could handle standard Terran gravity, doing so aided his endurance, and it was much worse when working on high-gravity worlds. Bruce met such challenges with a smile and prayer, claiming they were mere tests from the Emperor. Either that or fuck-ups and lack of consideration by their superiors. "There are such indications, yes," the quiet voice of Titus Questus added. The short brown-skinned man was a testament to faith's success. He had been born on a feral world just as the Imperium began its effort to reclaim the place. Now, he traveled the stars, spreading the Emperor's word far and wide. However, we all know the odds of Inquisitor Vale receiving official recognition anytime soon are remote. Even if everyone agreed someone was a saint, pushing through the paperwork to make it official could take decades or even centuries. When some people disagreed, and Wolf was sure many would do so, in this case, it could take much longer. Either that or an uncommonly distinguished career. Sister Weber, you've been unusually silent as of late. Amelia suddenly changed the topic. You know I'm biased and personally involved in this. The Palatine's voice was bitter. That's why I'll be taking you with me when I go to the surface to find out what's true, what's a fabrication, and what hasn't made it to the reports for one reason or another. It might have been years since you met your son last, however, you're the only one we have on board who knows anyone down there. Your familiarity with the lad might be vital in making certain if the locals are compromised or not. I'll do my best in the Emperor's name. Sister Weber nodded stiffly. She had a grave, yet determined expression on her face. I appreciate your aid. I'll have a squad of your sisters accompany you. The rest of you will monitor what happens on the surface and act accordingly if something unfortunate happens. But first, I want to hear your honest thoughts on the situation. Kronus is crawling with Xenos. Just like at least a few dozen worlds in this sector alone. The confessor began. That's why the Cardinal sent us. He knows that the situation out here isn't as clear-cut as deeper within the Imperium, where it's safer, and save for the orcs, there are hardly any Xenos running around. Yet, he hasn't sent us here to purge everyone who had dealings with the alien. We need to get down there and figure out the truth, ASAP. Amelia butted in. There are hundreds of thousands of sick people in need of help. They will either need our aid or the Emperor's mercy. We need to figure out which, and act, quickly. I agree, Questus stated firmly. We have to bring the citizens on Kronus back into the fold. By all accounts, the Emperor brought the planet itself into his light himself. His eyes sparkled with happiness at the very thought. Soon enough, Wolf had everyone's agreement. Even the captain of the militia, who otherwise kept his thoughts to himself. The harder part would be to convince their people their chosen course of action would be for the best. Not all of them were as open-minded as they were, and wasn't that a contradiction? After all, an open mind was a fortress with its gates wide open. Yet, a closed one could be a void ship flying without a navigator. Neither was a particularly desirable outcome. We will be firm in our faith and endure this test, Ronald continued. We won't let Xenos lead us astray from the Emperor's light, even if this time it means enduring their presence instead of purging it. That's certainly a nice way to put it. Abel laughed. General Alexander's HQ. Victory Bay. Kronus. A hololith came to life with a flicker of bright light and soon displayed several vaguely familiar symbols. Those are the cruisers Blessed Blade, Naginata, and Griffin. Captain Ignatius explained. You'll note they're approaching in a wedge formation with their escorts spread in front of them sweeping for nasty surprises. The transports are moving at a much slower pace guarded by a destroyer flotilla. This isn't an escort formation, but an assault one. Captain Thule summarized our newest brand of trouble. I can use a drink or 10, I stated blandly while staring at the hologram. It also showed the approach of the temple ships. They approached Kronus at a reasonable pace, and in a standard defensive formation. The Emperor botherers were either willing to be reasonable, which I still had trouble wrapping my head around, or they were attempting to be sneaky. The current agreement was they would come to see me for themselves before deciding what to make of us. Our reinforcements, on the other hand, apparently didn't like the contents of our reports. I wish I could blame them. In their shoes, I would be suspicious like hell as well. Options? I asked while trying to sound calm and confident. Our naval elements in orbit are a rough match for the task force heading our way. However, unless they do something as asinine as to fire first, before reaching orbit, Captain Ignatius shrugged. We can't move anyway before the Tau ships leave and they won't be boosting away for at least a day. Keep hailing the bloody bastards. I'll be at the field hospital. The moment Inquisitor Vale is well enough to awake, even if it takes flooding her system with stimulants, I'll have her calling them as well. If our reinforcements refuse to see reason? Captain Thule asked. We'll cross that bridge when we come up to it. It wasn't like the Blood Ravens had trouble shooting at other Imperial forces. However, after all the hard work I put in to contain that particular madness, I wasn't going to order it repeated. This bloody planet is cursed, I grumbled to myself and headed for the exit. As soon as I was out of the command center, my bodyguards fell in formation around me. Chapter 132. Bridge. Dominator Cruiser Griffin. En route to Kronus. 12 hours before reaching orbit, the battle group concluded a deceleration burn. They continued their approach at a much slower pace. The locals kept bombarding them with hails inquiring or demanding clarification of intent. However, not a single transmission included Inquisitor Vale's codes confirming the place wasn't subverted, much less explanation from the woman herself. They did receive a confirmation from her ship that she was down with a disease, along with almost everyone in Victory Bay. That naturally only made Inquisitor Marat Chandra even more suspicious. "Daughter, what did I teach you about anything that appears too good to be true?" the demon hunter asked lightly. Captain Anastasia Chandra rolled her eyes from her command throne. Long delicate fingers brushed her ivory locks aside, revealing several implants connecting her with the ship. "Assume it is, even when you have solid evidence to the contrary. That way, sometimes you might actually be pleasantly surprised." The captain's musical voice rang clearly over the silent bridge. It wasn't often that an Inquisitor chose their ship as transport. That was a dubious and dangerous privilege at the best of times. When said Inquisitor simply happens to be your captain's father, who by pure coincidence was on board when a distress call from the abandoned world came, well, it didn't take a genius to connect the dots. That was no coincidence. The Inquisitor suspected the nasty kind of trouble and wanted a reliable ship backing him. And what might be more reliable than your own daughter's shop? Well, possibly many things, however no one on board was crazy enough to voice such thoughts. "Good girl." The Inquisitor spoke softly in clear approval. If someone dared look too closely, they might have even seen a hint of a smile on his scarred face. Everything we know about recent events on Kronus points at multiple demonic incursions, a traitor invasion, and Xenos running unchecked all over the place. Chandra shook his head in exasperation. "I can ignore the latter. Ordo Xenos is known for consorting with the alien when they see an advantage. It's their job, responsibility, and prerogative to make those choices. As long as we check everyone for technological subversion just in case," he didn't add aloud. Undermining his fellow Inquisitors aloud in such a manner was never a good idea, no matter the company. The demonic incursions on the other hand, Marat's smile stretched his scars into a grotesque grimace. They were a gift from a bloodletter that managed to get close to eviscerating him, just not quite close enough. The Inquisitor could almost buy a demon of corn getting too eager for blood, skulls, and battle, getting over its head and under the right circumstances, getting killed for good. While hard, doing so wasn't impossible, much less unheard of. It was just that, the tools necessary were almost as rare as a nice dark Eldar and much harder to find intact. 2 interventions by the Emperor himself. On this backwater world? That was the kind of insane reports you laughed at. Then, you went to vigorously interrogate everyone involved, because at best they were insane lunatics, and you had to clean up after them. At worst, the divine intervention they blubbered about was infernal, and then, things tended to get very ugly, very fast. Of course, this time around, someone was trying too hard, because this had a trap written all over it. Even a brand new acolyte with no experience could notice it. Unfortunately, it was a very good trap. The bait was too tempting. Marat had to go down there, investigate and see for himself. Because no matter how remote, the possibility of the xenotechnology being real and working as advertised had to be checked. Doing anything less would be treason. That, of course, made the trap so effective. The reports from the navigators and his sanctioned psyker added credence to some of the reports. However, neither truth nor innocence was proof enough. The 2 interventions by the Emperor might be indeed genuine. There might even be a real saint down there, which might make Marat's work a bit simple. None of those potential truths prevented most people down there from being subverted, corrupted, or simply deceived to serve the whims of the demonic or the alien. "We're going in. Keep the transports and their escorts far away from hostile weapons range. I want your astropaths ready to transmit messages at a moment's notice, no matter how hard or dangerous doing so might be," the Inquisitor ordered. "You're thinking about going down there alone?" Anastasia exclaimed. "With a small security detail. We're going to be bait and spring whatever trap is waiting for us. I have to. Besides, if they open fire on us during our approach, we'll know earlier. We can perhaps take out the Imperial ships in orbit. The Xeno battle groups will be too much." Anastasia pointed out again. "I told you so, multiple times. If they're all hostile, then we're already dead. The only question is how much we would be able to do before it's over." Chandra chided gently. "We should last long enough to purge Victory Bay at the very least, perhaps strike at the Xeno facilities on the ground." Marat looked at his daughter. "More importantly, we should last long enough to warn the Imperium at large that Kronus has fallen and needs to be neutralized. And if for once you're lucky, father." Anastasia quirked her lips in a way her mother tended to do when vexed with him. "Then I'll be praising the Emperor because we finally caught a break that might change things for the better." "Unfortunately, you don't believe that," Anastasia concluded. You know me. I have too many bitter experiences to seriously consider that this isn't a trap. Victory Bay. Kronus. Last night, the Imperial reinforcements finished their sharp deceleration and continued to approach at a much slower pace. This morning, the Tau finished loading as many people they could on their ships and broke orbit, boosting for the zone that would allow them to safely use FTL. Most importantly, Amberly finally left surgery, and after a few hours of recovery, Karam finally deemed her hale enough to flood with stimulants. The cyborg leaned over her hospital bed and poked her in turn with 3 injectors. Amberly's pale form stirred, shook, and she awoke with a choked gasp. Here wild eyes darted in all directions in panic, and she tried to get as far away from Karam as she could. However, she was still too weak from the operation and could do little more than struggle like a newborn kitten. "Syafas, where are you? Help me." Vale babbled. "It's all right. Karam and his friends did good work," I said in my best soothing tone, which wasn't particularly effective if Amberly's reaction was anything to go by. "The patient will need a few more moments to work through the sedative's effects," Karam explained in a clinical, emotionless tone. "The muscle stimulants will kick in last that way, she'll avoid injuring herself further." He waved the scanner over Vale, whistled happily, and left. "I have other people to put back together." "Vale?" Amberly eventually rasped. Her eyes focused on me and I could see a spark of recognition. "Yes, it's me. Sorry to disappoint, I'm not your boy toy." Amberly narrowed her eyes at me. "What are you babbling about?" "You did want your Syafas," I smirked and earned myself a murderous glare promising retribution. "Now that you're awake and in your right mind, we've got trouble." "What did you do this time?" "Hired a band of Dark Eldar for the kicks." "Nothing so perverse. I'm not a masochist, much less insane, I'll let you know." This woman knew how to hit low, damn her sharp tongue. I didn't get into these situations for the fun. Our reinforcements finally turned up. They're refusing to talk, will be in the range of the planet shortly, and are coming in attack formation. They did demand you talked with them. "Get me to a communications terminal," Amberly ordered. "I have a tech priest waiting nearby with the necessary equipment. We also have a group of temple ships on the way. They appear reasonable, and that has me even more concerned. You have the wings and the Emperor's blessing. You'll be dealing with the ecclesiarchy. I'll talk with our reinforcements." Amberly raised her right hand and relaxed when she saw her rosary and symbol of office still attached to her wrist with a fine golden chain. A few minutes later, the cogboy had a secure transmitter station set up and connected with the General's HQ. From there, Colonel Amundsen and Captain Ignatius facilitated a live feed with the approaching ship. At this distance, there was almost no transmission delay. The cogboy produced a small hololith, which soon displayed a tiny figure almost completely covered by a thick leather coat. However, the clothing did little to hide the signs of sleek and advanced-looking armor protecting the man. Amberly fiddled with her rosary and looked pointedly at the figure. "Is that good enough, Marat?" She knew him. Now it was time to see if that was a piece of good news or not. "Your codes check out, so you likely aren't an imposter." His smile was a hideous thing to behold. I was sure it could give pause to an angry orc. "Now, Amberly, dear, please try to convince me that you and at least a few other people down there are still sane. The reports I've read are something to behold. They're like something the propaganda department might cook up for a segmentum-wide popular Holovit series." This Marat guy was surprisingly affable for Inquisitor. For that matter, I could say the same about Amberly. Was that an act? Did my bloody luck finally change for the better? Scratch that, the Emperor botherers will be touching down tonight. That was my reaction as well when I got my share of reports while on my way here. Then things happened. Amberly smirked. "Yes, that. Are you trying to branch out? Is dealing with Xenos becoming too boring and predictable for you? It's all his fault." Amberly jabbed a finger in my direction. The cogboy swiped a mechadendrite my way, and presumably, I was on camera now. I waved at him with a smile, and my wings fluttered happily at the attention. I swear, the damn things had a mind of their own. The supposed saint. Marat looked at me with suspicion, through eyes that had seen too much horror. That's not a claim I've ever made, however people keep reaching the same conclusion thanks to these. I pointed at my wings, which spread out covering the wall and ceiling behind me as if preening. The glow supposedly helps as well. "Yes," Marat said in a voice drier than the Erie's Badlands. "You appear to be sparkling." He kept staring at me oddly. "It's a nice trick, and I would be very happy if you're the real deal. However, even if that's the case, it still doesn't mean you aren't being deceived by either aliens or chaos. Convince me what you've cooked up on Kronus isn't a threat to the Imperium at large. I'll leave it to you. I smiled at Amberly. You do have a better gift with words than me. Besides, she apparently knew this guy. Chapter 133. Bridge. Dominator Cruiser Griffin. En route to Kronus. You've read our reports, Marat. You've seen the combat recordings. Vale was earnest, that much Chandra could give her. Yet, while he did listen to his colleague, the Inquisitor's eyes were focused on the saint's image. The pure white wings and bright glow certainly fit. It was too bad that he had personally dealt with two demons who could pull a convincing charade when bound to daemon hosts. I won't try selling you a pile of grok shit. Amberly snorted. What we have here is certainly dangerous. It could very well turn out to be a poison pill if it pans out. Vale muttered a curse and rubbed his forehead at that. His wings twitched in sympathy. The man obviously wasn't accustomed to Vale's antics. What makes the pylons and this alliance so dangerous, are the same things making them valuable. Amberly continued. You're Malleus, Marat. You know how much of a game-changer they can be. The Xeno-build ones? Perhaps. Unless we can build them ourselves in enough numbers, all I see is a nice piece of gear that can cause no end of trouble with the Mechanicus. Then you had to go full in and get as much alien technology as possible. Were you intentionally trying to get yourselves declared heretics on general principle or something? I know Ordo Xenos believes itself special in that regard, however, Chandra trailed off in frustration. While I'm not a psyker, everyone we have on the surface or in orbit agrees the Emperor himself intervened here twice. In the span of a week. Vale's usual calm comportment cracked. Those somewhat coherent, including a few Eldar Vale somehow roped into this insanity, are babbling about the Emperor fighting Nurgle and driving him away. Marat narrowed his eyes at the saint at that. All his experience screamed at him that this was a trap, a deception offering the Imperium all kinds of poison pills. Yet, the bait was so tempting. Vale's wings shifted, their feathers ruffling in possible annoyance. He kept his mouth shut. Do you care to add something, Inquisitor Vale? There is nothing I can say or prove without a psyker daring look into my head. The glowing man shrugged. I wish to hear you justify your actions anyway. You'll have to do it in front of the sector conclave sooner or later. Consider this practice. Marat offered bait of his own. Amberly grimaced, and he nearly smiled. This was going to be good, wasn't it? So be it. Vale crossed his hands in front of his chest and his wings shifted forward. The feathers puffed up and glowed a bit brighter. The Imperium is a pale shadow of what it was during the Great Crusade or even before people let that imbecile Vandire into a position of power. Right here on Kronus, we have the Tau, aliens who just a few thousand years ago played around with stone weapons. Today, they're fielding equipment for their whole military that equals, and often is better than all except the best supplied and equipped guard regiments could ever pray to use. In contrast, the Imperium as a whole keeps backsliding technologically. Instead of investing in civilized, even feudal, and feral worlds to bring them to an acceptable level of industry and technology as a matter of course, more often than not we're content to leave such places to merely exist as practically useless balls of rock. The Mechanicus, instead of bringing us to heights of technology unseen since the dark age of technology, bickers, and hoards the best toys, refuses to share its knowledge even between its own forged worlds and is in no small part responsible for this despicable state of affairs. Well, this rant explained much. First, Vale wasn't an experienced Inquisitor, because otherwise, he wouldn't have shared such sentiments, ever. This was the kind of talk that got you shot. Second, the man was such a radical, that he made most radical Inquisitors Marat had ever known appear Puritan in comparison. Because of this, Chandra could see Vale going all in as a matter of course and getting his hands on as much xenotechnology as he could. Now, if the man was more shrewd, and experienced, had the right connections within the sector leadership, and certain infamous forged words, his insane plans might have worked. Might. Vale obviously didn't have such backing, and that by itself was going to be problematic all things considered. Amberly knew that as well if her expression was anything to judge by. Marat briefly wondered why she hadn't taken Vale aside and explained some things to him, then shook himself. The timing of the reports and her arrival. There probably wasn't time for that. Of course, all of this only meant that instead of willful treason and heresy, Marat was merely looking at one done with the best of intentions. That was something that tended to happen quite often, especially out here on the frontier, where certain rules had to be loosened for obvious reasons. You've waited long to get this out of your system, haven't you, Inquisitor Vale? Marat probed gently. He got back a flat stare and a pair of glowing eyes staring straight into his soul. We do indeed have more complications than just the pylons to consider. Amberly valorously attempted to shift the topic to safer grounds. The Tau are standing by to their part of the agreement. She grimaced. Necron drones and Servoskull scouts confirm they pulled from the industrial zones they control without committing any easy-to-notice sabotage. They also abandoned a significant amount of war gear, primary infantry scale, though a number of their battle suits as well. That's bad enough. Marat groaned. He could imagine it warehouses full of alien weapons and armor, perhaps trapped, perhaps not. It didn't matter. The windfall of alien technology represented a huge problem. Yet, at the same time, the ideas Vale spouted weren't exactly new. It was just that, the people of similar minds knew to be much more careful, and not to ever shoot towards something this big, because they knew the inevitable reprisal that would come as consequence. However, this was different, wasn't it? If Vale was actually what he appeared, if he truly had the blessing and backing of the Emperor on Holy Terra, it put everything else in perspective. That was a terrifying possibility for many reasons. If Marat let himself be blinded by it, he could easily overlook many dangers. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop asking himself, what if it was all true? The truth seldom mattered. Marat kicked himself mentally. Vale being right could be worse than the alternative, everyone down there being compromised. Because if he was genuine, if Vale pushed hard for the research, development, and incorporation of alien technology across the Imperium, then Marat was afraid to think about everything that would go wrong. Too many people would see the benefits, while as many if not more, would only see the danger either in the form of xeno-subversion or threat to their power base. The best-case scenario could end up incredibly ugly. Did the Necrons know how much of a poison chalice their gifts were? If they did, that would only make them that much more dangerous as well. My ships will be in orbit shortly. Get yourselves to the starport and onboard a transport. I'll wait for both of you in Griffin's hangar to determine your status. Marat finally decided. He wasn't going down there. They would come up to him, and if not, that by itself would be telling. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Vale immediately agreed. Marat nodded and cut off the connection. Anastasia, get the hangar bay secured. I want naval armsmen covering all exits with heavy weaponry. I'm going to prepare my retinue to deal with a demon if Vale is an imposter. At once, Inquisitor. His daughter promptly answered, all professional as the situation warranted. Good girl. And if he is the real deal? Then everything gets much more complicated. I might require you to make a fast trip to Styges 7 carrying precious cargo and messages. Chapter 134. Hangar Bay. Dominator Cruiser Griffin. In high orbit above Kronus. A Valkyrie wearing a fresh coat of paint landed nimbly in the hangar. Two platoons of armored naval armsmen quickly surrounded the assault transport and aimed at the ramp. A pair of interceptors hovered nearby, ready to unleash their heavy ordnance upon the Valkyrie if the situation warranted it. Marat waited nearby, taking cover behind all stack of metal crates secured to the deck with thick chains and magnetic clamps. His retinue was in the area, taking cover behind whatever they deemed best. The Inquisitor had only Jack with him, the latest Sanctified Psyker he could get his hands on. In his line of work, Psykers tended to expire even faster than usual. Many demons deemed their souls particularly delicious or found their kind offensive, like every cornate demon ever. By all accounts, Jack wasn't going to last long either. He was already a babbling wreck, and Marat hadn't brought him to a single proper hunt yet. It eats the Emperor's light. The poor bastard screamed and grabbed Chandra by the shoulders, trying to shake the Inquisitor. The light power armor he wore prevented any such abuse, and he gently removed Jack's hands from his coat, then nodded to the Psyker's current minder, a gruff, no-nonsense veteran sergeant he picked up during his last mission. The NCO pulled out a wooden club covered with rubber to minimize the damage and raised an eyebrow at Marat. Chandra nodded, and Sergeant Xerxes clobbered Jack on the back of the head. The Psyker slumped in the Inquisitor's hands until Xerxes put the club away and took the knocked-out man. At least we have a confirmation about the blank. Marat nodded happily. That's a piece of good news. It all but guaranteed that Vale wasn't a demon host who was a particularly smart and sneaky bastard. A few other tests involving relics would be in order, just in case. However, this was one of the more important ones. The Valkyrie's ramp went down with a clang, and the passengers disembarked quickly. Vale led the way. He carried a curious little girl on his shoulders, who notably wore a carapace armor that was a good fit for her. Marat could see the armsmen shuffle uneasy, though, to their, and Anastasia's credit, they didn't waver. Neither did they do something foolish like open fire unprovoked. That could have been messy. Marat glanced at Xerxes and saw the sergeant had stashed Jack by the crates. The NCO was already back by his side, with his weapon on the ready. Chandra gave the man another nod and went to meet his fellow Inquisitors. After just a few paces, he could feel a wave of unease wash over him. However, unless he focused on the child, Marat wouldn't have been able to tell it was her. Perhaps it was her proximity with the saint or his inexperience with blanks. By the time Chandra was in front of his fellow inquisitors, and their small retinue, a commissar, blood-raven librarian, and a few troopers, his spine felt like it wanted to crawl away. How Vale could stand to be this close to the girl, much less touch her, he would never know. It was also something worthy of study. However, this wasn't the time or place for that. Marat, you're a sight for sore eyes. Amberley both looked and sounded happy to see him. That was never a good reaction to have as an inquisitor. It meant you either just walked into a trap, or the situation was fucked beyond belief. In this case, it was probably both. A brief, redundant introduction followed, which were just long enough for the two priests working with Marat to arrive with their cargo. A few tests, for peace of mind if nothing else. Chandra smiled at the small group. Let's get it over with. Off you go. Vale picked up the pariah because Marat was beginning to suspect the child was no mere blank and gently put her on the deck. While she didn't look all too pleased, the pariah remained silent. It might be for the best if we test the child first, Father Harris croaked. The graying man looked between the small pariah and the saint nervously, then busied himself with opening the heavy container he helped drag all the way here. They were going to do the tests out here, in the hangar. That way, in case a demon possessed someone, they could hopefully deal with it with the aid of heavy firepower. And without endangering the whole ship went without saying. While if he had to, Marat would sacrifice the Griffin and her crew without a second thought, he would very much prefer to see his daughter outlive him by a good margin. Thank you very much. That's a finger bone. Vale stated flatly when Father Shu reverently retrieved a piece of Saint Sebastian. It was the real deal, not like the thigh of Saint Helene that demons laughed at. That wasn't a good memory. It's a relic from a saint. Shu barked. Then he caught himself and looked warily at the saint, who shook his head, took a few steps forward, and picked up the sacred relic. Antias, would you kindly pick up Celine and show her the rest of the hangar? Perhaps after she has touched the relics without anything bursting into the fire? Vale suggested. He looked critically at the bone and shrugged. The Astartes walked forward with a surprisingly agile and quick gait for someone that large. It never ceased to amaze Marat how fast the Emperor's angels of death could move. Vale turned around, walked to the girl, and offered her the relic. She looked at the sacred bone with confusion and eventually poked her with a finger. Everyone watched with bated breath. Marat was sure that many of the armsmen expected to see the little horror burst in holy flames. Instead, she poked the relic again, shrugged, and lost interest in it. Better get her away if it's all right. Father Shu looked nervously at Marat, who nodded lightly. The priest sagged with relief and quickly grabbed the relic from Vale's hand. He rapidly returned it to the box while muttering prayers. Those two might be useful, however, sometimes their antics were just too much. Nevertheless, Chandra kept enduring. Having this on record and with his stamp of approval would go a long way to give legitimacy to Vale's status, and by extension, everything the crazy radical touched. Now, if only Marat could figure a way to keep the damn fool from opening his mouth in front of a conclave. Father Harris reverently pulled out the hilt of Demon Slicer, the shattered blade of Saint Yorinaga. The blank perked up at that and skipped forward before anyone could stop her. She stood in front of the priest and bounced on her feet, eagerly looking at the broken weapon in his hands. Go on. You wanted this circus, you'll see it through to the very end. Vale smirked at them, the cheeky bastard. Harris glared at the pariah, who stared back. The pariah won the starring match in a hurry, and the priest handed her the hilt in disgust. She grabbed it happily and began swinging it with no skill and tons of energy. What's next? Holy oils. Watching if I will burst in a fire if I pray to the Emperor. Both Harris and Shu nodded in tandem. Just grab the bloody finger bone outside of the pariah's aura, and we'll go from there. Marat's patience reached his limits. To think that this sham was going to be a part of an official report with his name on it. What did he do to personally offend the Emperor? The Astartes, Antias, moved quickly, picked up the girl, and walked away, carrying her on his shoulder. All the while, the pariah beamed and silently swung the relic. As soon as those two were far enough, Vale blazed with golden power. The priests forgot the purpose of the exercise and fell to their knees, babbling prayers. He went to the container, picked up the bone with 2 fingers, and raised it for everyone to see. The relic glowed even brighter than the radiance surrounding Vale. The saint's wings spread wide and silently fluttered in the air, illuminating the whole hangar in the process. Ave Imperator. Vale mock saluted Marat with the relic and put it back. The Emperor protects, Vale added and waved at the priests, who redoubled their prayers. Fine, you aren't a demon, just a pain in my ass. Amberley, go touch the relic, the rest of you too, we can't be too careful. Chandra growled. It was going to be a futile exercise. Marat knew it almost immediately because when he glanced at the container, he could see all the blessed relics inside glow with the Emperor's power, just like Vale did. Things couldn't be simple and merely require an exterminatus, could they? The paperwork and investigations after one would be much shorter and less troublesome than this. That wasn't the end either. The Ecclesiarchy's representatives would be arriving within the hour, giving Marat just enough time to ensure Vale was the real deal and not a demon, or to clean up the mess if he was a demon, but that was a moot point now. Amberly picked up the relic and clutched her in her palm as if it was a lifeline. She suddenly sagged in relief. You know, I was almost certain you were the real deal, hoped you were, but until we got an all clear from the Malleus, I couldn't be sure. Amberly offered Vale an apologetic look. And that was why Marat liked the woman even if she was Ordo Xeno with all the icky things that entailed. She was properly paranoid, however, she didn't let it ruin her. Let's get to the pilot's tactical room. We need to talk before the Ecclesiarchy invades this ship. Marat grumbled. He would be dealing with the fallout of this for years to come. He was certain of it. 3 Inquisitors, an Astartes librarian, and a pariah child gathered in the tactical room. It was the beginning of a bad joke, and that neatly encapsulated Marat's life now. I won't bother asking what you were thinking, because it's obvious, you weren't. Either that, or you didn't know any better. Chandra glared at the saint, who held the pariah in his lap. Vale merely raised an eyebrow at Marat, while the child glared with those huge soul-sucking eyes. Marat stoically ignored the pariah and kept his attention on Vale. If you were trying to brand everyone on Kronus as heretics in the eyes of the Mechanicus at large, you've almost succeeded. With flying colors at that. Marat nodded grimly. Our new colleague is obviously a radical. Amberly made a "what can you do" gesture. If it wasn't for the wings and the glow, perhaps beat some sense into Vale's head. I'm open to reasonable suggestions. Vale ignored Marat's glower as if it was nothing. Styges 7. It's a forge world in this segmentum. The tech priests there are known to be rather radical and love to study Xeno artifacts when they can get away with it. We'll contact them by astropath as soon as it becomes feasible and dispatch a ship there carrying examples of all technologies you managed to swindle from the Xenos. Marat explained his plan. If we're lucky, we can cut a deal with the Stygites. They will figure a plausible way to spread the pylon technology when they proclaim it safe and ready for deployment. Second, at least a part of your plan for the Tau war gear has merit. We can incorporate it among inquisitorial retinues, especially those of our Ordos. Amberly picked up. That was sensible. The Ordo Xenos tryhards always picked up alien toys to play with. Sometimes, they even managed not to accidentally kill themselves with the Xeno equipment and put it to good use on top of that. We need the Bloody Guard equipped at least as well as those blue bastards. I meant it. Vale growled in frustration, and his wings ruffled, mirroring his mood. Just a few thousand years ago, the Tau were stuck on their homeworld as pre-space flight society. Right now, only the Astartes and the Mechanicus elite forces could field as good or better equipment. Look me in the eyes and tell me a bunch of Xenos are smarter and better at science than humanity. Marat kept glowering. While what Vale said was true, and the bastard did raise a good point, this wasn't something anyone sane wanted to tangle with. Doing so meant going against large sections of the Mechanicus and rocking the boat to such an extent it wasn't funny. It wasn't a fight the Inquisition as a whole was certain to win. Not to mention, even a victory might taste like ashes. If you keep pushing, you're either going to get yourself killed, start a civil war, or both. Marat snapped. What should I do instead? Close my eyes, pray, and watch the Imperium and humanity keep sliding into the abyss. To hell with that. Vale all but roared, and despite the pariah in his lap, his eyes briefly glowed with golden power. The Emperor's power. Marat now had the sinking suspicion he knew what the Emperor intended with his interventions on Kronus, and that suspicion terrified the veteran demon hunter. Chapter 135. Dominator Cruiser Griffin. In high orbit above Kronus. Marat felt a profound sense of relief when he left the tactical room. He didn't quite run away. He was too dignified and experienced to make such a terrible example. Nevertheless, he was the first one out as soon as they got news about the Ecclesiarchy's delegation approach. In the same manner, Chandra didn't run into the hangar, doing his best to put as much distance between the abomination and her pet saint, or was it the other way around? Anastasia, did you send our new guests a recording of the test? Marat spoke into the vox built in his armor. They saw it, Inquisitor. Despite his daughter's formal tone, Chandra could hear more than a hint of mirth in her voice. Living down those reports to the sector conclave and higher imperial authorities was going to be hard, perhaps even harder than he imagined. The ecclesiarchy delegation claims they have seen proof enough. They can't wait to meet the saint. Those poor bastards. Marat almost smirked. Misery did indeed love company. The Inquisitor reached the landing area just in time to see an old transport shuttle ponderously make its way down. It landed with a dull clang and the hiss of stressed hydraulics. Its ramp lowered down slowly, and with even more noise, amply demonstrating that it needed either more maintenance or spare parts that conspicuously lacked. Chandra grimaced when he felt the pariah's aura wash over him. His spine tried to crawl away again, and he was afraid of how the representatives of the faith would react. A fully armored sister of battle walked down first. Her armored boots clanged loudly against the deck. She towered a head above Marat, which she put to good use to scanning the area for threats. When nothing obvious materialized, she nodded once, almost certainly speaking over Vox. A small, colorful group of men and women disembarked and lined up in front of Marat and his companions. By now, Amberley, Vale, and the rest of their party had caught up and stood behind him. A huge black man towered above everyone else, including the armored sister of battle. The odd exoskeleton fixed to his white and red armor helped a bit in that regard, however, most of it was the fact that the missionary was a small mountain of muscle. Greetings and salutations in the name of the God Emperor. The huge man rumbled and grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of golden teeth. I'm missionary Jacob Wolf, the leader of this humble expedition. Inquisitor Marat Chandra, Ordo Malleus, a pleasure. He answered dryly. It was obvious this group was interested in only one thing. They all had their eyes focused behind Marat. Chandra observed with satisfaction how quickly most of those grins became rather fixed and very obviously strained. He might actually get to like that little monster. As long as she kept away from him unless there were demons around in need of vigorous banishing. Let me introduce my honored colleagues, Inquisitor Amberley Vale, and the blessed by the Emperor, Inquisitor Delcatar Vale. Both serve Ordo Xenos. Marat firmly kept his glee in check, so it wouldn't show. On second thought, as long as they could keep Vale reined in, and away from politically volatile issues, he could prove very useful to the Inquisition. While his status as a saint wasn't officially accepted, the wings and golden radiance were clue enough, if only after ruling out a demonic possession anyway. The primary reason why was staring Marat in the face. Even with the little pariah's presence influencing them, he could clearly see the fanatic gleam in the newcomer's eyes. If handled right, this could give the Inquisition sector-wide eager ecclesiarchy support. That was always better than the grudging support they often received from certain quarters of the church. Your Holiness, it's a privilege to meet you. One of the female priests gushed. Her head bobbed, spilling her blonde hair around her shoulders when she went into a deep cross between a bow and a curtsy. The others offered a similar sentiment, in a more or less controlled fashion. A glance told Marat enough. Neither of the faithful was happy with the pariah's presence. At least they had the good sense not to bring a psyker if they suffered one in their presence in the first place. That was an amusing tangent Marat deemed better avoided. He needed his attention for the task at hand. Well, he needed Vale's attention and dubious lead, because no one was paying him attention. The ecclesiarchy party had eyes only for the saint, and if this persisted, it was going to be an incredibly useful distraction for covert investigations. That was another way to use Vale if only the damn saint could learn to keep his mouth shut. Not that he got an opportunity to open his mouth. The floodgates opened and the priests swamped him with questions. Please tell us about the Emperor's blessing. Can you share your insights about? Would you kindly bless us in the name of the God Emperor? Only Wolf and the Sister of Battle managed to keep their mouths shut, though in the former case, it was obvious that the missionary strained to hold himself back. I'm glad to meet you all. Speaking about Vale, he finally managed to get a word in between all the eager prayers and questions he got bombarded with. Let's retreat to a more comfortable setting before we proceed. Marat wasn't sure if it was a question or suggestion, however, it was more than enough to get the delegation nodding and falling in line. At that, the Inquisitor had to re-evaluate the potential influence Vale, and the Inquisition, could wield over the Church. This could end being either a tremendous boon or a disaster in the making. A few minutes later, after they sat more or less comfortably within the tactical room, Marat concluded. Unless handled very carefully, Vale was going to be an unmitigated disaster. All it took was one, not-so-innocent question from Missionary Wolf. What do you want to achieve, Saint Vale? Perhaps it was better that way. Otherwise, the feathered menace might have told the same thing in front of the wrong crowd with a predictably disastrous outcome. Vale opened his mouth and began speaking. Within moments, Marat felt like shooting himself. Or Vale. Perhaps both. My goals, Missionary Wolf. I want to save the Imperium from itself. Vale began. I want to save it from the countless enemies besieging it from within and outside. I want to bring back the golden edge that died with the end of the Great Crusade. As Vale spoke, Marat could swear he began to lightly glow despite the pariah in his lap. He was certainly sure he saw golden flecks forming both in the saint's eyes and those of the little abomination. The Imperium is a shadow of what it should and could be. Right here, in this very sector, we have the Tau. Just a few thousand years ago, the height of technology they knew were sharp rocks they used to bash in each other's heads. The mention of Xenos killing each other violently predictably got a good reception. Not a bad start, even though it was never a good form to even hint at the Imperium being deficient in any way. Unfortunately, this was merely the beginning, and things went quickly downhill. Yet, right now, they're fielding technologies equal or superior to what the Imperial Guard has available on Kronus. They take for granted technological marvels that many worlds across the Imperium would never see. Vale's wings snapped open in an angry fashion and covered the bulkhead behind his back. Unsurprisingly, Vale now held the priest's rapt attention. If he didn't end up starting a crusade today, it would be a small miracle. All Marat could do was watch the train wreck in progress with sick fascination. I am not praising the Tau for their ingenuity or creativity. I am damning those who let the Imperium decay for thousands of years. How many feudal and feral worlds have you seen? How many civilized worlds are pale shadows of what they could be? Our Imperium is sick. It is slowly decaying from within. Vale proclaimed. Marat had the sick realization that the madman meant what he spouted. This wasn't just a ploy. He wasn't playing for the public. Oh no, he was earnest, he was a fanatic. And if he wasn't stopped and redirected towards less dangerous pursuits, Marat was terrified of the damage Vale could cause with the best of intentions. I have a vision, the maniac kept going. I can see us take the Tau's twisted knowledge, sanctify it in the Emperor's light and make it our own. If the Mechanicus refuses to rebuild our worlds into shining beacons of hope, then we will do it ourselves, using any means necessary. The maniac was talking about a crusade all right. Just not one aimed against external enemies. Marat looked at Vale, who had a fixed, frozen smile on her face. Even the Astartes showed his true feelings in the way his lips were firmly set in a pale line. Yet, the ecclesiarchy people lapped it all. At that point, Marat considered shooting Vale and the priests, purging them here and now, and damn the consequence. Then he keenly recalled the backing this crazy bastard received not once, but twice in the span of a week. Marat remembered his earlier conclusion and struggled not to giggle in despair. Did the Emperor truly want this? Would even he on Holy Terra contemplate such an insane course of action? And if he would, what threat was out there to warrant it? I want to see all our worlds rebuilt to the highest standard. I want them covered in gleaming cities, golden domes, and clean manufacturing districts that will be the pride of the galaxy. I want to see the Imperium reverse its long decline and enter a renaissance that should have begun 10,000 years ago. I want to see humanity finally grasp its birthright and leave behind this wretched age of blind ignorance and stubborn dogma. I want to see the age of reason return. I want to see the shining beacons of knowledge and progress picked up again as an inspiration for trillions. At that, the priests were on their feet, applauding and loudly proclaiming their support. Marat and Amberley shared a long look of despair. Chapter 136. Griffin. Dictator-class cruiser. High orbit above Kronus. The room roared with the priestly approval. If they failed to halt this disaster in the making in its track, Antiochus could see the Imperium burning in the fires of a civil war. The librarian smiled, hoping that the usual reaction his kind had on normal people would come in useful this time around. He placed a hand on Vale's shoulder and waited for a moment, so the priests all looked at him. Now that you've heard the Inquisitor's goals, we'll give you a few minutes to think them over and calm down. His smile grew a fraction. And you can consider this a test of faith. He gently poked Celine's shoulder. You'll have to endure her presence without our friend providing distraction. Celine, bless her soul, got the hint and reluctantly moved off Vale's lap. Antiochus took the opportunity to drag the Inquisitor outside. He could hear the other two Inquisitors hastily follow them. The moment they were out of the room and the door closed behind them, the librarian looked at their host. We need a quiet place to talk, now. Antiochus rumbled. This way. Chandra pointed down the corridor. If the man's expression was anything to go by, he was painfully aware of what Vale just did. I'll want an explanation, now, thank you very much. The saint grumbled, yet thankfully let Antiochus drag him to a nearby half-full storage room. What is the name of the Emperor were you thinking? Vale hissed. Did you hit your head and lost what little wits you had left? I don't think we're that lucky. Inquisitor Chandra looked at Antiochus. You've known him the longest, librarian. Did he voice such sentiments before? While Inquisitor Vale had a particular worldview, his conduct has been generally accepted. However, there were noticeable changes after the Emperor blessed him. Those changes increased after the second intervention. Unfortunately, there was no proper opportunity to address this development. What in the Emperor name are you talking about? Vale grumbled at them. His wings unfurled, and their feathers ruffled, glowing like gems with the Emperor's power. Inquisitor, you almost started a crusade twice while speaking to the people of Kronus. You all but started one just now, and it will take a lot of work to prevent a bloody civil war. Antæus stoically explained. The librarian didn't like the look of utter confusion and bafflement that appeared on Vale's face. All I did was reassure people and tell them to go back home, or to work. And just now, I merely explained my goals, which should be the goals of every sane imperial citizen. Vale began answering in a way that all but guaranteed he was genuinely surprised by the sentiment. Yet, as he kept talking, his whole form glowed brighter, and his voice became more and more passionate. The Imperium is dying. It's a rotten mockery of what it should have been. It is our duty to drag it kicking and screaming from the pit and back on the path of enlightenment. This cursed age of blind faith must end, and the imperial truth must shine once again. Antæus shared a look with the Inquisitors. This is the first time I hear of such sentiment. What do you mean the imperial truth, Inquisitor? Antæus asked lightly, all the while bracing himself for whatever would come next. The imperial truth. Vale scoffed, and his blazing eyes bored straight into Antæus' soul. It was the banner under which the Emperor united Terra and led the Great Crusade. It is reason and logic, not insane dogma and blind faith. Its refusal of religion, the triumph of science and secularism. It is the core upon which the Imperium was built, it is everything today's Imperium is not. The more Vale spoke, the more fervent he became. The clues were subtle, almost impossible to notice if you weren't familiar with the man. However, Antæus was an Astartes. He was a librarian, and he did know this young man. The shifts were subtle, but they were very much real. It wasn't the choice of words, but the way he spoke them. There was an utter, unshakable belief in there. Charisma Vale had never demonstrated before. More importantly, when Antæus touched the warp to observe the Inquisitor, he could swear there was almost impossible to perceive figure interposed, and meshed with Vale. It was a familiar figure. That wasn't the Emperor how Antæus experienced him when he on Holy Terra smote down Nurgle. That was a mere echo of that divinity, yet it was very much real and clung upon the Inquisitor like a cloak, almost meshing within his still healing soul. That wasn't Vale's sentiment. Not his belief, or at least, not fully. Antæus didn't think. He fell on one knee and lowered his head in supplication. He didn't know what the Emperor intended, much less, what plan his sovereign had. However, he would see it carried to the bloody end, as it was his duty. The saint is speaking to us with an echo of the Emperor's voice. I can see it in the warp. Antæus spoke reverently. He hadn't believed that the Emperor, perhaps the closest thing his kind had to a grandfather, was a real god. Not until he beheld him in all his glory fighting Nurgle. So that is how it is, Chandra muttered in near surrender. Inquisitor, I don't know what the imperial truth used to be. At this point, it scarcely matters. If we don't approach your goals with the utmost care, and if we don't meticulously plan how to reach them, the only thing we will achieve is a pointless, ruinous civil war. The older Inquisitor pleaded. Inquisitor Chandra is right, Delcatar. Amberley joined it. If we're to realize the Emperor's vision, if we're to see the imperial truth as it was meant to me, we must be careful. We can't just start a crusade against the whole Imperium, or even just the Adeptus Mechanicus, and hope for the best. You need more allies, time for news of your status to spread. You need even more deeds under your belt, proving you not only know what you're doing but that your success on Kronus wasn't a mere fluke. We need time. Yes, there was the little issue of the imperial truth practically being the antithesis to everything the Church stood for. That wouldn't go down well at all with the ecclesiarchy. Perhaps not even if the Emperor one day stood up from the Golden Throne and proclaimed this truth to the galaxy at large himself. However, the ecclesiarchy could still be useful as a partial counterweight against the Mechanicus. If they had to walk a path leading to civil wars, it would be for the best to fight them one at a time, Antæus decided. Time. A different, tired voice asked. It came through Vale's mouth, however, this wasn't the Inquisitor speaking. The sheer power that washed over Antæus blanketed his mind. Ask me of anything but time. The Emperor, or the next best thing to him on Holy Terra, spoke to them. The Emperor's echo, or perhaps the Emperor himself, looked at them through Vale's burning eyes. Then the glow faded, and the saint collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His wings closed around him in a protective gesture, and even as the Emperor's power dissipated in moths of light, a few feathers gently floated to the deck. And each one of them kept glowing like a tiny lantern. "We've got our work cut off for us," Inquisitor Chandra whispered in an awed voice. "Inquisitor, Vale, we will follow the Emperor's command. We will do our best to bring the Imperial truth as you know it back. However, we need to do it slowly and carefully. We need allies in a much stronger position before we could even dream of acting openly. Otherwise, we'll set the Imperium on fire and leave it open for our countless enemies." The wings unfurled, showing Vale. The saint's hair was longer, an even darker shade of black. It now framed his face, covering it in shadows. When he opened his eyes, they were flecked with bright, shining gold. "I'll take your concerns under consideration. Make your case." Vale sounded exhausted. "You all but suggested to the Ecclesiarchy's representatives to raise a crusade against the Adeptus Mechanicus unless they fall in line. And we all know that most of them won't fall in line. The Mechanicus is not only one of the most powerful factions of the Imperium, they directly or indirectly control the bulk of our industry. Open war against them will be disastrous." Inquisitor Vale attempted damage control. "That is one of the many reasons the Imperium is in this state. Unless the Mechanicus as it exists now is broken, the Imperium is doomed in the long run." While those were Vale's words this time, they still held adamantium-clad conviction. The saint took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Whatever he was about to say, he reconsidered, shook his head, and scoffed. "Antias, get up. You never have to kneel to me." The librarian did as bid. Meanwhile, the Emperor's herald looked over the three of them. "What do you suggest we do then?" I could feel a burning need for action. I don't know why, but I know this. We don't have unlimited time. We probably have less time than we fear. Vale grimaced. "And I also feel the burning need to head to Korava." The other two Inquisitors looked at each other. "We can work with this. Once we've resolved the immediate issues on Kronus, perhaps it would be for the best if you went there as soon as possible." Chandra temporized. "Between General Alexander's troops, the reinforcements that arrived with me, and the Temple expedition, we should be able to get you a respectable force. If your luck holds, you'll need it," Vale added. "However, what we absolutely cannot do is fight both the Ecclesiarchy and the Mechanicus. Vale, please for the sake of the Imperium, no of humanity itself, don't mention the Imperial truth until we're in a position to do something about it. And I'll follow you, Inquisitor. To the depths of the Eye of Terror and back, if you will it. I'm sure some of my brothers would do the same if asked." Antias quickly added. If he could help it, he wasn't going to let the Emperor's herald out of his sight. Chapter 137. Griffin. Dictator-class cruiser. High orbit above Kronus. My wings stretched and flapped impatiently, while I was trying to wrap my mind around how I got myself in this position. All I did was answer a few questions honestly. In hindsight, that might have been a mistake. However, once the topic of my goals came up, it was like a dam breaking, and I simply couldn't stop talking. Besides, it wasn't like what I wanted should have been some stunning revelation. The Imperium was in sore need of fixing before it crumbled under its sheer bloated weight. Beginning a technological renaissance 10,000 years too late was a good starting point considering what we might yet gain on Kronus. It was logical really. My fellow Inquisitors didn't seem to agree. I have no intention of moving against the Adeptus Mechanicus as a whole anytime soon if ever. Granted, doing so was something that should have been done almost as soon as the Great Crusade ended, right after the Emperor was done with our Webway project, and why was that relevant at all? That's a relief. Amberly kept looking oddly at me. Now if you can keep yourself from voicing any sentiments that might indicate such plans, it would be great, Chandra added. Seriously, what was their problem? It wasn't like I intended to start a civil war for the fun of it. Somehow unfucking the Mechanicus was going to be a long-term project anyway. And I needed to go to Korava anyway. I can keep my mouth shut when it counts, thank you very much. As soon as I said this, both Inquisitors gave me incredulous looks. Antias shook his head as well, which was telling. What? Seriously? What the hell? Inquisitor, do you not recall what you told the priests? Or the conversation which we just had? Antias asked warily. Either that, or it doesn't register as an issue, which is going to be a larger problem. Chandra rubbed his forehead and kept looking at me strangely. I'll like an explanation. Like right now. Please, someone, start making sense. I looked at the three of them, who glanced at each other. Inquisitor, Vale, Antias began, if I didn't know better, I would swear you were doing your best to lay the foundations for a crusade, by setting up the Ecclesiarchy against the Mechanicus. What we heard in that room wasn't merely an Inquisitor stating long-term goals. It was a living saint sharing his vision and firing up the faithful. Crusades have started over less. This isn't the first time we've got such a misunderstanding, however, it certainly is the worst. I brushed a few stray locks away from my eyes, noting I needed a haircut, and thought hard about what I told our mini-storm contingent. Get the Imperium up and running, by reversing the decay killing it, my hope for a shining future dealing with the toasterfuckers if they turned out to be an obstacle instead of a net positive. That might have been a bit much, I'll admit. I certainly couldn't recall anything else inflammatory, and there must have been, otherwise, we wouldn't be getting this conversation, right? I'll try my best to latch my words, I repeated. However, you're still unsure what's the bloody problem. Chandra nodded. Inquisitor Vale, we need to get you out of the immediate reach of the Conclave, so you can straighten your head and get to grips with your status as a living saint. I'll need to watch a recording of that conversation, complete with running commentary of what went wrong, won't I? I muttered to myself. It was recorded, right? Amberly and Chandra glanced at each other and nodded. Good. We'll do it ASAP. How do we defuse the priests, if I accidentally set them up on crusade mode? Let us do the talking when we get back and back up our ideas, Chandra said. Then we'll be having a proper debriefing about everything. The little abomination stared at Palatine Weber with soul-sucking curious eyes. Being stuck in a room with the blank would have been a particularly unpleasant experience on the best of days. This child, who showed no fear when facing a hellspawn demon, was something else, Wolf decided. The senior Sororitas was cut off from a different cloth as well, he decided. The woman put a strained smile on her face and leaned towards the blank, Celine. Hi, there. Weber waved at the child, who kept staring at her. Do you like the armor? To give credit where credit's due, Weber's voice sounded almost conversational. The blank responded with a slow, shy nod. It almost broke the spell, making her feel less of an unholy abomination. Wolf closed his eyes and uttered a prayer. The Emperor's own angel of death was right. This was a test of faith, and he wasn't going to fail it. If the saint could tolerate this child, then the missionary was going to do his best to follow suit, no matter how he felt. Besides, abomination or not, Celine did help smite down a demon, so she couldn't be all bad, right? Just mostly. The prayer did help, a bit. While it didn't make the blank's presence easier to endure, it helped Jacob reinforce his mind and spirit against her presence. His fellow priests followed suit, praying and no doubt thinking over the saint's words. This changed things. It was a beautiful vision, one worthy of a living saint, and something only a direct representative of the Emperor could ever bring to fruition. Jacob had no illusions, realizing the saint's vision was going to be a monumental task, one that might take more than a lifetime to accomplish. If that was the case, then he would be eager to help lay the foundations for a brighter future. A gasp tore Wolf from his reverie, and he looked to the right, to see the blank on her feet and standing in front of Weber. The Sororitas was the one to utter the surprised exclamation, and the reason was obvious. Celine was entranced by the stylized rose engraved on the thick armor protecting Weber's knees and was tracing it with a finger. While from where he sat, Wolf didn't find the blank's presence much harder to endure, he wasn't sure how he would react if he had to actually touch her. It was a test of faith indeed, and so far, Weber was the only one passing it, he thought. The door opening was more of a relief than it should have been. Jacob's head snapped to the left, and for a moment he could glimpse a few rays of the Emperor's own power before they vanished in thin air, perhaps sucked in by the little abomination. Making new friends, I see. The saint chuckled. The abomination turned around and ran to him, forgetting her fascination with Weber's armor, to the sister's obvious relief. He picked the blank up and put her in his lap after he had sat. The saint's wings closed around them, only leaving his head visible, which was now crowned by a much longer and wilder black hair. We need to make a few things clear. Inquisitor Chandra spoke in a firm, no-nonsense tone. It was saying something, that he got everyone's attention, despite the presence of a saint and the blank in the room. Chapter 138. Griffin. Dictator-class cruiser. High orbit above Kronus. No crusade against the Adeptus Mechanicus at this time. Inquisitor Chandra spoke in a deadly voice. We will have one chance to realize the Emperor's vision as given by us by the living saint. He nodded at the living proof of the Emperor's divinity. If we mishandle it, the consequences are going to be disastrous for the Imperium at large. That wasn't a suggestion, Wolf realized immediately. The Inquisitor's whole bearing was different, deadly. They were ready to back their worlds with violence at a moment's notice. No hint of what Inquisitor Vale told us can leave this room before we're ready. Inquisitor Vale added. We will need to craft meticulous plans, gain strong allies, and most importantly, prove to the Imperium at large that Vale is indeed a living saint speaking with the Emperor's voice. A failure will mean a civil war which can rend the Imperium asunder, perhaps even doom it. That unfortunately was the reality looming beyond the glorious vision of the saint. The Mechanicus was trouble. The ecclesiarchy always knew that. Unfortunately, they were one of the most vital pillars keeping the Imperium running. Many people before had dreamed of that organization doing much more, however, without the backing of a saint, the very idea of doing something about it would be insane. Now, it was merely insanely dangerous. Doubly so, because to the average faithful, such important distinctions would be lost if they heard the Inquisitor speak about his vision. All too many of the faithful would merely see the Mechanicus as an enemy to be vanquished, humbled at best, destroyed at worst. The consequences would be indeed catastrophic if this went out of hand. The Mechanicus controls the majority of our industry. A disruption in deliveries of military or civilian equipment can doom countless worlds and guard regiments. This is to be avoided and mitigated as much as possible. Chandra continued. We need forward-thinking allies within the Mechanicus itself, whole forge worlds backing us that will see a minimal disruption of production and delivery while we reforge the organization at large. If we are to have a chance, if we are not to fail the Emperor's orders, we must be careful and prepare the ground first. The Inquisitors knew it, which was good. Wolf's fellow priests received the bare-bones explanation with mixed feeling, that much was obvious. He would need to speak with them at length before they left to ensure there would be no misunderstandings or mistakes. At the same time, Inquisitor Vale does have other, more immediate orders to follow, and we believe you will be in great use in aiding him fulfilling them. Vale finished. Korava. Subsector Aurelia. I need to visit both places soon and do the Emperor's work there. I'm burning with the need to go. The saint finally spoke. Everyone perked up at that. The Order of the Sacred Rose contingent under my command is at your disposal, Inquisitor Vale. Palatine Weber bowed as deeply as her sitting position and armor allowed. You lead, and we will follow to the depths of hell itself. That was a predictable outcome. Serving a saint. That wasn't just a dream come true, but a sacred duty for the Adeptus Sororitas. The obvious downside was Wolf would not have them to help bring Kronus back into the fold, however with organized enemy resistance on the surface broken, he shouldn't need them. The militia, Imperial Guard forces, and the PDF once properly reformed, should do. I would love to join you in your mission, Saint Vale. Amelia grimaced. I'm afraid that my Medicae experience and faith would be better served to aid the people of Kronus at this time. However, once the situation here is resolved, I'm at your disposal. Command me, and I'll answer. No need, Missionary Argent. You're right, Kronus can use all the Medicae assistance it could get. The Emperor didn't intervene twice only for use to fail his people when we can do anything to help them. The saint's words rang true, and Amelia beamed at them. I am not exactly suited for the rigors of combat, Your Holiness, Bruce spoke next. The tall man shrugged in apology. My talents would be better spent on Kronus, I fear. On the other hand, I'll be honored to walk in your footsteps and smite the Emperor's enemies. Questus hurried to add. If you would have me, of course, Saint Vale. I have the feeling that I can use all the help I could get at Korava. The saint finally acknowledged them. What assets can you spare to join a task force heading there? At least a handful of ships to carry Missionary Questus and Palatine Weber's people. Wolf decided. Anything else would be borderline treason and heresy at best. The very idea of not aiding the saint as much as possible was unthinkable. That's a good start. Inquisitor Chandra spoke next. While this ship already has tasking, either the Blessed Blade or Naginata with escorts should be able to join you. You might want to speak with General Alexander when he recovers, and Captain Thule for additional support. I'm sure we can spare at least a regiment or two from the reinforcements I brought as well. Unfortunately, neither of us will be joining you, Inquisitor Vale explained. We'll need to ensure what you already did on Kronus doesn't go to waste and begin laying the groundwork to realize your vision. I expected that much. The saint acknowledged. Inquisitor Greyfax might serve you well if she recovers enough before you leave, Vale added. There was a third Inquisitor here. It was nice to know the Inquisition was taking the situation and the saint's plans with the appropriate gravitas. Librarium. Battle Barge Omnis Arcanum. Subsector Aurelia. The Blood Raven Central Librarium situated deep within the armored decks of their flagship had a distinct presence. The huge repository of knowledge was heavy with the secrets it contained, yet it was always quiet and peaceful, allowing for undisturbed contemplation. Usually, a visitor could hear only a few sounds in this place. Those were the quiet shuffling of servitors, the familiar and easy-to-ignore warble of servoskulls tending the shelves, and the almost inaudible steps of blood ravens in search of knowledge. It was rare for the chapter master to summon you in these hallowed eyes. Kyras usually did his work from his private sanctum a few decks above the librarium. Brother Captain Boreal stalked past the shelves, determined not to disturb the atmosphere of this hallowed place. He could see at least a dozen of his brothers poring through thick tomes, searching for enlightenment as was proper. Indrik eventually found the chaptermaster in a secluded corner of the librarium, sitting at a large and ornate wooden table crafted by a particularly skilled brother centuries ago. The priceless ebony furniture was almost as old as the chaptermaster himself if rumors were true. Kairos spoke with another ancient, the apothecary Galen, who wore simple white robes. "Ah, Brother Captain Boreal." Kairos smiled wistfully as soon as he noticed Indrik's approach. "Come and join us. I have news and orders for you, my young friend." Say what you will about the chaptermaster, Kairos wasn't just a veteran of centuries of warfare. He was also a charismatic leader who could put you at ease with a handful of words and a few gestures. "Sir." Boreal saluted, then did as bid and sat on a stout bench meant to support the bulk of a fully armored Astartes. "You've always been a stickler for protocol, lad. Calm down. We aren't ultramarines. We don't live and breathe the codex." Galen ribbed him in good cheer. "With respect, apothecary, the chaptermaster didn't call me for small talk." "Sadly I did not." Kairos traced a finger over the leather cover of the large tome he had been reading. "I have news, both fortuitous and not. The good news first, Brother Captain Thule has been successful in securing Kronus. While the planet is now safe from hostile forces, and our loss is light, Thule has been unable to achieve his primary objective: secure critically important relics. That was good news indeed. Too bad about the relics, though. This only makes your mission that much more important, Indrik. It also warrants a change of orders. I'm attaching the available assets from the 5th and 8th companies to your task force. Further, I must alter your orders. Instead of landing on Korava 2 in order to first neutralize the Orc menace there and prevent them from rampaging across that world, first, you'll have to strike at Korava 4. We've got unconfirmed intelligence of Alpha Legion presence there. You must neutralize them by any means necessary, retrieve and safeguard any relics you find. This is particularly important after the events on Kronus." The chaptermaster spoke with an intensity he rarely displayed. "I can't stress this hard enough. Beyond any other considerations, you must recover any chapter relics on Korava 4. Only then, you can proceed to pacify the system against any and all opposition. Recovery of any other relics you find will be of critical importance as well." "I'll do as you command, sir. However, I feel compelled to ask, won't sending this much of our strength to leave subsector Aurelia open for attack?" "Good, I know you will, Indrik." Kairos smiled benevolently. "I'll be here keeping the peace. Captain Thule will be returning soon as well. I'll personally make sure our recruiting worlds are safe and prosperous, worry not." Chapter 139. Asdrabeel Vekt's Palace. Komarak. Reluctantly, very reluctantly at that, Asdrabeel Vekt, the supreme overlord of the Dark City, had to admit that too much of a good thing not only existed but could be a spot of trouble. If it was trouble, or outright disaster, for other people, then Vekt would have merely enjoyed the show, perhaps after ensuring he would profit by it. Komarak vibrated with screams of unimaginable agony, ecstasy, often both. They were torn from the throats of billions of slaves and Drukhari alike, and their suffering souls. That was the finest music caressing Vekt's ears, and soothing the eternal hunger clawing at his soul. It wasn't going to last for much longer, and that was the small issue distracting him. That was a shame really. The last couple of weeks were quite interesting, with every Drukhari on Komarak going out of their way to quiet down Slanisha's hunger for their souls. The bitch was throwing a temper tantrum over not getting her way, a particularly bad one this time. It wasn't unheard, and when it happened, it usually ensured interesting times for Komarak rivals to see fall, new up-and-coming artists going above and beyond what could be expected under most circumstances, all the entertainment Asdrabeel could think of within the grasp of his hand. Those were usually very good times. After 2 weeks of debauchery that would have made the Eldari Empire during its fall proud, Komarak was running out of slaves. A not insignificant number of Drukhari were a mess and would be of no use anytime soon if at all. That's why, a lot of those took center stage of the entertainment over the last few days, and most of them loved every moment of it, screaming for more sensations. It was telling Vekt was no longer celebrating. Instead, he stood on his throne flanked by the closest thing he had to reliable guards, while his archons gathered down below. No one was untouched by the revere fresh and days-old blood-covered scarred skin and painted armor. Creative wounds and mutilations oozed dark ichor. From where he sat, Vekt could smell the stench of sublime narcotics still gripping most of his archons. Yes, this was less than ideal. In a few days, there wouldn't be a single useful slave left in the Dark City, and that was saying something. It was impressive really. The anarchy that would follow would be a bit less impressive. Already, the crew of a battleship got too busy entertaining themselves, that they managed to crash into a docking cradle and immolate a whole section of the docks. The whole area still burned, wasting megatons of supplies. That wasn't the only incident, only the most spectacular and visible one. Even worse, dear Lilith was getting bored and restless due to a lack of entertaining opponents. Every time that happened, Vec's life became that bit more interesting. If he couldn't provide the Queen of Blades with distraction, she would either go out seeking it or stop Commerack causing trouble. And if that state of affairs persisted, sooner or later she might decide that Asdrabeel made a worthy opponent. It was one thing, dueling, with her in the bed or one of the countless entertaining rooms in the palace, it was another the Queen trying to get him out of sheer boredom. After all, Lilith Hesperax was perhaps the only person in all of Commerack left who posed a credible threat to his continued survival if she ever turned her blades on him. That, of course, only made the sex even better. Voloshan Sithrak staggered into the throne room, leaking blood and other, harder-to-identify fluids. He was bare-chested, showing countless burns, cuts, and more exotic wounds. He also bore a manic grin on his mutilated face. "I like what you've done with the cheeks, it's inspired." Vect laughed in greeting. That was a mask, of course. Seeing his most reliable military commander reduced to this, and more importantly, arriving in such a state, was telling. Perhaps the effects of the celebrations were a bit more profound than he believed. Vect made a note to torture answers from a few underlings and check his contingencies. Missing such obvious clues meant he was slipping, and that was not good at all. "Thank you, my lord." Sithrak bowed, spilling blood all over the floor. Well, that was all right, the place was already covered with a lot of it, and many pieces from slaves and Drukhari alike after the morning's entertainment. What wasn't all right was the lack of slaves to get it cleaned up, along with fixing the parts of Commerack not requiring a more delicate touch. Vect frowned. If his minions were in a better state of mind, they would have been terrified by such an obvious display of displeasure. All the fun and games had dulled his edge, he noted. Otherwise, one of the first things he would have noticed about Sithrak would be the lack of his husk blade. That was much more important, compared to what wounds the warlord had suffered or let his lovers inflict upon his body. Kor's Vrex was a little better, though that wasn't directly visible. While the tall man was clad in his spiky armor, which had small hands of all things embedded on each spike, he leaked blood from ill-fitted seals. The younger Archon also swayed on his feet, though it wasn't obvious if it was the wounds or drugs he had taken. Tarl appeared most composed among the small group. He had misplaced his lips somewhere, displaying 2 rows of ugly teeth for anyone interested in breaking them. That particularly arrogant Archon played with a bald, scarred, and silently screaming head he held in his power claw. Such stunts went out of fashion about 1,000 years ago or so, Vect knew. If this was the best, he would have, the Supreme Lord shuddered to think what kind of imbeciles would have been running around if he somehow failed to seize control of Commerack. "Pay attention, I won't repeat myself." Vect drawled. To their credit, his chief minions found in themselves enough sense to look up. While their expressions, when there were expressions to consider, didn't fill him with confidence, they could at least follow basic orders. And wasn't that a low bar to clear? We find ourselves with a critical lack of slaves to have fun with. Vect waved at the pieces of bodies covering the floor and the few distinct pieces of fine art writhing in silent agony on display high up on the walls. Taro looked up, grinned bloodily, and had the gall of giving Vect a thumbs up. "Your approval is noted, Archon." Vect muttered dryly. "And of utterly no consequence. The art was already getting stale. We're going on a few large-scale hunting expeditions." Predictably, Taro perked up at that. "We need to replenish our slave stables and ideally find at least a few morsels worthy of our attention." By that, he, of course, meant his attention. Everyone else could go find their entertainment or vigorously fuck themselves with whatever sharp thing they found particularly interesting at the time. The sounds of approval that met his grand proclamation were distinctly underwhelming. Perhaps Lilith had the right idea, and getting out for fresh air and fun was in order. The alternative was having to endure the pathetic state his chief minions were reduced to, and Vect found himself quickly running out of patience with them. "Gather up your minions, we're going hunting," Vect declared grandly. The reaction was still underwhelming. Must not kill chief minions, Vect told himself repeatedly. Their available replacements were currently even more pathetic. Chapter 140. Court of the Young King. Craftworld Beal 10. Taldir stood in a daze, scarcely believing what was happening. She was in the middle of a glade in one of Bealtan's seldom-used gardens, which was the current meeting place of the court. The ancient trees, soft grass, and quietly bubbling water did nothing to soothe her mind. She listened to the exarchs and autarchs arguing over her actions on Kronus. That was bad enough but expected. The sudden and odd turn the debate took was anything but like he expected it to go. This debacle is yet another proof that the farcers let their sight blind them for simple facts. A fire dragon exarch spoke with rarely heard passion. The use of basic tactics and strategy could have won the day, avoiding this disaster. Mark my words. The younger are using the Monkey, and we will rue the day we let such abominable alliance stand. That's an overly harsh assessment. Autarch Galanta countered calmly, giving Taldir a hint of hope. She immediately dashed. It is no surprise that the younger managed to deceive a young and inexperienced farcer. They did it to much more powerful and experienced ones during the war. Nevertheless, Taldir's failings as a leader of a war host are obvious and inexcusable. I'm against giving a command to farcers who haven't both proved their mettle in combat, and capability as strategists and tacticians. That sentiment met universal approval. At that moment, Taldir felt alone and abandoned. There wasn't a single Biel-Tan farcer backing her. They were too busy divining the future and deciding her fate at a meeting of their own to attend this judgment. Either that or deployed all over the galaxy, along with the other members of the court of the young king. We're agreed then. Autarch Maurian sneered. He was the newest exarch to earn the title and a living example of how Biel-Tan differed from other craftworlds. Due to the size of their military and constant deployment, they needed multiple active supreme commanders to oversee operations all across the galaxy. Of course, the existence and importance of this very council were another difference. It was a direct consequence of the great importance of the military. It might be for the best if, Maurian pointedly paused before uttering her tittle, farcer Taldir spend some time receiving orders. She must learn when and why they're issued before she dares even think about being in command again. She needs to prove her competence in tactics and strategy. However, her failures are less important than their consequences. We need to neutralize this alliance before the old enemy could bury us in Monkey and then strike while we're dealing with those pests. Exarch Kyer clapped once at the sentiment. We need actionable intelligence. What of Ulthwee's involvement? What is Eldred plotting this time? It is no secret he is no friend of our goals, even if he often finds our military useful in his schemes. The Exarch thankfully shifted the topic away from Taldir. You've seen the message from Ulthwee. That is either another of his plots, or one of them failed spectacularly enough for she who thirsts to retaliate. Maurian let out a quiet chuckle before sobering up. I find it telling. They didn't just request assistance to protect their craft world, but require that we deal with rising threats Ulthwee is no longer in position to counter. The portents of more Necrons rising in the same general region of space as Kronus. Autarch Galanta pointed out. That is no coincidence. We can't allow the younger to grow any stronger. We should be moving in to neutralize the threat once and for all. However, it will be cycles before we could shuffle enough troops from other critical theaters for such a blow. It's not just the infestation on Kronus, but the source of the reinforcements that arrived just before the last of our warriors left. The course of action is clear. We need to place Kronus under observation, investigate and find all active tomb worlds before striking swiftly. Kyer declared as if it was the simplest thing in the world. We will do so. In the meantime, we need to pursue a containment and neutralization strategy. We have to investigate all portents of more younger slaves stirring up and put them down everywhere we find them. Maurian suggested. At the same time, we have to track the Monkey subverted by the old enemy. We must kill them before they could bring even more of their rotten Imperium under the sway of those ancient terrors. As much as I dislike the prospect, we'll have to aid the primates in combating such subversion. Distaste dripped from the Autarch's aura. I agree. Autarch Galanta nodded sharply. This is also a learning opportunity. She looked at Taldir. Young farcer, I suggest in front of this council that you join one of the strike forces we dispatched to search and destroy younger tombs. You will be there in strictly support capacity, using your gifts to aid the war host and learn from its commanders. Who knows, she might turn out into something useful. Besides, this way, if she dies, it might be in a productive way. Maurian shrugged in indifference. The sentiments of the other council members were similar, if often equally biting. I humbly accept. Taldir finally found her words and bit off. Good. Then you can leave. We'll inform you when and where you'll have to report for duty. Galanta dismissed her with a wave of a hand and Taldir hurried to leave. She didn't run away even if it was close. Taldir saw all her failures dissected, evaluated, and used against her fellow farcers. That hurt almost as much as failing those under her command. Taldir had to make up for her disaster, and no matter the source, she was grateful for the opportunity to do so. As much as possible anyway. The empty streets and vacant homes she walked past didn't help her mood. A large part of Biel-Tan was in a similar state. It was empty, felt lonely, and longing for a better future. However, that could come only once they finally won their wars and could enjoy the fruits of victory. Until then, Biel-Tan and her inhabitants would have to endure. There was no other way. For the sake of all Eldari, they had to bring the Empire back and put their people where they belonged on the helm of the whole galaxy. What else was there? Taldir kept walking and braced herself. She was yet to meet the Farser Council and their judgment. Chapter 141. Fire Blade. Orias Eleth class battleship. En route to Korava. Awareness came back quickly, with the familiar tingle of stimulants flooding his system. Commander Shaso Falshia Orieska cracked his drowsy eyes open to find himself still stuck into his stasis pod. Flowing script ran down the smart glass keeping him safe from the perils of the long journey. Systems nominal. No immediate threats were detected. His health status was nominal. That was all one could hope for when awakening from the cold sleep. Orieska could have done without the next message. More intricate symbols flowed like water. Identification codes, the commander's mind supplied. It took him a few minutes to recognize what the smart programs taking care of it already knew the codes were genuine. First came a critical strategic update. The commander scanned it, and while his mind hasn't been operating at 100% yet, he got the important points. The Kronus system had fallen to an alliance between the Imperium and so far unknown machine race that had awakened on the planet. Betrayal by Eldar after their forces made an appearance, and pretended to respect the greater good. If Orieska's throat wasn't parched, he would curse them to the deepest, darkest corner of the galaxy until the stars themselves burned out. The greater good was life. It was the light of civilization and the compact of all civilized people of the galaxy. Pretending to acknowledge it and then betraying it was unthinkable. Curse those alien barbarians. The pod's life support system beeped in displeasure at the commander's agitation and sent more drugs into his system. Orieska quickly calmed down and focused on the more immediately important parts of the strategic briefing and updated orders. He could curse those treacherous aliens to his heart's content later. The strategic implications of the human Imperium allying with treacherous aliens weren't lost upon the commander. Doing so would allow those superstitious fools to concentrate on fewer threats at a time, something that anyone saner would have realized centuries if not millennia ago. That was unfortunate for the Tau. Orieska was privy to the classified information outlining the extent of the so-called Imperium of Man. It was amazing how vast it was supposed to be, and its sheer size was only overshadowed by the sheer insanity gripping it. That was the core of Tau's issues with the humans. While the Imperium was very much a nation in decline, perhaps even in its death throes, it was still dangerous and commanded overwhelming material resources. If it could concentrate enough of its attention upon the Tau in the foreseeable future, the only possible outcome of that meant it was to be avoided at all costs. That was why the commander wasn't surprised by his updated orders. He didn't want to know how many fast courier drones burned out to carry the messages this far, this fast, however, the expense was worth it. Now he had time to plan, and knowing what was at stake, he would have to revisit his original ideas on how to tackle Korava. The orders were simple and to the point, and they were very logical considering the situation. Take the Korava system or deny its infrastructure to the Imperium of Man and their allies. Neutralize human, Eldar, and Necron forces, if present, with extreme prejudice. Make it painfully obvious to the humans how tough an enemy the Tau Empire was and that, taking it out, could come only at a ruinous price. It was all for the greater good. He had to buy his people enough time to bring new hardware online, expand, spread further across the stars. It was all to guarantee their long-term survival, and in the face of that, Shaso Falshia Orieska would do anything. The commander went through the strategic update again. This time he read it carefully, noting anything new about demonstrated and suspected enemy capabilities, then absorbed the updated orders. Only then he gave the order for his principal subordinates to awake. They had strategic plans to update and new tactical responses to craft. Alpha Legion Base. Korava 4. Korava System. Sometimes, the schemes of the Legion High Command, or what is left of it anyway, were odd, especially when you didn't have the full picture. And you rarely got your hands on the full picture, because what you didn't know, no one could tear out from your screaming soul. That knowledge was cold comfort for Operative Karsten. This was supposed to be a simple operation. Offer technical assistance to Karen's band of useless berserkers. If they somehow failed to get themselves killed, make sure they did get themselves thoroughly killed. This particular warband had not only fully succumbed to chaos, but it also outlived its usefulness. Karen couldn't be trusted to put the Legion's objectives first and what his dubious patrons wanted second. That's why he and his buddies had to go. Throwing them at the Blood Ravens would have been poetic justice, Karsten thought. Unfortunately, now he had to contend with a significantly changed tactical and strategic situation, without an opportunity to get new orders. The tech marine hammered a tentacle that spouted from the tank he was working on and glared at it. The bloody thing glared back and hissed from a teeth-filled mouth drooling venom. Karsten also had to endure the presence of multiple warbands, some commanded by vaguely competent warlords. Only one of them was from the Alpha Legion, and as far as he knew, Commander Nazura's was little better than Karen. Both were too fascinated with the dubious gifts from their patrons and had an unhealthy fascination with bloodbaths. The Thousand Sun sorcerers hit it rather well with several Nazura's boys, which was both curious and disturbing. Karsten had to figure out what the crazies were up to while keeping as much distance from their brand new, or perhaps ancient, contingent of plagued marines. An ugly abomination styling himself the Prophet of Decay led that particular group of goons. They were even now gleefully spreading filth all over the place, all in the name of offering Papa Nurgle's gifts. They were a tad bit desperate, the operative thought. Whatever happened last week shook everyone who could sense the warp. Rumor had it that the Corpse Emperor wasn't as decayed and useless as everyone believed, and he had thrown it down with Nurgle over one reason or another. And one handily at that. All the jeers, ill-spirited jokes, and barely restrained hostilities between the base's new inhabitants gave credence to such a momentous event. If true, it might change some of the higher-ups' calculations. Meanwhile, Karsten had to survive the coming storm and figure out what to do. Should he play the eager little traitor? He used his servo attachment to swat down another tentacle, this time, a spiked one. Do you want your damn engine fixed, or would you prefer to miss the slaughter and rot in the motor pool until we require spare parts? Karsten growled at the infested tank. The tank rumbled in anger, while a dozen eyes glared at him venomously. However, the tentacles kept away from that point on. At least here he was in a company of mostly harmless, demon-possessed equipment and the odd tech marine attending to them. Most importantly, the Nurgle worshippers kept away ever since a Thousand Suns possessed dreadnought took offense at their preaching and ate one of them. How the damn thing could stomach something like that, Karsten didn't want to know. Chapter 142. Field Hospital. Victory Bay. Kronus. Detailed sensor sweeps confirmed that there was no human treachery, nor thief-related shenanigans. Instead, there were thousands upon thousands of meatbags fallen all over the place, sick and dying. If he felt anything at all, Cryptek Traval should have experienced only sneering contempt at the weak forms of the primitives. The full hospitals, the organic meatbags laying sick at their homes, or even occasionally on the streets brought back memories that should have been left buried in the past. They hankered back to days best forgotten. The Cryptek couldn't forget. If he was a betting being, he would have wagered a lot that any one of his kind who retained a shred of their personality, and memories, wouldn't be able to forget either. The events unfolding outside hit too close to home. They were too personal. And while they didn't cause more than a brief spark of pity aimed at the primitives, all the sick and dying enraged Traval. They reminded him that once before he ascended through biotransference, before that atrocity, he was made of weak flesh and blood as well. There was a more personal reason for his fury as well. His test subjects were sick as well, infested by those squishy irritating parasites, and that might just disrupt his work. That simply wouldn't do. Not at all. Traval focused his sensors on a single meatbag strapped to a bed within the primitive laboratory. Data flowed through his mind, and he focused on the parasites, feeling little more than spite. He meticulously examined them, then looked at fresh scans of the thief's mind-shackle scarabs. The strain of removing those machines was almost certain to be fatal for a fragile meatbag, especially when it suffered from infestation. The Cryptek looked between the tiny scarabs and the parasites, and an idea formed in his mind. Traval pulled his consciousness deep within his systems and examined the batch of mind-shackle scarabs always carried with him. A self-respecting Cryptek never knew when they might run into a valuable test subject in need of careful handling. In that regard, the mind-shackle scarabs were the next best thing to proper stasis devices. Reprogramming the tiny devices took some time. Too much time in fact, which irritated Traval's sensibilities. However, he was done and, in one smooth motion, unleashed them upon the bound meatbag. All that was left was to observe their effect and see if they would deal with the infestation as required. Once he achieved that tedious task, the Cryptek could concentrate his undivided attention on the reason why he was stuck among the primitives. And when he completed his task, could be finally rid of them at last. Especially of all those sick and dying. Eventually, they came for Katarina like she knew they would. After spending what felt like eternity bound within twilight, only with muffled screams and shouts for company, it felt almost like relief. Of course, it wasn't. One of those metal monsters materialized within Greyfax's cell, lighting it up. It leered at her bound form with a malevolent green gaze. Katarina didn't see what the metal monster did, however, she felt it. Something odd and cold flowed over and through her skin, sunk into it, and invaded her veins. She thrashed, gripped by burning agony which soon spread throughout her whole body. Greyfax would have bitten her cheeks or tongue if she could, so she wouldn't scream and give the monster the satisfaction of hearing her. Instead, the rubber pad keeping her from suiciding that way did the trick. After an eternity of fire, whatever that thing put into Katerinya flowed out through her skin, making her feel clammy and dirty, violated. Next, the monster put a clawed paw on her forehead. Green light blinded her, stabbing into her very mind like a burning sword. Then, Katerinya knew pain, and soon, her whole world dissolved in brilliant, unending agony. Greyfax could feel her mind crack. Her brain did its best to crawl away from her skull, and as if all that wasn't enough, odd images flashed through her pounding head. They were both familiar and foreign, like memories, yet not. Katerinya could briefly glimpse places and faces that were painfully familiar, yet she could swear she had never seen them before. She could hear the familiar and almost soothing sounds of combat, of ancient weapons that the galaxy hadn't seen or heard of for thousands of years. It was like a waking dream, a hallucination caused by the torture or one adding to it. After an eternity of agony, the torture ceased as abruptly as it began. All Katerinya could do was plunge into oblivion, feeling a sliver of treacherous relief. Captured Tau Manufactorum. Kronus. It was sterile, clean. Like a brand new operating theater waiting to be baptized by a Muggos biologist. The various alien machines moved smoothly and quietly, without showing even a hint of sacred oil to lubricate and cleanse them. Scipio Row 11 sensors couldn't detect even a whiff of incense. There was only the sharp scent of hot metal in the air. Servo skulls buzzed and chattered throughout the facility, scanning for unpleasant surprises and mapping the building for the Mechanicus exploration party. While their aid was invaluable, it grated Scipio that he had to be here, dealing with this, instead of taking care of a god machine's weapon. A weapon that was not only profaned and corrupted by the archenemy but now lost forever to the servants of the Omnicia. The captured Tau factories and manufactorums could never be a worthy consolation prize. The very idea was a cruel mockery that made the Muggos experience murderous impulses. Nevertheless, those damned Xeno facilities could be of some use, especially as far as rebuilding Kronus and supplying its PDF forces went. With the Necrons determined to keep a portion of the planet for themselves, every little bit might help. After all, sooner or later this alliance would fall apart. At that point, every single destroyed alien machine would be a boon to the Imperium at large. Meanwhile, Scipio, Row 11 had to focus on the tasks at hand and try his best to keep his thoughts from straying in undesirable directions. Like the loss of the Hellstorm cannon. Or the fact that no matter how enticing, studying Necron technology was at best borderline heresy, no matter how vital it was going to be. Naturally, planning how to incorporate it within the Omnicia's blessed knowledge available to the Mechanicus was much worse. The Muggos glumly shuffled into the empty control center of the manufactorum. He scanned the brand new, mere years old, cogitator, no computer, terminals. There was no flesh spliced with these machines, which to a layperson might have been a good thing. There was no protection against corruption or tech heresy here. Yet, the facility continued to operate on instructions left to it by its departed Tau masters untouched by chaos. The whole thing was heretical, and Scipio knew that many of his brothers and sisters serving the Omnicia would have dismantled this place in pious rage. Instead, he felt the slick tendrils of curiosity spread through his mind. First things first. Bless and sanctify the facility in the name of the Omnicia. Bring in enough holy oil and blessed incense to mitigate the odds of corruption, then try to contact the alien machine spirit. If there was one. With a plan in mind, Scipio began issuing orders in binary, while multiple cameras observed his every action, feeding the images to a very confused rudimentary artificial intelligence. Chapter 143. Griffin. Dictator-class cruiser. High orbit above Kronus. We sat within an opulent guest suite on board the Griffin, watching a recording of everything I said or did since coming on board. At a first glance, I noticed nothing wrong, which was more than a little concerning. It was only after my fellow Inquisitors began tearing apart my performance and pointing out all the blunders that should have been obvious to me, that something clicked in place within my mind. I leaned back into a velvet-covered armchair. My wings twitched as if amused and shuffled, finding themselves in a more comfortable position. Everything I said since boarding the Griffin sounded perfectly logical and consistent to my ears. Yet, now a ball of ice formed in my gut, and chilling dread crawled up my spine. What I suggested, in front of Munitorum representatives no less, was far past the line, where most people would get themselves shot for heresy, or treason. My wings preened. Yeah, with those two waving behind my back, my words have a weight that most Inquisitors could only dream about. That complicated matters. People who otherwise might dismiss my crazy, I twitched at that thought, feeling a taste of gold, justified ranting, would now listen and act upon what I might say in a moment of understandable vexation. We've got a problem, I reluctantly admitted. Dread and righteousness struggled within me, making for a very weird mixture of emotions. If I try hard enough, I can see the issue, it's just that, I have trouble comprehending it as a problem, even when it stares me into the face. I waved at the large monitor built into the far wall, showing my greatest hits. It's the Emperor's influence, Chandra announced. It's drowning your judgment and sense of self. My wings drooped in a display of sorrow as if they understood what the Inquisitor just said. Thinking about it, they probably did. Options? I grumbled. At this rate, I was going to be a liability, and at that point, my allies within the Inquisition would be seriously thinking about dealing with me permanently. That wasn't something I needed, considering how many enemies I likely earned myself with my stunts to date. We get you on a ship heading for Korava as soon as practical. You try not to create an unmitigated disaster there, and keep your head down as much as possible. Amberly suggested. That might give you enough time to get a handle of your new abilities, Inquisitor Vale. Meanwhile, we'll try to smooth things over with our colleagues in the local conclave, and do some research about your situation. That sounds like a plan, I suppose, I muttered. My wings perked up. If I didn't get a good handle on them, people would be able to read me like an open book. That will have to do, Chandra agreed. Until you leave, one of us should stick by your side to ensure you don't start a crusade by accident, he grimaced, or intentionally, for that matter. I don't think it would be a great idea to send you along with many of our new Munitorum friends. Who knows what you'll convince them to do before you get to Korava. Some of General Alexander's troops should go. You might pick up a few blood ravens for your retinue as well. Librarian Antias for example. Some of the remaining tech priests as well, otherwise they might get purged depending on what faction of their kind arrives here next. Amberly suggested. We should test and see if you have better control with that blank kid hanging around. If so, it might be for the best that she accompany you as well, instead of shipping her to Holy Terra for training. Chandra added. Head back to Kronus, pick up a proper retinue and reinforcements for Korava, then figure out transport arrangements. I summarized the plan. Without starting a crusade or a civil war, Amberly added in a dry tone, though her eyes sparkled in amusement at my expense. I'll do my best, for what's worth it. I stood up and headed for the door, looking for the nearby hole in my awareness. Spaceport. Victory Bay. Kronus. Commissar Weber waited for the Inquisitors to return. He sat in the closed and heated troop compartment of a chimera, enjoying the warmth. Even if he was free from those cursed parasites, he was far from fully recovered and still suffered the side effects of severe blood loss. The surgery scars still itched something fierce, which was supposed to be a good sign, and a side effect of the antiseptics liberally splashed all over his chest. By all means, Charles should have been in the hospital still. However, the Emperor's work needed doing, and it wasn't like many soldiers were available, who were in any better shape. That thrice-cursed demon did a number on them all. Weber glanced around, briefly examining the squad huddling in the compartment with him. They all looked worse to wear, even if their uniforms and gear were spotless. Drawn pale faces, sunken eyes, a heavy aura of exhaustion when all was said and done, it was a good thing that Kronus was now as secure as it could get without a full-blown crusade to remove the Necrons. Otherwise, any competent enemy would have a field day with them. Engines kept roaring outside, announcing either transport lifting to the ships in orbit, or dropping down, carrying fresh troops, and more importantly, medical supplies. Commissar Weber, the Vox caster built into the vehicle cracked to life. Your party is on the way down. ETA 5 minutes. The Emperor protects. You heard the woman. Let's get ourselves presentable for the Saints' party. Charles ordered. He noted in satisfaction how everyone perked up and brightened. He opened the ramp and got out first. The squad peeled out after him, many of them stumbling on not entirely steady legs. The same picture repeated itself with the rest of the security platoon getting out of their vehicles. The right drugs and stimulants could have had them all on their feet and sharp, however, those were a very limited precious commodity that went for officers and specialists who had critical jobs in need of doing primary medici and logistics personnel. Under the circumstances, Charles didn't consider himself of vital importance and declined the offered stimulants, so they could go to someone whose job was more critical. Get one last sweep for unpleasant surprises, then gather in front of the ramp, Weber ordered. The LT in charge of the platoon saluted and began issuing orders, followed by the NCOs. Soon, half the platoon split in fire teams carrying auspexes and began scanning for trouble. They found that nothing had gone wrong since the sweep they did on arrival, and soon, everyone was in a parade formation, watching 3 craft quickly descend towards their part of the spaceport. A large transport, flanked by 2 fighters, came down screaming through the air. The smaller craft broke off, and the transport landed on shrieking jets of fire. It rotated, so its loading ramp faced the waiting party, and finally cut off its roaring engines. The ramp lowered, revealing a solid wall of armored figures. Antaeus walked out first, his armored feet causing small booms with each step. A squad of white armored sisters of battle followed him before the saint finally got out. Vale paused for a bit and stretched his wings, which shone under the rays of the setting sun. "Charles!" one of the sisters of battle exclaimed happily. "It's good to see you all right, my son." "Mother!" Weber blurted out and stared at the tall figure leading the sisters of battle contingent. "Hiatus," dropped.